this, but 3-on-3 now. Detour finally going down in the site, but not without Forsey finding further value. Open plan for the T side. Forsey still chipping away with a P250. Mikey also playing from connector, but there isn't a kit on the CT side right now. They've not got one picked up at the very least, and you've got to start getting to work. Mikey's in the corner. Someone's got to hold this. The other player's got to stick it. Kingy's been able to do exactly that, and I believe there is just about enough time for Rush B to win this pistol.
Yeah, closing it out quite closely. I feel like for YaLLa's sake, maybe a bit too much fighting in the post plant. As you say, open plant, they had a player in jungle, they had a player in connector. But in that situation, you just got to play passive, Harry. You've got to wait for the tap, you've got to peek. I know it's about trying to surprise the opposition as well a little bit and sort of catch them off guard while they're trying to tap the bomb or take space or take a new angle. Whatever the situation is, though, I feel like where it matters most, a bit of over-fighting has cost them a pistol, and you can see YaLLa immediate tactical pause, discussing maybe what they want to present with themselves in the second round. 2 MAC-10s at a Galil already invested, a second rifle comes out, a third in fact. So the buy isn't far off a good one from the YaLLa side, you know, kind of a step down from Rush B's investment, but still, it's one that can do damage, and I'm wondering, limited utility, you know, only 5 smokes, 3 flashes, and then a molly. A couple more flashes, I think, maybe on the floor. But, yeah, I mean, with the limited util you have, you kind of just have to do what you did in the pistol, and that's take the initial space. If it works, you continue. If you don't, you just have to change directions and hope.
We're getting things underway again. It's that hope that kills you at times, I think, but nice to see the timeout used early doors to cut out any possibilities as well. Having 3 available, but I mean, look at this. The rifles put to work very quickly, dispatching YaLLa where they stand. The rush out of apartments does fall flat, and so Rush B, not only will they convert the anti-eco, or the anti-force in this situation, I suppose, yeah, they've got a bit of headroom now, right? Rounds to play with, because YaLLa have mismanaged the early economy with the fact they weren't able to convert. No bomb plant either. Frustrating state of affairs.
Yeah, no bomb plant, as you say, no financial upswing for YaLLa, just a full eco, a couple of upgraded pistols. That is it. Looking to do damage. That's all they're looking for in this round, right? Group up, sort of pack mentality, the mob mentality. See though that Rush B, what I mean is if you start playing with confidence, Harry, you know, once you won the pistol, the second round solid as well, don't be scared of taking fights, don't be worried from swinging angles and stuff, because we know what the CT side's like and we know what CS2's like with MR12 and how bad the economy is. YaLLa, you lose the next gun buy, you're in the gutter for 5 or 6 rounds. It's scary stuff.
Yeah, it can very quickly swing against you. And I mean, right now, it's Rush B cleaning things up. Liking to get proactive in the mid space as well. Showing the kind of signs that we were talking about. Some serious confidence. Because, as I put it, you know, I said at the start, oh, YaLLa do well on Mirage, then look, maybe there's some confidence going into Nuke. But actually, I think it's the other way around that we should be more worried about here, with it being YaLLa's pick right at the start. This is the reminder, you know, it's Mirage at the end of the day. I mean, the map's been in the pool for bloody yonks and it's barely changed. So, yeah, you know, you'll know how to play it. It's very fundamental as well. All it's going to take is, you know, 1 or 2 players to shoot better than you, and there's a chance you can end up winning it. When Forsey is going to hit that shot, but it's not enough to take down Zinni. So 18 points of health is one which he stands, with 4 grenades left in pocket to try and slow down this YaLLa offense, which has now rerouted itself into middle.
Yeah, I mean, look at this from Rush B. The gamble stacked towards A. Player Palace, player Default, player CT. Oh, stacked towards the south side of the map. 4 players in middle right now. That's a ballsy push from Kira, and it won't work out. But even now, they still believe in this A play. And if they do decide to head up connector, there's a couple more bodies than maybe what YaLLa are expecting.
It's a key position to have lost, though. I believe Kiro thought that there was that extra layer of smoke on the other side, and that it wouldn't just be the cat player isolated. That's what ends up happening as Mikey finds the opener coming into the team, helping propel them now forwards. YaLLa onto the A site, but it's Executor which they are yet to clear. He's looking to peek in here and maybe hoping for a flash out of, well, someone else here. It was Zinni that got the assists, but it's a 3 versus 2 situation now, and Executor's causing a real problem for YaLLa. They're yet to clear him, and with the smoke deployed, chance for a reposition, MBQ stamps that one out, and so it's on to Texi to win this round. That's the bomb carrier on stairs. If he could cut the cross onto Forzy, maybe there was half a chance, but YaLLa do what was required of them, just barely, to get their first on the board.
Yeah, I mean, there was the smoke on the other side, but it was the bottom con smoke, and it was the one that he threw. So, should always have been expecting the crunch was inevitable. Executor doing really well to just buy time. That clock winding down, only 20 or so seconds left. Clearly, enough for YaLLa to drag their first over the line. But a bonus by God. Say bonus, it feels a bit cheap to say that, considering there was, what, 3 or 4 M4s? At least a Galil and a few M4s, like it was a decent bonus. But now they've got the big rifles in. A double AWP setup, by the way. One drops, the other one succeeds. Kiro gets the opener, but Executor finds nothing. And look at this again. It's just reactionary CS. Early aggression in middle, we lost a player on shore, we got an opening kill. They've double pushed A ramp. With 1 minute and 20 left, Harry, they know that A ramp is completely clear, and they've got the big loop around happening right now towards middle.
At the same time, though, YaLLa aren't set on this. You can see once more MBQ is posted up in Palace, but as you say, that might not count for anything, because as soon as these players get spotted, Zinni is in for a boatload of frags, and he'll start to spray away onto the first 2 players. Nade in the general vicinity of the Alive, as the bomb has been dropped at the foot of Connector. The wraparound coming through from King Kui gets shut down by the Alive, so YaLLa stay in this, still trailing by a man, and MBQ's reclear of ramp will go quietly because Rush B have flooded through mid.
Kinky giving up what felt like a certain win with that death, but the bomb still needs to be collected. There's 3 players routed in and about in middle. You can see that this is just panic stations now for YaLLa. They've got to find their way onto a site and get a bomb down in 15. It just looks so damn unlikely. MBQ finds 1. Nearly the kill. 2 points of health is what's going to spare the Alive, but unfortunately an M4 waiting in the wings. Zinni from short able to close out, and Rush B take their 4.
Yeah, a little bit too much pissing around in that smoke, if I'm being brutally honest, for the Alive. I'm not sure what he was looking for, if he'd picked the bomb up straight away or whatever the situation may be, but this is the, you know, turning point of the round, as you highlighted. It was great proactivity from the CTs, and that's something that YaLLa need to catch on to, because they've been doing this since the pistol round. You feel as if that would have been a talking point in the timeout as well, but there we go. Coming into this one, it is just 1 AK on MBQ. That is as good as it gets.
Yeah, the hero buy. When you've got the money, it can work out. HE, too shallow, detour only taking 9 points of health. But you can see that Rush B, finger on the pulse here. They know that this is one of those tacky rounds that YaLLa are going to be bringing out here. So what's the point of taking aggression in the early round? What's the point of sitting sort of deep in enemy territory? You're just giving up guns if you go down. So you play passive, you play just well away from the entry points of the T site. Don't give them a thing. If they rush a site, you should be well prepared. This position from Texas. Good start.
Textbook. That's one way of putting it. And the follow-up from Executor is pretty well timed. Yeah, YaLLa, what do you do here? Molly in the face. Smoke on the flood out as well. Kiro's in position to stop anyone following it up. This is a hopeless round. And in fairness to them, Rush B were never going to give any handouts here. You put it quite rightly. For all the aggression that they've been doing in prior rounds, absolutely no reason to bring any of that to the table here and make it easy for them. Let YaLLa off the hook. He in the corner, overlooked, and for that reason he'll get 2 kills. I have to say, probably the best player cam I've seen so far. The guy has a minty setup with the soundproofing, the ring light. Bro's filming TikToks after the game. I'm thinking like the Lewandowski one. Do you remember the one that he did? I'll have to find it for you. Go look up Lewandowski TikTok, and I'm pretty sure chat will be on board with what I'm putting down here. But here we go. Next round. The most important so far for YaLLa, I think, because you lose here, Rush B will have an advantage on the half more than likely.
Well, and the game gets even further out of hand. Yet again, it's like a full investment. All your money is put into the pot in this round. You know, you lose this, as you say, you're 6-1 down. The eco afterwards makes it 7. It's just going to be very hard to get back into this game. So, slightly differing approach. I think understanding that Rush B are playing quite intuitively. They've got a player holding from spawn who leaves just as a player walks into spawn. Not ideal, but some more information fed over to Rush B. I don't know what's happening though, because the reaction hasn't come in, right? You've got a player that's pushed ramp, cleared T-spawn. You know that Mikey's now in window room because he's just killed Zinni, and they've still got 3 players towards A. Executor is a dead man walking, you feel like, in this short spot. The real question is how much he can get away with, and even then, if he does get away with something, do Rush B entertain the idea of a retake? Probably not.
I think Rush B are still sold on the idea it was going to end up being a mid-split. I mean, you saw the smoke drop towards connector. And with the position in window, it's not a bad place to sit if you want to go for that kind of execute if you're YaLLa. And then the other side of the coin, I suppose, is, like this baked-in CT save mentality that we've got in CS2 at this point in time. I saw Sponge was opening up a discourse about should kits maybe cost a little bit less, right? Give CTs that incentive to go for it if pretty much everyone can afford one.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think the current state of the meta is, that is what the protocol looks like. That's the setup that you go for. You don't over-rotate in that position, because if they do go for the A-split, you've got 3 players there, I suppose. YaLLa showing a priority towards that so far, but catching them off guard with the B-pop, so nicely played.
As you say, change directions. The result falls in their favour. Can't say that it's going to be a permanent one. As much as we were saying, you know, the if-buts are made about YaLLa losing, even though they won the round, they're still 3 down. There's still money in the pockets for Rush B. Even some weapons, right? The saved AK, you got the AWP in there as well, triple M4. Like, this is still a round that's in contention for both, and for YaLLa's pick, Rush B in a pretty commanding position. We're only 7 rounds in though, so
of course
can't exactly write up the whole map just yet.
That's the thing too. Like I said, that YaLLa haven't really been going B. They have, just usually on the ecos, right? The throwaway rounds where they've got pistols, where they're just trying to cause a problem because there's a reason why your ranked teammates say Rush B. And it's ironic that the team they're up against are named after that notion. But Kiro has found a kill through mid instead. And Executor is just walking around cat. Has to be a little careful here with the util out, but flashes at just the right time. Opposite side of the smoke from his teammate. It's another B play, this time from both ways. But even that molly doesn't really put too much pressure on. Look where the CTs are again. They're clearing out through spawn, and the other 3 players are sat towards B. The only player that can make a difference right now, I think, would have to be Detour in connector if he can do exactly that. Bring them on a detour and send them somewhere else.
Oh, man.
They're walking into the flank anyway, though. Like, the pathing is great from the CTs, and that's another 2 kills for a flank player.
It's so quick as well. It's like 1:10 on the clock and he's top mid. You never expecting that. So well played. Easy double for Kinky. Executor comes back through the short smoke. Mikey, dead man walking. And it's Detour against 4. Bomb is on short. 35 seconds. CT players scattered everywhere. And he knows this is a task too tall. That'll be Rush B, while conceding the previous. Foot slam back down on that gas pedal, and it is go for them.
And this is the thing, YaLLa, too, from their perspective. I don't think they even realise how frequently ramp is being taken away from them. I mean, even on the previous round, which Rush B did end up losing, they sent one player to go check it. I think it was Kinky that had a look towards T-Spawn. And even though he didn't, you know, commit to the flank, he was still there, and there's just nobody watching for it. You don't want to completely bend the knee and buckle to what the CT game plan is, especially on a map like Mirage, where one of the strengths is defaulting a bit, you know, taking that mid space. Even to that extent, though, Kiro's been so consistent in finding these first kills towards top mid as well. So something has to change right now if you're YaLLa, or this is not going to be the way you want the series to start.
No, and obviously we were saying that the pressure is on for both teams, where they both have one strong pick in this BO3 and then a very even third map. And as much as our pre-show I feel like was aimed a lot at, you know, the if buts and maybes of Rush B winning a map, you've now got to start considering, I know we're only 8 rounds into a series and it feels like I'm sort of drawing conclusions already, but in the back of the mind of YaLLa, you've got to start thinking, look, if we lose this first half badly, there's no chance we get back into Mirage, and we're playing against the staple pick of Rush B next. It's not exactly an easy bout for us if we do go 1-0 down. So action needs to be taken here. Round 9 is the place to do it. 1 sec 9, 3 AKs and an AWP. And yet again, it's one of these slower rounds where they are leaving players around the map. They are trying to catch out these flanks, and you can see Rush B 4v5, well, don't exactly have plans to walk right into these holes.
Well, YaLLa, I was going to say, had cleared out most of the mid-space. Ladder was an issue. Executor wins that fight, and NBQ, by picking up the pieces onto Kinky through Palace, makes it a 1 versus 5 for Kiro. As good as he's been at finding first bloods and opening rounds, he's forced to be the closer here, or concede that weapon at the very least. Now spotted, first shot. I think says all you need to know about how hopeless that situation really was. YaLLa adding another round to the tally, but this is where we need to see them start to put pen to paper with a little bit of consistency, because Rush B can instantly respond. There's not all too much money there as the loss bonus should start to get reset. But I like this a lot more from them. A little bit patient, wait for some of those peaks, and hold your ankles.
Desperate buy for Rush B as their money sitting quite low. HE pretty well placed. MBQ loses 20 points from the get-go.
Same off angle again.
Yeah.
It doesn't go punished, and with Executor dropping in some util damage as well and just cleaning him up. Finally goes down to the HE, but they've reinforced the backside position. Kiro, another key missed shot, has still given a chance to Texi though, and playing around this smoke from the CT side. So well supported to buy time for the rotate, which you know is coming in from the flank YaLLa. Surely by this point you'd have an inkling. The answer, of course, is no. And so Rush B will find number 7 at long last.
Yeah, I'm surprised, as he said, like, the amount of times that Rush B have been flanking, surely you expect, look, if there isn't an instant rotation from kitchen, or you're not hearing any noise on shore, you should be expecting the app to play. That's the staple idea.
Even if you don't, just have a look, you know? Have a look before you leave your player who's committed to holding market on that open angle first, maybe. Just an idea. But money will stand for just a little longer if you're YaLLa here. AWP back in the hands of Forsey. Been one of the highlight pieces so far, if you can even call it that. And now Rush B, slight variation. They take away the early ramp space, but they don't over-aggress in this position. They've got a nice contact play off of Zinni in the corner, and it's going to take some diligence from YaLLa to remove him. Oh. Now, actually, they just deposit him here solo, and I think he's heard those steps moving towards spawn. So this is when he takes the timing. This is really smart play.
Zinni got to be careful. He's going to be a player.
Oof.
The Alive catches it. They really have caught wind to these pushes now. Only 2 rounds left in this half. And I've got to say for YaLLa, it's another 5v4. I think the last round started the same as well. Have the advantage. The question is, can they close it? Both economies in tatters. Whoever wins this round should be walking away with the 12th as well.
They've got presence towards mid, main, palace. Whole lot of loose ends right now that need tying up by YaLLa if they want to secure, at their very least, a 4th round. Kiro has missed a couple of shots you'd expect him to so far, with Kinky removed over his head. NPQ will then find the next. MP Knight's crept out into the slight chance for Texi here. Just going to walk away with 1 though, and I think that's the story of the round for Rush B in the end. 1 not quite enough. 4 players stand for the 4th YaLLa round.
As I said, it should be a 5th as well. You can see FAMAS and then 2 Deegs, 2 5-7s for the CT side. It's one that looks all too promising. That push caught out there. It all comes crumbling for the CT side. Plenty of players alive as well. Kiro and Zinni have just both hit Deagle shots. Straight out of the gates, they come swinging. And the pistols have done thousands of dollars in damages. And there is nothing that YaLLa have done so far to respond. FBQ's down to 20 as well.
Hero, professional edger, sat on the corner of the smoke. Or the molly, I should say. He's been taken down, and yeah, God forbid I say anything like that again. It's now a 3-on-3, Ryan, and I think this is the reality check that the round needed, honestly. There's quite a bit of damage done to MBQ, who was hanging around near Palace. That's now started to be cleared back out. It's Kinky to go ahead and do it, but look on the other extremity. Executor walking down apartments towards that low HP player. He's just tucked in the corner towards the fridge and is going to make himself a difficult clear. I mean, whatever site you go towards right now if you're YaLLa, unless it's through connector, you're going to run into a CT player which you're perhaps not expecting. And even to that extent, Kinky repositioning ramp. They've got a really nice setup here. They are very understaffed on either extremity though. This is the opposite side of the map where most of that presence has been put for now. Kinky just wants to find 1 and get out. That's literally his job as the situation stands. They can hear the rotates YaLLa and the spam through the smoke. It's just enough to deny. Another low HP player gonna go in. MBQ now to punch in the digits. Detour's got to do something to stop this from happening, and he can't. And that's the round done. And so with both planters put to the deck, Rush B have converted their eco at the end of the half.
Man, that's so disappointing. Oh my word. Oh my word. As you say, there was a bit of a reality check. That 3-on-3. Causey catching the player behind 15 seconds. They plant in the smoke. Kinky denies the first. 1 shot from the FAMAS from Executor denies. And they all just play hide.
Rush B reacted so well to the situation though. When you look at where those players ended up in that 3-on-3 towards the end, you had someone deep in apps, and even if you don't take that space, if you go through mid where they were, you've got a strong position. You go through mid connector towards A, you've got a strong position towards ramp. They were very well set up, and now Rush B want to do exactly that and take it home.
B, tag damage, Detour needs to hit shots back of the site. 40 hits support, finds the first, the second out of the USPs. 3 kills, 2 right back for the T side though. And it is all left in the hands of Executor. Taps away at the first, spots the second. A bullet away from death, and unfortunately, the USP of the Alive waiting in the wings for the 5th. So, yes, sure, a dampening end to the first half, but a good start to the second that YaLLa needs to capitalise on now.
No plant, no force. Rush B happy to abide by The law of economy. Oh my god, I can't speak this morning. The law of economy, the standard metrics. Executor the top performance so far, but even he couldn't stand between YaLLa and finding that pistol round. One which they so desperately needed on their own map pick. This is an opportunity to build up some confidence. Still got to be a little bit careful here, though, if you're MVQ, just with how some of these rounds have gone. Oh, my lord. He has been deleted. One Glock headshot. Quick follow-up from that. It's a 4 versus 3. Rush B are going to regroup to take that rifle from top mid. Detour is still moving up behind them, but there is a world where Texty's going to turn his back here and find this player. They have to know there's a gap in underpass, surely.
Oh, Detour.
He's heard the steps now as well.
It's so much money. There's your 600, nearly the 12 as well. Discipline moves away. Let's the top mid push come in. That is ridiculous. The Alive left to lick the wounds of YaLLa alongside Detour. It's a 2v2, 40 seconds left. Guns to be picked up here in top middle. The ladder room player gets shut down. Executor with his deep will try his best in the 1v2. But the MP9 eventually gets there. A 6th on the board for YaLLa.
Give me a
but
replay.
Again, a round that gets way too close.
I don't even care. Give me a replay right now. I want to see that. This shot from Executor was unbelievable. First one there, and then... Okay, that wasn't as impressive. He has just, like, shinned his teammate in the process. But all that round was really just trying to buy time for Texty through apartments to actually wrap back around, to go cat is where he ended up choosing when the flank came through from Detour. And now into mid they go. Some venom about this space taking from Rush B. Serious intent. The way that they've approached it. Quick trade. Executor again. Omnipresent in the feed right now. And floating around the edge of the smoke is Forcey. They have given up some space in the window though. Already you've seen Zinni cross to the corner. Forcey walking into this, no gap in the smoke. Just got to wait for the curtain to fall. And that will be the opportunity. They're back to back. But still, Zinni turns in time. And now it's a 4-on-2. Rush B in the driver's seat.
Rushing around, Detour gets the first, looking for a second. Needs to try and level the numbers. A post-plant dangerous. For the YaLLa start, tag up. So much damage done by Detour. And the Alive has been gifted a very winnable round in the 1-on-2. Both players below half health.
AK in his hands as well. So it's only going to take, well, it's still 2 bullets on each player, but fanciest chances here at winning it. Executor already 3 kills deep. He has his hat trick, but the crowning moment of the round could still come through alive. Close clear, creeping ever further forwards, and just as soon as Executor looks away, the Alive snaps and pulls the trigger. A quick squeeze and they're gone. Executor has cleared the bomb though, and knowing that there is no kit in play, not a chance for the Alive to win this one now. Executor just looking for his quad. Will be denied it. Alive finds both players, but loses his life in the process and gets sat back down as Rush B extend their lead.
Back up to 9. A 3-round buffer. A real opportunity for Rush B to take over this map though, because it's YaLLa's money that still doesn't look good. It's YaLLa's money that still puts them at risk of their pick of Mirage. And we now get to the business end of this map, Harry. You know, there's no time for mistakes. As much as Detour and the Alive nearly convert a 2-on-4, you can't be putting yourself in that position in the first place. People need to start stepping up that little bit more. I was talking about Mikey in the pre-show being a immovable force. Right now he's double neg.
Yeah.
I don't think, you know, even he will hold himself to high regards and be like, this is not the game I was hoping to be having this morning.
Like
this was
you
our
say,
chance to win a map.
immovable force feels a lot more like the anchor dragging along the bottom of the ocean attached to the ship right now, so I agree. Does sound a bit harsh, but there you go.
Yeah.
Would like to see a step up from him for sure. Smoke canister placed into the window. YaLLa cut off from the rest of his team. 2 players peeking short. YaLLa dropping back on a rotate to help support the A play, which right now is literally just Mikey, and as he gets gutted from within the smoke, they're not so worried about that position now. They're happy to cross into B. You've still got Texty lurking in apartments. 1 smoke, 2 mollies to work with. Smoke goes into connector. Plots out nicely. Mollies yet to be used. Into the 5-7. The Alive walking away with 2 kills. The rest of YaLLa are present, but need to stand up and be counted on the site here now. Forsey with the scout. 1 more bullet is all he
7
needs.
seconds.
Got to go to the dome piece of Kiro, but he's playing the time expertly. Oh my lord! What on earth is that from Forsey?
Oh, talk about a gift from the gods. That is one hell of a shot. Look at him, he's laughing. He knows what he's just done.
Oh shit.
He knows. He has just hit the most important shot of this match. Look at this. 10 seconds. He knows he should find time. There's no time for the plant. He gets stuck on the corner. He flicks to the right and just rips the head off the shoulders. And Rush B. I was talking about the commanding lead that they could have had on this map. All of a sudden, Mirage lays in the balance once again. How on earth is that happening? You have two con players and a short player, and no one has found anything. It's a 4v2 in favour of Rush B.
Yeah.
What is this game?
Rush B getting the karmic luck coming back to them, right? I mean, one of them's typed "Go Lotto" in chat after we've seen that shot from Forsey. He literally needed the headshot as well, not to talk too much about the previous round. Rush B get themselves into the A site, and I mean, by this point, with the smoke up and the rifles recovered, YaLLa have to concede. That makes double digits, and yeah, Kinky getting 2 kills. It is pretty nuts, but even Executor as well. Like, this guy, every single round is finding value. He'll be the MVP of this map if it carries on the way it does, because there's only 3 more rounds that Rush B are going to need to see it through.
I mean, that is a tough watch.
I mean, it's even
YaLLa.
more money as well, because it's a bomb
Yeah.
detonation, so they're just racking it up right now. And you've got
YaLLa
to
presented with a massive chance after Forsey pulling a rabbit out of a hat, and then Kinky has just ran up connector. The short player hasn't killed him. Between the 2 con players, they've done about 50 damage. And that's it. That's your round done. Over. Like that. I don't know. That's the round that YaLLa are going to look back at and know that that's the mistake that could cost them the game. Or at least the map.
YaLLa trying to play a little bit ratty themselves here. Take it deeper, it plays in the Alive, but the damage is just not enough. Executor has plot armor right now. That's what keeps him in the existential plane rather than the afterlife. Just looking at the movement on the map from YaLLa. Still 2 players towards A. Bit of a recalibration though on the B side. Strengthening it late round. We know that Rush B have actually liked to go B. Who would have thought? But this is a much more disciplined approach now. As the steps are going to have been heard in window by Kiro. So they're now grouping up for this execute. And that should be the round.
She's in. Having a move in towards the A site. They've got the lurk coming to kick in from connector. Mikey sat at the bottom of stairs, just there for the smoke. Hero doesn't clear the angle properly. Mikey gets with the open up a second, and nearly a third comes in. Forzy getting 2 with the scout, needs 2 more. And while, yes, he did gift them the rounds. Oh, he so nearly does again. I was going to say he gifted them the round prior. It seemed impossible. It nearly was. Reality instead, 11-7, 2 more for Rush B. YaLLa's pick starting to fade away.
Yeah, Rush B a little slow on the uptake on the A site there. I think it had us left with our heart in our mouths. YaLLa responding really well. I mean, it was a force buy for them too, so it's either we flood the A site quickly here, or we've got to save these guns coming into this round. Yeah, that's just not the position that you want to be in at all. Now they've got nothing. Forcy's been given a scout yet again. There's an A1S in there. I mean, they're going for this with as much money as they can possibly put on the table. Still not going to be enough. We need Forzy to get an ace at this point, I think.
As you say, this is it, the do or die round for YaLLa. Forzy on another scout. Can't blame him, to be honest with you. Pistols across the board, other than the Rogue M4 on MBQ. Minute and a bit. Really is game defining. Good start. Detour, 3 points of health. That's got a sting.
Dude, he's been absolutely clattered there. And now look, Rush B with the freedom to encircle through middle. And look, Executor was looking towards spawn in case that they were getting flanked. I mean, how helpful is that?
.45. Time is running low. Rush B have got big control. Scout tag, the first thing to happen for the CT side. Forzy taking one back though. 30 seconds, they're just bombing it through connector, Harry. This is it, they're pushing into A, and there's plenty of blue bodies waiting for them.
It's literally all that YaLLa have. Like, the A1S, the Scout, they were running into the loaded site, the spring-loaded setup. But now Rush B a little lighter on their feet, heading towards the other side of the map. Mikey is going to be here, so is Forzy. They've managed to combine, and Executor with 9 seconds left has his work cut out for him. Even if he was going to commit to the plant, find the first of the kills, the rest of those CTs would have ran away. I don't know how YaLLa have done it. But Rush B, right idea, wrong place, I guess.
B taking down another notch. This back and forth, the force by warfare, constant. Executor straight down the ladder. Now this is intriguing because he's not going to have been seen here. He's in such an advanced position. He's just waiting for his chance to strike. It can't be too soon. He's waiting for the bomb to come back. He'll be calling, come to A, I am ready to go. But the Alive has checked. And well, winning that engagement has now put Rush B in a tricky one. Do they still want to continue to go A? I mean, all their resources are here. You might as well just pull together and hope for a plant.
I mean, mate, the smokes are flying through the sky. I don't think they've got a choice at this point in time. They're going to double down on it. Kinky, late deposit mid, and it's very quickly snuffed out in the transfer from Forzy. It just blows your socks off. The guy has been sharp in the key moments of this game. The late stage of the CT side. And with just 2 rounds between the teams and Rush B forced onto bad finance, there is every chance that YaLLa can steal this one away now.
Yeah, it's mental that this game still hangs in the balance. Rush B had the perfect opportunity to close. Every single time when they were in the lead, though, there was always something that would give them a chance back in, and it's a full Glock round for Rush B. YaLLa are going to be given a 10th, or at least they should be. Player on site is the alive, and he can't hit a thing. 40, a second alongside Mikey, no. Texi picks up the AK, he'll drop another 2v3. This round still should be YaLLa's, but how much can the AK get away with? It's now a 2-on-2.
Huge spam through the firebox, but it all falls to Texty now. His opportunity to take 12 in the round which didn't best suit them. It shall continue to do so. YaLLa's retake is good enough in the end, but that's about as good as it gets. Double digits. Weapons kept. Upgrade to the AKs. Actually, no, it's just weapons recovered, I think, because there was literally nothing bought. Rush B did a great job at just flooding out of Palace there as well. I mean, how do you possibly hit 3 T players that are all jumping up and down? 1 round in it. Rush B have to buy now.
Smoke into window. Forzy blocks off from vision. Drops the molly behind the box to dissuade Rush B from taking that space, but they'll take towards bottom mid. The other 3 out on A. It is a fast maneuver, would be my best guess towards this A site. I don't think they're going to waste much time getting into connector. And now that they're here, tick of the molly gives all the information needed. They need a CT smoke. If they don't, that was going to cause problems. The alive first, MBQ second. They're down to 3, Rush B.
Some of those players they've relied upon so heavily so far are gone. It's all just Kiro now. 1 versus 5. Which you think he will not attempt AWP in hand. A deep scope in, just waiting for the alive to step down the staircase. So as he does, the walls repainted red. Scope back in. Forzy first point of contact. You take this duel, and Detour is following it up so quickly anyway, and I think Kiro can almost smell them round the corner. Closing in from both ends. YaLLa want this weapon removed. They will go to the ends of the earth to do it. I mean, does this give half a chance for Kiro to get out, though? If he fights his way towards the site here, Forzy misses an unlikely shot. No, he is just saving. Just after time.
And it is indeed after time. No money for Kiro. So the save worth, nor YaLLa tie things up at 11-11. This is it, mate. This is YaLLa's chance to take home the map pick. And I cannot believe we're saying that, by the way. Rush B to take another pause. Scary stuff. They had the map palm of their hand stuff, Harry. And now you're staring down the barrel of, well, if you don't want them in both, maybe there's half a chance at OT. I mean, they take a half by here, so they're playing for OT. If not, it's going to be heartbreak. It'll be 13-11 YaLLa. What a game. What a start.
Mate, this is going to overtime. You already know it. Like, let's not. Mirage is the OT map. It feels like whenever you and I are on commentary, so that's my headcanon at the very least. Rush B looking like they've completely fumbled this, as you say. A 2-round shootout to settle it. Rush B need to win this round if they want to take it inside regulation, otherwise YaLLa will get their opportunity first. Knives out, they flood straight into the site. The Alive's hot under the collar, forced to face the music from the corner. He will stand his ground for the first, and Mikey follows up with the second kill. No worries in terms of denying the bomb plant right now. They can regroup once these smokes fade, come back in for a solid retake. Executor trying to lead the line solo, but there is little left of this for Rush B now. City, the point man, filling in those empty boots of the other 4 players that have fallen behind him. Hero the last. And so YaLLa are the first team to break 12. Map point for them on their pick, with a shot at that grand final.
I mean, look at that. 8-4 up at the half. They lose the pistol. They then win 3 in the next 5. Up to 11.
Crazy.
5 straight rounds in a row from YaLLa. And to be honest, up until they were on this hot streak, they looked like the team that were destined to lose this map, Harry. They looked second best all through the map. Outplayed with flanks on their defense. Or on their attack, I should say, on the defense at the start. Winning a pistol. Bit of a back and forth. It looked like the Rush B side were profiting out of all of it. And now, a step away from taking home this map. And it is not live here in the final round. Someone has crashed. And there you have it in Palace.
Dude, imagine what kind of difference a HE towards Palace could have made for YaLLa. Not promoting them to...
Well, the thing is, yeah, it's live. It's got to be live.
It is live.
Because Mikey's taken damage. They know that the bomb's in Palace. This round is live. This could be heartbreak. Kiro has just DC'd round 24. This is it.
Wait, but how has Mikey taken damage though? Has he fallen somewhere? Like...
No, my guess is that he's,
and they're just
like hit an aid or something.
Yeah, and they're walking in. And NBQ's sitting in dark. The Alive doing the heavy lifting. They are yet to clear him, and they'll just fall straight into the crosshair. NBQ to carry YaLLa over the line. Goes down instead, but the bomb is out in the open, and so much time has been wasted by the disconnect to their own teammate. I mean, to lose in this fashion after everything that we've seen, 24 rounds would be ridiculous. Forsey to hit another.
That has got to sting so bad for Rush B, man. Round 24, player disconnects. It's the player with the bomb. Mikey's taken 1 damage. You're 4v5. You can't get around restart. And they know exactly where the bomb is. That one is a tough watch on the final round of regulation as well. There will be no OT on Mirage. Nuke up next, but Dynamo ECLOT find themselves a map up to none. You got to say, as much as, yeah, sure, the last round there probably tarnishes that comeback a little bit, Harry. You've got to say that the previous 5 rounds that got them to 12 in the first place played very, very well by the CT side. Top of the sheets is Forsey, and you've got to say that he is deserving of the map MVP there, because as much as, yeah, sure, stats say that he was the best, the impact that he had, you know, the scout tags, round after round, just consistent on the big green, finding impact, finding kills, finding openings that disabled Rush B's attacking side. That one is a very, very nice game for Forsey. Executor surprising 20 and 18. Rest of the squad kind of falling off as you get towards the bottom. Same can be said for both sides though, but it is Dynamo ECLOT that profit off of the first map.
Yeah, and to just hammer home that point about Forsey as well, you can speak of impact and that one shot that he hit in the clutch too, but the amount of rounds where he was just consistent, like you say, hitting for tag damage, finding kills, making life really difficult for Rush B. That's what you want from a player of his quality, I think. You know, he's always been a solid AWPer at this tier, you know, all the way back from Entropic and them trying to push towards the major and the RMRs all that time ago to, you know, the opportunity that they had with the RMRs most recently and the changes that have been made, the personnel on this team. Really impressed with how ECLOT were able to flip the script there. And, you know, that late change of direction, it goes home, but 13-11 in their favor on Mirage. Is that going to be enough though? Because we go to Nuke up next, and the question being for me is, are Rush B feeling deflated? Do they feel like they completely threw away their opportunity, and that's going to eat away at them coming into this next map? That's something that we're going to need to try and find out, Ryan, after
out with ease, or it's going to be a slugfest where YaLLa are always going to have like their word in this conversation. They're always going to chip in with something, and it's going to be one of those long, grueling ones where, again, like you're looking at a 13-10, 13-11, where YaLLa are just continuing to just chip away at this Rush B side. I think the first half might look very lopsided, Harry. I think the start of it, obviously, it being CT sided, and that's where YaLLa start. Like, there's every chance that they walk away, you know, 9-3, 8-4 half, whatever the combination is. I think both teams still have a chance, but yeah, I don't know what to think of this Rush B side, because I know if I was in that situation, you know, 12-11. And the guy with the bomb DC's in Palace and the whole CT side hears, and you can't restore the round because damage was taken. You feel like that's like the jammiest, the gimmickiest way to win a map for the YaLLa side. But rules are rules, man. Unfortunately, you can't blame them for it. They've, you know, taken damage. If the rule is that once you take damage, the game's live. It's live.
Like, you're there wondering, where have they taken damage from? And you said that it was from the smoke thrown window. 1 point of damage had been taken by blocking the smoke. So
yeah, shout out Retus, who said in the chat that that was the case. I don't know, man. Like as I said, that is the most BS way to lose a map. Right? It's one damage. He takes it because he tries to block a smoke. Like, I don't know. That's infuriating, actually, if you're Rush B and you watch that one back.
Happens, man. Happens. I think that, look, context is really important, but I think at the same time, if you're any self-serving CS team with any integrity who treats themselves as a professional in this esport, you have the capacity to reset your mental coming into Nuke, I think, to be honest. Like, if you're representing an org at this level of play, this is not part-time, this is your full-time job, this is what you're doing, you have that roof over your head, then there's absolutely no reason why you don't come into this next map thinking, yeah, you know what, actually, we're one of these invited teams as well. YaLLa have been there, grafting their way through, maybe they have more reps, but like, look, this is our map pick. I think there's absolutely no reason why they shouldn't go ahead and send us to 3 maps. But look, what do I know?
Waiting on Raph, and unfortunately, they have just been owned. Served up with 4, Kiro now has to do everything basically on his own, and not going to happen here. YaLLa take the pistol.
Yeah, very nicely done. Important pistol round win. If you're YaLLa, CT side Nuke. That's got to be something that we talk about here as well. How momentum can then factor in when you do have the favoured side start on the map, because it is Rush B selection, right? Yeah. I mean, I think like 8-4, still very doable to come back from if you're Rush B. Any further than that, like 9-3, God forbid, 10-2, then yeah, maybe we can call it wraps. And Mikey, with the first burst of the A4, it's as clean as you like. 40 with a chance to make a boatload of cash. He's going to do exactly that. Scoop up every last dollar. Rush B will very likely go without a single kill in round number 2, and that's exactly the case. So, clean as you like from YaLLa.
Yeah, and I mean, if you are right, Harry, in saying that these guys could mentally check back into the game and sort of reset heading into Nuke, you got to think that they're going to be willing to play from any scoreline, whether you're, 6-0 up or 6-0 down. Rush B know that there's a chance in that second half when they do get onto that CT side that the stars align. You can't afford to lose every round, though. We'll just see if they can keep within arm's reach. Round 3 strikes. Forzy already on the big green. 6-0, by the way, in 2 rounds. Quite impressive. MP9 close cards. You've got to clear. They'd even throw a molly in It's an A push, but a 4v4 off the back of it. Mikey gets one back. And Zinni drops. 3 on 3. The back and forth. Flash into sight from out heaven. Kinky finds Detour. 2 on 3.
Hero sprinting forwards. Quick reposition either side of main. He's just going to go looking towards the lobby. That's where Mikey's making his walk forwards. Looking for the advantage. Not going to get it. Clean from Executor. And so Forzy's AWP estranged. He will be made to save.
Makes sense. Tuck tail, keep the big green. You're definitely not going to be able to rebuy that if you lose it, so makes absolute sense. Kinky dies to bomb. But other than that, it is a straightforward win. Rush B on the board in round 3 of Nuke.
That's exactly what they needed. Just start plotting course. Sure, you lose the pistol. Not expected to find value in the anti-eco. But now an opportunity in the full gun round to tie up the score and take the lead back for yourself. Exactly the kind of position they want to find themselves in. Let's start to get a look at the first semblance of some outside control here from them, as well as already a stockpile of utility has been used by YaLLa, but Rush B banking on plenty of their own for what is looking like a proposed 8-8. In saying that, they do forfeit the space just a little bit. Now they are looking outside.
One. Executor taking 99 damage there. Well, it done to the CT side. Eventually, the outside pressure results in a kill. Bit of over-aggression from Mikey there on outside. Pushing through the smoke. Gets caught out. Forzy trying to spot the gap, but Zinni slips right through. This A-push has some punch to it. The question is, how many do the site players get? It's 1 between them. Detour, Forzy, 2 on 4. I might just be looking at another save, to be honest with you, Harry. This is unwinnable from the positions that they're in.
Yeah, it was really nice. Rush B backtracked just a little bit. Nate's thrown out outside. Good supportive play. Players coming in through Hut and Mini. Well worked. And so YaLLa just going to sit on top of the weapons that they've got right now. That's as good as it will get. Detour yet to find involvement. Only player in that position. And not offered half a chance, really. I mean, this is the thing with Nuke, as you say, you get those kills on the site, or you give it up and that's the round over.
Terrorists win.
You have it. As you say, this one's done. Save makes sense. No point trying for it. It's a full eco for the rest of the squad though, right? You can see everyone keeping it about that 2k mark with the double loss bonus. You get 2400. Math checks out for M4 armor. Smoke 2 flashes. That'll be the combo. Something like that at least. You can see that Rush B not playing with as much intuition maybe on their T side. You know, it's very basic, very let's default, let's see if we can wind up with some damage. I know they're against pistols here. Well, the majority of them are pistols, but even then, you know, it's set plays. They don't want to do anything too out of the ordinary. It's whiffing from Detour. There is a gun picked up in Mikey's hands though. A-side push is stopped. The kills keep coming in. Mikey swings out, can't find anything. For Forzy, as much as you might be thinking he's playing for the KD, a save might just be the play here. Sticks around, finds the first. 2 more to go. And there's still a minute to play with here for the T side, but the question is if they want to move in or if they want to look elsewhere. This is a cool little boost. Kiro on top of Hut. Forzy moves into heaven in the meantime.
Where have we seen this story before? Forzy, I think, is just going to be looking for some kind of a wraparound, an exit maybe. Let's go back in. But still, nothing spotted. It is eerily silent for the CT player. And so Forzy, once again, should have to throw the towel in from this situation. Has a kit, maybe late a chance to make things difficult. He's dropped in, but I don't see the rationale there, Ryan, if I'm being completely honest.
Maybe an attempt at a ninja, knowing that the money isn't fantastic for Rush B right now, that they'd be exiting the site and thinking about a save. It's a ballsy move, Harry.
You got an AWP.
Yeah, look, it's a gun that you can't buy in the next round, but I don't know, guess roll of the dice, see what happens. You know, if he sticks the bomb and it actually works out in his favour, then he's a genius. So, the risk that he seemed worth taking.
Do you still have full rifles here? But Rush B have made their mark already, and this A side has simply not been able to hold. Players ignited, but they won't fall to the flames. Mikey getting one sat behind this setup, and Forzy is just no better. Mikey again from main, but smoked out. You're looking towards the Alive to be the sole saviour of this round for YaLLa. He goes and gets cleared. There are players creeping back, and one of them, Kiro, sprays away to finish off the round almost entirely. That's sparing some heroics from Detour, but you're just asking too much. These CTs cannot hold the A site to save their life right now.
No. No, they cannot. Yeah, you've got to start looking at that and the fact that Rush B have found such an abusable point on the map, and such a good one as well. A's pretty hard to retake. You know, once the site is yours, if you've got the util, you know, you can smoke off main for 20 seconds. You can smoke off heaven for 20 seconds. You get so wound up out of the site. 4-2. Did say that Rush B might have found some newly found desire to close this map out in considerable fashion. You can see, yes, we lost the pistol, but since then, finger has been well and truly on the pulse.
MBQ. MP9. Right by his side is Mikey. Both making their mark on this game so far, but that really needed to be the initial engage, which worked out for them, and actually, it has gone in their favour eventually. Forzy creeping up that side in the meantime, played into his hands. The D does damage, and that's about all he's been good for so far. There is no second layer to this right now, though, other than just what they were playing into initially. The Alive has managed to take some lobby space, but clearing it out is just the info. 45 seconds, Rush B have plenty of work to do if they want to win this round.
Moving back into lobby, as you say, it will be a late lunge no matter what. Gonna have to do something.
Ooh. It's ramp where they're going to go, but I don't think you have all too much time to take the site hit compared to the A hit. And with the steps heard, Kinky's the first player flying in. MBQ's back with a vengeance. 3 headshots, 2 kills. And YaLLa with barely a second to spare to get this bomb plant in. Even then, even if you stuck it, there wasn't time. Detour was there. I mean, yeah, half a chance that Rush B win that on kills as YaLLa come flooding back down. But they will win the round as expected in the late stages. With not a weapon to count for themselves, it's a heavy investment to go ahead and recover all of that.
That was such a near blunder. Such a big miscommunication between the players. Someone just had to fight there. Like, you know when you got the 5-7 swinging out, you know where the bomb is, you hear the plant noise, you see the smoke, someone's just got to spam into it, right? And the fact that all three players swing, as you say, on time alone, yeah, there wasn't much of it, but the kills could have came in before that. There's every opportunity that the T side find themselves that third with a couple seconds to spare. Incredibly close. It's a winner for the CT side, but still more work to be done. As they have quarter of this half left to play. Mikey, good start. Spam through the smoke. Is successful. Kinky drops.
Whole lot of flashes traded through, but Forsey is where they go. The open arms of the AWP. Sweet release of death as he embraces player after player. Finally, Forsey will fall, but not before Detour has finished off the round 4 apiece.
Money starting to wear thin for the T side. Did say it was all about playing chase. We know that the CT side is the stronger one. I won't remind you too much of it, but the fact that it's 4-4, you know, 4 rounds T side isn't exactly the worst half of CS to be played. See if they can get any more than that, though. This one, as I said, an eco, a rogue investment from Executor. But to no avail.
Showing Rush B away from this A site. And for the first time in a while, they feel confident to do so against pistols. Flash in. Oh! Okay. Texie getting a little too close for comfort there. Mikey is dispatched. 4-on-4 situation, and once again, YaLLa have been forced to give away the outside space. They had players looking towards heaven on the round that they won. Are they going to be as aware of this gap in the defense right now? Forsey's still playing towards ramp solo, and it is the Alive that's going to hold on. It's quite a few angles to consider, so the natural reaction is retake the lobby space. Gives them a foundation from which to work, as all 4 Rush B players have scaled the outside of the building and are getting ready for the same approach, but with a little bit of difference in perspective. The Alive in the corner gets the freebie. It's a nice angle held by the Alive, peeking back in, getting another one. While Texie's going to have a rifle. It's very quickly lost into the rafters position. So YaLLa back in the lead. CT start was strong, but after going quiet for just a while, they've managed to pick themselves back up.
Here we have it. Bomb will be stuck. YaLLa up to their 5th. CT side to take over. How far do they run with it? Executor on a Galil after the low money at the start of last round. Everyone else, AK armor, full util. Made sets looking pretty strong for both sides. Forsey's back out on that big green though, Harry, and it's a round like this you turn to someone like him or Mikey being your outside player to find the impact, to really put the nail in the coffin. Another one away. This one is fast towards A. Forsey, no scope up close. He's a sight player with an AWP. An interesting move, and one of which where he goes 1 for 1 and just gifts the big green to Rush B.
How on earth Rush B keep getting away with these quick A plays? I have no idea. The utility has been brilliant. Laying it on thick. Flash to get in. I mean, they're still running through these mollies most of the time. YaLLa forced to respect the one placed in front of them right now as a blocker and the smoke behind it as well. Got to make a commitment here if you want to go for the retake, and even look at this, Texie's dropping another smoke on the site to play around with himself. A little bit of defense. Kiro getting one on the way back through. Detour shut down. All on Mikey now. The man who needs to step up has found a smoke to sit within. Not going to be enough time. Has to commit back to the fight and has just about got it, I think. It's damn close, but YaLLa make that retake work. And finally reclaim the A site yet again.
I mean, to be perfectly frank with you, Harry, this round should have been lost. I don't know what Forzy's game plan was. Maybe to up with the AWP. You can see those 2v1. Mikey, I mean, just capitalising on the fact that the post-plant setup was pretty bad from Rush B. Very separated, untradeable positions. Just getting caught off. And now, with a bomb plant, I mean, they go for another investment, but you kind of feel like last round was their best chance at it. Or plucks a first out from the sky as Kinky dropped down. A second player falls as Mikey in main now upgrades to the AK. 4 on 3 as Texie gets one back, but again, just feels like that, yeah, you can find one, but I can do one better than that.
3 on 3. Detour walking out solo into ramp, as is the Alive outside. Mikey creeping through secret should be an opportunity for him to find Texie. No, walking up the steps, he's the one that'll claim the first of those kills. 2 players back, chance for Detour to stabilize, and he does so successfully. Texie's position will be noted. The footsteps heard as they'll drop a smoke towards the bomb. Opportunity for him to go ahead and pick this one back up. So much damage done in the process though, down to 18 points of health. Texie will simply claim the bomb. And the rest of YaLLa will play back through on the timing of this objective. Question is, does he want to loop back around and go to A instead? I think that's the option he's going to elect for, and may just find himself in a slightly better position in doing so.
That tap has just cost him.
It has. He's not fully committed to this, and so with the one window that he did have, Detour the dismissal and YaLLa confirming their advantage. I said at the start that 8 was sort of like a possibility for Rush B to get back into this. They'll still be happy if they can find this final round.
Some replays being shown to us. You can see the back and forth of this round, right? It was like different colours every kill. Finally, the picture painted is one in favour of YaLLa, but again, lost bonus adds up. They go for a bite. It's the last of the half. The A-rush should be half anticipated at this point. Mikey spans, gets the first, smoke goes up, but there is a trade within it. 4v4, vent dive attempted, MBQ will deny before coming back towards ramp and covering off there. 3 on 4, Rush B. Couple of players down. It's on Kinky to slip through the gap outside. And now a bit of a safety net because they do have space towards B, but the bomb is stuck outside. 2 players lower, but the most important one, nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, MBQ is not going to be here to catch the cross though, so I mean, YaLLa should be aware by now the possibility of lower presence. MBQ's just a few moments too late in this endeavour. Can wrap back around through secret, cause a problem late on in the round, but that's the point we're getting to right now. The seconds are flying away quickly. Rush B burning that wick right the way down to the bottom, and that's the info that Detour will collect. Nade towards control, stopping the flood back out. 30 seconds or less, and MBQ's closed that gap completely. Left unchecked. His position now is everything. First kill picked up, still no bomb plant. The doors swing open. With that, Rush B can finally get it down. It's Executor, 1 versus 4. He's 3 kills deep already, the youngster. Oh, what a play! Welcome to the execution. It's an ace clutch in the end, as Rush B will find 5 on the half.
And he just picks up his drink, takes a sip, and lives in the moment. I'm surprised how little the reaction is there. That's such a big round to win as well. I know it's only a round, but the difference between 7-5 and 8-4, Harry, absolutely massive. On a map like Nuke, it means everything. And that might just be map defining. Saving FaZe, getting them back into this game. And just to put it into perspective on Nuke, while I have a second here, Harry, the difference is in halves, right? I think the key bit, I'm only going to tell you the last 3 months, as I think that's the most important. The key difference between the 7-5 and the 8-4 is like 30%. You get a 30% chance more winning at 7-5 than you do 8-4. It is important to win this pistol, though. And while it has landed 2-on-2, all 4 players... kills on the board. Well, not Forzy at least.
2-on-2 situation. One plant coming in. Chance for a fight here. MBQ ends up going down. All on Forzy.
Oh.
Time after time he's been relied upon. Make the walk through vents or at least fake it. There's a kit in play here, Ryan.
Yeah.
That's the round over. Nice try, Forzy. Just didn't quite account for the purchase. That's what makes the difference. It's a nice shot on the way back through.
All right.
Won't mean all too much, but the fact that YaLLa brought it to post, I think, is now their win condition to go ahead and force back in themselves. But just one round the difference does make this problematic.
Huge win. As you say, winning the pistol kind of puts things back into good shape. Ahead only just. It's the CT side that find the first. Kiro blows open the smoke, finds the headpiece of Mikey. Remaining players all on ramp. The molly will only last a certain amount of time, and from there the floodgates will well and truly open.
So Tech9 at the forefront of this. The Alive in hell. Making his presence known. It's the closest player to this is Texi. With the support of Kinky combined, could prove to be problematic here, as we already see. He's trying to take that peek on, can't bear the weight. YaLLa come barreling through. As soon as that contact is hit, you can see them sprinting towards the site, now in lower. Util coming back from the Executor, he's trying to make his way back forwards. Done a brilliant job. Planter unaccounted for. Executor, they're living within his realm on the B site right now. Taking this game by the scruff of the neck, and he keeps on going. 3 kills, can't make it a quad. And with him finally removed from the server, there was half a chance for Dieter, but the damage was done. So Rush B have found that leveler.
Insane, man. What a shot by Executor. And what a positive start, turning very, very sour for YaLLa. Win a pistol, sort of leave the first half and start the second on such a high. And then just as quick as it all gets going, it all comes crumbling down. It's the CT side that have all the money. It's the CT side that have the good guns. He saved an 8k as well from the second. And now if you're YaLLa, it's back to the drawing board. I mean, what do you even do in this situation?
The saddle chance for MBQ. It's a fleeting one at that. Players peeking. YaLLa attempting a couple of different lanes, but every player shut out on their lonesome. No cohesive effort in this round at all. Hoping for some kind of a schoolboy error, but Rush B won't make that mistake. I mean, look at how deep this clear is. Kiro doesn't hesitate for a second to to think about the possibility. So Rush B back in front. We've seen this situation before, Ryan. It was a complete capitulation on Mirage. But the second half was the story there. And this time, it looks completely different by comparison.
Three in a row for Rush B. Peeking, 4C. Orp spotted, yet still people peeked Orp. Bit of a silly move, giving ECLOT the early starter. And it feels like this round here is a bit of a taste of your own medicine kind of round. They push in fast towards A. The hold isn't good. It's up to Kiro 1 on 3. Deagle drawn. Good start. Great start from Kiro. One more in the 1 versus 3. Anticipates a player from heaven. It'll be from main that Mikey arrives. The AWP is trained, scoped on the angle, but moves away. Bomb is left in T-spawn. The question is, where does Kiro go next? It's a game of timings, that who will be the better off. The fighting lobby, Mikey goes check in. Oh my word, and he nearly misses his chance. It's 8 on the board for ECLOT, but only just.
Needed that one, ECLOT. I mean, Rush B, round after round, putting themselves in brilliant positions. The opener from Force was absolutely everything to just get on the site. So, I mean, Kiro here, 1 versus 3, very nearly wins it. 3 missed bullets from Mikey was the opportunity that he had, but as you say, that game a chance. It's just a couple of seconds off, milliseconds at that.
Nicely done. 4 kills. Only the 1 casualty. Quick, easy round. ECLOT regain the lead, and you start to panic now for Rush B. I did say it was all about a good start on Nuke, and well, that was quite short-lived. ECLOT looking to take over here in the middle to late stages of this map.
Timeout Rush B. Realized, okay, we're around behind again now. And what with it only being a 7-5 half in ECLOT's favour, they've done a pretty damn good job to keep this competitive. CTs don't exactly have a whole lot of bankroll here to try and finance the war that they're waging against ECLOT in this semi-final. For a spot in the final, of course, and it's to my understanding the winners of that will be moved on into the next stage of competition, whatever that looks like, of course, with it being unranked. The possibility to unlock VRS points, Ryan, it's something which we find ourselves talking about all too often. As the round starts by Mikey whipping his way around the corner. ECLOT take the outside space, but they lose the indoors in the process. At least lobby control, because Mikey has found himself out on an open A site.
I mean, look at the space they've got, as you say,
Yeah.
towards A.
Standard call by the book. You see the open space,
Yeah.
you walk into it. What on earth? Rush B get a couple of kills. Texie was playing outside. 5-7 of Executor gets one back. Now has an AK to work with. Smoke is to just help support the play coming through Squeak Door. Nade opens it right back up. Forcey with the flash supports MBQ. There's a defuse happening the whole time. The Alive, the only one to route that out.
Good lord.
What am I watching?
I don't know, man. That's a round that I think everyone communally will want to forget. I don't know what is happening. 3 on 5, just the overfighting. And then, of course, an activation towards main. They're playing main when the bomb was planted backside. It's another confusing element to all of this. And then somehow, players have sort of switched positions in heaven. No one was expecting it. It's a pretty sloppy round, but for YaLLa's sake, one that they will take as they get closer and closer to that grand finals game. Of course, a big difference in prize money, Harry. Sort of going from semi-final to grand final. You get 1.5k guaranteed to lose this game. You walk away third, fourth, 1.5. Go to the grand final, it's 2k extra already. You get 3,500 per second and 12.5 for first. So, you know, not that it's going to be different for anyone else, but winning very much is the best option if you want a bit of cash in pocket just before Easter.
Minute left now, and YaLLa don't look like they're any further towards making that execution happen. In terms of utility, they have plenty of it to make this one work and set it in motion. And for Rush B, you're just looking at smoke now placed. Molly in the hands of Kinky as well. It's opportune. Where are YaLLa going? 30 seconds, and they're genuinely considering a full save at this stage in the round off the back of that one pick.
Save call. I want nothing to do with this round. Probably the most dull round of CS that you'll see today, but here we are.
Counter-terrorists win.
They'll have themselves another chance with the weapons presented. CT side, big green, 4M4s. This is it, buy on buy, and you feel like that this round in particular, Harry, number 20, is pretty round sculpting. Or map sculpting, I should say. Win this one, sort of tie game, maybe even take a lead. YaLLa, they could develop theirs. Huge opportunity.
Coming out in the corner, Zinni flashed up but still yet to be removed. Detour hammering home 2 kills back. YaLLa with their double-digit advantage, looking to make it an 11th and creep ever closer to being home and dry. Hero dropping in, plenty of damage done, breaking his angles but still hitting the shots. No scope onto Mikey, now all MB. His position expected, but the headshot of the A1S is not enough. Hero condemned to the bowels of the A site. Stepping on forward as the bomb is yet to be recovered. Forsey will hold the line. And so with it, YaLLa dragged forwards. 2 rounds the gap between the teams, and that's all they need to secure a spot in our grand final later on.
Two of 3 timeouts remain for YaLLa. Their first here on Nuke. Only 2 rounds to go until they walk away with a grand final spot. Massive opportunity. I'll be happy taking for Rush B after a tilter on Mirage. So close here on Nuke. Question is, when the chips are down, will they be able to react and respond, Harry? Will they be able to deliver?
Brilliant entry work from Detour. I mean, just before he goes down, gets that second kill. No-scope from Kiro is audacious. But when it comes down to crunch time, these, 1v1s, 1v2s, YaLLa have been able to convert with the exception of Executor. 21 and 13 he stands in the server right now. And it does seem to feel like if he's not performing, the rest of Rush B are nowhere to be seen. Kiro had his moment in the previous, but even then it wasn't enough. And now, from Hell, MBQ, catching a bit of a gap, but then getting the flak on the way back through. Texi, the next line of defense, the point man of this hold. In through double he goes, and then back up into the rafters of the lower site. Nestled to perfection with the support of Kiro coming in tow. YaLLa have a lot to do if they want to bust down the B door and find a way in here, up to the silo. That's where Texi's still playing from as Kiro has been removed. HE coming through, but it's a solo peek from Forsey. There is no follow-up. Mikey with the AWP in his hands. Just can't do enough right now. And Detour left to win it. I said 1vx, I didn't mean 1v4.
Seconds left, it will be a save. We'll get some replays going in the meantime. The B side defense just went so deep for the CT side. Plenty of bodies on the line, they knew what was coming. Detour left alone, and as you say, a task too tall. 1 against 4, Kiro's double at the helm of success in round 20. A 10th found for Rush B. Both teams now at double digits, the gap down to 1. And at this point in the game, it's not about showing off your skill, Harry. It's about making the least mistakes, because it has felt very scrappy, at least in the last few.
Still outside, YaLLa looking to go there. HE dropping in actually to see what was going on there. Can't away for just a moment. MBQ drops down solo. YaLLa a little flat-footed, but then Detour crops up just when they need him. Yet again, Knight in shining armor, the Alive in support as Detour dives into the vent. Look to solidify position and help out the rest here. Flash lets 3 players cross. Kiro's a dead man. 4 on 2. Bomb plant coming in on the B site. Hey, this is going to be map point for YaLLa. Rush B not in a position to attempt this. Yes, and he has a kit, they've got a smoke, but you've got to find 2 kills each, and this is CS2 after all. YaLLa might just go ahead and win their opponent's map pick, Ryan. We said there was a possibility. And we have reached that watershed moment.
Bomb will go off. No denying YaLLa of a 12th now. It is map and series point. They get 2 shots at it as well. One timeout used. I'm surprised that it comes from YaLLa, not from Rush B.
It's one of those situations where you just give yourself that extra 30 seconds to make sure that we're making the right call here, that the game plan is solid, and so you can come into what they're hoping will be the final round. You look at money, they can buy here whatever happens. Rush B take a win, even then you want to do damage. I mean, this round has to be good from YaLLa. It has to be even better from Rush B.
Lots of util dumped early towards door. You look at the CT side here, Harry. We've got 1 minute and 30 left. We've got what? 2 smokes, 1 molly, a handful of flashbangs. It's a fast push towards A. Again, one that doesn't find much success. Executor takes so much damage in the top hut molly. He drops towards vent. He's going through the door smoke. Hold on. No one's holding for this. They've got to be careful. There's your first. Forzy holding the back end with the AWP.
Oh.
And the bomb, in the meantime, is being planted on B.
Yeah, this is going to buy a whole lot of time for Forzy to find this rotation for himself as well. And, yeah, well, sure, the Alive has been spotted. The reposition, oh, the timing is just ridiculous. Texty should never expect this. Just managed to creep into the corner. It's perfect. Forzy is there. He can line up the last 2 kills. Forzy to arrive on the scene. The Alive has done all that he can to give the opportunity for the Star Man to send them home. Peek round the corner with the knife. What is Forzy doing?
What is he doing?
A huge mismanagement of the situation sends us to max regulation again.
Oh, dude. I don't know if that's a miscomm. I reckon he thought the door was shut. I mean, you never play knife out there when the bomb's planted default if the door's open. Never. That's got to be some big miscommunication. He's definitely gone and asked, is the door shut? Someone said yes, and it isn't, and he's just swung knife out. There's no way that's the case. Oh, dude, that is huge. Huge misplay. And that felt like a certain win. I mean, the Alive sat back in his chair because I think he knows just as much as we do. He did so much for the squad in that post plant, bought so much time, got into a good position, just toyed with the idea of swinging out, but just played discipline, waited for the info, couldn't get the second, a little bit of an unfortunate timing as one player jumps up to control. But it's a 1v1 with like 12 seconds left. The tap of the bomb brings everything down. And the last of regulation, of course, will see both sides buy, but one that looks about even.
Final opportunity for YaLLa to close in this fashion. They'll be looking for back-to-back 13-11s. Started out on Mirage, went down so many rounds, recovered. Now on Nuke. A similar story the opposite way. One of a missed opportunity. First player spotted towards ramp. Jumps back across from trophy to safety. Mikey down in secret solo. Big 1 versus 1 against Kinky on the corner with the MP9. The CT player falls. The first gap in Rush B's defense has opened up. But YaLLa aren't too quick on the uptake themselves. They've slowed down the pace. They are ready for this re-hit towards the A side. 3 players already out, diving down the vent. Mikey's dropped on the lower side, so there's a bit of a gap now that they've got to try and close. Bomb plant coming in. Zinni still the one causing all of this issue, creeping on closer, straight in he goes. Between the Alive and Forzy, they've got to come up with the goods yet again. They dig in.
Of course, Mirage 13-11, a grueling 2 maps, but it is done in 2, and it is Rush B that will walk away in 3rd, 4th place. Gotta say, unfortunate for them. I think Mirage definitely could have gone their way if it was a 5v5. The if, buts and maybes of that final round, but you got to look at the absolutes, I guess, in this situation, and those that Rush B, invited team, get taken down by YaLLa, who are currently on a bit of a streak in this tournament. Fair play to them, through to the grand final, and that is 4 BO3s now in a row that YaLLa have won.
Yeah, sometimes that's all you need, right? A little bit of momentum to get you going. And I have to say, yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed with how YaLLa were managing to, or were able to hold on to this series throughout the day when, you know, the first map, they looked by far second best. I mean, Rush B were all over them. Like an absolute book, just reading round after round. Some of the flanks they failed to contain on that T side to kick things off. And it's the same T side which they're able to win on Nuke in that second half. The opening 12 weren't as strong as they could have been with how they started. Plenty of momentum at their backs now coming into that final game, which will be against either Big or Passion UA. That's what we're here to find out, and that'll be our second game coming up a little later on.
Yeah, before that though, we do have an interview ready. I do believe the Alive is joining us from YaLLa to have a chat about the game. The Alive, congratulations first and foremost, man. Like a big win for you guys. Obviously, Rush B, a team that got invited to this event, haven't looked too great in form, but an important one for you. Heading into this BO3, I guess we can start about the veto, right? Because it felt like you guys had a really good map pool against them, right? You banned probably their strongest map in Train. You knew that you got to pick your favourite map of Mirage, and the ban of D2 for them was a map that you don't play all too well yourself, right? Like, you've only played it a handful of times. What was the prep like for you heading into this series? Like, did you expect the veto to go as it went, like Mirage, Nuke, Ancient?
Yes, we expected the same veto as happened, and we also know something about what is gonna happen and how we should approach the maps. So we had something, and it was not going in the plan in the start of the Mirage, I would say, and we needed to do more improvisation, I would say, and after that we were able to get some rounds, and luckily we have won Mirage because of Scout, I think, in 4C. He did a headshot on B side, and if that didn't happen, we wouldn't have this talk. But thank you for 4C that he's that good, and we have won.
Yeah, I mean, a player like Forzi coming into the team is always going to be a huge boost. What's it like, though, in the comms after a round like that? I know you guys took a few timeouts throughout the game, especially at the end of Nuke, to just, I don't know, calm yourselves down, reinforce the game plan. What is it that we want to do on this last round to make sure it sticks? How important has working with the coach been?
So those pauses actually helped us a lot. We were able to talk things through and to make a decision what we are going to do. On Nuke especially, we were focusing on around what we are going to do, so we take a pause and talk through what will happen. We saw who is good and who is bad on enemy team, like doing frags, so we make decision also based on that, and we see and we have won basically. Nice.
Yeah, I want to ask about Nuke, not the last round, but the round before it, where you're in dark. You kill the first guy, you know where the second guy is in control. What happened with Forzi? Because I thought that it was a miscom where, like, you or someone else said the door was open and he peeks with his knife out and gets shot. Like, what happened there?
We said him that there's a bomb behind side and door is open, but he thought it's opened like on different from the other side, and then he was able to like press E and hit the door, but yeah, it was bad decision for him. He should be just clearing with op and just clear him maybe with a duck and kill him easily, but he was expecting that door is opened from the second side.
Hey, it happens, man. It's the game. You ended up winning anyway, 13-11, 13-11. Two pretty close maps, but I think you'll be happy that it's gone 2-0 because you've now booked a spot in the grand final, and that's going to be taking place later today. What does the preparation look like for you in that time between now and later on? Are you going to be watching the other semi-final? Are you just going to be, getting out the house, getting some fresh air and sort of relaxing yourself? Is it an aim routine? What do you do in these situations?
So for today. We have also another match in 30 minutes, I think. So we are
Classic.
going from this
Classic.
match to another, and then we play the finals. So I think our coach will do some preparation, and we'll see what map pool we are going to play. But we will just play one more BO3, and we will let preparation for someone else.
All right, well, we'll let you go. Good luck against Eyeballers in 27 minutes, and wish you the best in the grand final.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
See you. Oh, dude. I
Grinders.
should have known. I should have looked on HLTV, bro. I swear, these guys, at this level of play, it's like, oh, yeah, I just finished my official. I'm playing another one in like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm playing 5 a day. Anyway.
Online CS.
Forcey's the player that we get on our screens. He was the match MVP, and I think the Alive highlighted it pretty well himself. You know, sure enough, he wasn't able to make the right decision in that one moment towards the end of Nuke, but the only reason we were there with YaLLa being a map up, I think, was from his heroics in that previous clutch.
Yeah, no, it is exactly that, right? Like, he has been a star performer this series. You see the match scoreboard over the course of 2 maps, he is so far ahead of everyone else. I've got to say, I'm a big fan of Executor. He's someone that has appeared on my radar after this BO3. I think he had a fantastic series. It's a bit of a shame that, you know, the team don't really walk away with a map win, as you said, like 13-11, 13-10, 2 very, very close maps, and it could have gone either way. But for what it's worth, a really good game from him as well. Got to hand it to the rest of YaLLa as well. Like, there's no individual here that didn't step up where required. You know, MBQ finding impact. Mikey, I think, really stepped up his game in map 2 on the CT side. Detour, the Alive, both mid 30 digits, doing what is required to get this game over the line. And for Rush B, back to the chalkboard maybe to discuss what happens in the near future. As I said in the interview, you know, I was wondering what the prep was like. Rush B aren't exactly a team that show or have shown, I should say, much success over the last 3 months. I feel like a lot of games fit in the red rather than the green. But they have been playing some fairly decent teams. You know, Favbet, Bait, Paravision, Fnatic are in there as well. Like, they've played some competent teams. YaLLa the same. And it was just a matter of if YaLLa keep their streak or if it's the invited team to walk through to the grand final. And that's the question we'll be asking ourselves in the next game, because we've got another banger ahead of us.
Yeah, look, not to downplay this one or anything, but I think Big versus Passion UA is the highlight fixture coming into that grand final. Whoever ends up winning this, I imagine, would then be favourites moving forwards, and it's a game that we can't wait to give to you. But there is a bit of an extended break. It's ended 2-0. We're not on a rolling schedule. You know how it goes. Go get yourself a snack. Go make lunch or whatever at this point in time. We've just crossed midday in Central Europe right now. So, yeah, go ahead, sort yourself out. But you best be back in an hour's time, because we've got a great game coming up for you. We'll see you then for Big versus Passion. Bernard once again, and we're going to be diving into this one with you all. We've got a team in the top 20 in the form of Big going up against Passion, who, if I'm not mistaken, you know, they come into this tournament having just secured an invite in CCT as well off the back of Gamer Legion. They're in a spot right now where they're competing in quite a few circuits, looking to rack up some VRS points, but obviously clawing their way back to make it to another major, right? That was where these two teams played each other last.
Yeah, and look, we've got ourselves a banger, as you say here. I think Passion UA, as you were talking about, seed. Right now, I think they've looked very shaky though, and you know, even in games like this, you can't exactly sit here and say they are massive favourites. They are 100% going to win because it's online CS, and unfortunately, it's Big.
yeah, it is Big at the end of the day, right? I mean, in terms of their map pool, there are 3 missing from the bottom as well. So, yeah, both of these teams in recent weeks have sort of lent towards a select few that they're happy with, and Ancient is where that crossover comes. Mirage as well, both sit in that top 2, and that's the overlap between them and Passion, and where I think we can expect this veto to head. To speak of that track record as well, like you're talking about, the last time you and I would have commentated one of their matches was in the IM Dallas close qualifier. Ended up getting knocked out by Heroic, who I believe went on to qualify. They got into that final game against Astralis. They went to Cluj, that would have been on LAN of course. Just so back and forth, right? They lost to Mouse, they get wins against FlyQuest and Wildcard. Who cares? They lose to Eternal Fire and Astralis in straight sets. They didn't take a map off a single one of those top teams in the event. So I think it's nothing to get confident about. You look at some of the other qualifiers they've played recently, some online stuff as well. And yeah, they're not even beating teams like Ents, I think, where you kind of expect them to. I'm happy to sort of forgive the BC game loss there because I think they are the form team at the moment in Tier 2. But yeah, it's a real mixed bag. Do you know what I mean? I don't think we know what big we're going to get. The highlight points that we have seen from them, though, I think Hyped Orps looked really good in general. QB's been fairly consistent, and actually JDC had stepped up quite a bit from memory when maybe, you know, he was one of those players who was under scrutiny when changes were being made, being, you know, the third longest standing player on this team now since tabseN's been here for, what, like the best part of a decade at this point. So, yeah, there is some consistency in big, some change. You've got to really meet the two together. And yeah, coming into this veto, I don't think there should be too many surprises in terms of what we end up getting.
Yeah, minus Nuke, minus Anubis, pretty bog standard. Mirage being picked by Passion UA. It's their second most played map in the pool. Ancient being picked by Big. This is like the staple pick. Big love a bit of Ancient. 21 in the last 3 months. Dust 2 Inferno gone. Our decider is Train. If we get there, that's going to be fun. It will be Big's first outing on this map. For Passion UA, it's their second. They played Sinners, lost 13-7. So I actually kind of hope we get to a decider here, Harry, because I'd be interested to see how these two play Train. Passion UA, you know, as I said, only one recorded fixture. For Big, it's their first time. So who knows? It would be an interesting game. Yeah, I mean, I say, oh, it's Big. I didn't want to slander them too much before you went on about the changes and the comparison between the two. But look, I think in honest opinion, like, you look at some of their results, it has been very up and down. Eternal Fire have been playing really good CS. That's an expected loss. Losing to Ents, to Sinners, to BC Game. I don't know. Like, if you're Big right now, a tier 1 organization, you probably should be winning at least, you know, a couple of those, if not all of them. Especially an Ents side that has looked pretty deflated as of recently. You know, you talk about Sinners as a squad. You know, Oscar isn't even there anymore, and they're still losing. I don't know, man. Like, it's tricky. I want Big to do well. I'm praying on their upswing in tier 1 Counter-Strike and get to see them back. As you say, they missed out on Dallas. That would have been a huge event for them. Major-wise, yeah, sure, they played in the RMR. We were talking about that, you know, the Passion UA game, 30th of November. Even then, you know, they got 6th, 8th. They came quite literally bottom of the pack at 3-2. It's one of those things that I just want Big to do, to go above and beyond. It feels like it's been a while.
Stages in the past. Starting out on the defense here, and it's a quick trade. Hyped able to get one. Walk down, coming through. It's tabseN in the apartments. Passion splitting the A site. Take just a moment to be set in motion as they're behind the smoke, but as the util starts to come through, Passion UA flooding out into this space. Taps from QB. Able to pick up at least one. They'll be locked out from Ticket as things currently stand. Passion have a chance to get him post and stabilized, but QB is quick off the mark. Looking now at the position of Jambo, so far advanced. He was the start for a lot of that major run, but hoping that it's not going to end the same way it did in the opening stage with a big map win on Passion's pick of Mirage. They are the ones who concede the pistol.
Good start for Big. Stick the defuse. It's a bomb plant, though, for the T side, so economy will be kept modest. Push towards A. Neutered completely in the post. Gotta say, QB happy to fight everyone, it felt like, on site there. Had players to support if need be. And Big, quick conversion. As mentioned, some money in the pockets. I did say there is a force in round 2. There was the potential for it. You can see that it's just upgraded pistols, and they're going to play for the full buy in round 3.
tabseN dropping cover of smoke. Into underpass. I mean, Big were pretty aggressive in the pistol round in terms of their stance towards B. And I like this setup with the initial utility. Oh. As I was saying, Passion with a very slow default here. They've got 3 deeks, P250 in the hands of Jacasmo. Now regrouping for this site hit. And as things currently stand, 2 players in mid could be a fairly quick rotation for Big. Not over-invested in that idea just yet, and neither have Passion.
.50 on the clock. Such a slow round, just baiting out all the util.
Crimbo still with a HE, that could be damaging. He's nowhere near it though. I think the issue is now that Passion, in trying to find this first pick, oh my lord, they finally come to life. Still a man down, but equal numbers on the site as it stands. Hyped, making a real meal of these fights in the open, but Kvem simply cannot capitalize. The former driller's man is drilled to the floor as Big will hammer home their second.
Nicely done. There is a technical pause as we head into the third. Hyped has disappeared from his camera. You can see odds over at 1xBet favouring that big side. Not too greatly, but still a commanding lead in terms of that. Got to hand it to Passion UA. Couple of kills. They play it really slow, burn a lot of the util out of the pockets of Big. I'd argue a successful round for them. They knew what they were doing in that situation. Just wanted to burn down that clock as much as possible because the money not going to be easy for the CT side to manage, especially in the early stages of this map. Of course, they've got themselves 4 AKs and a Galil. They'll be looking to strike back here in round 3. Tip the scales in their favour a little bit. I think we are about ready to go. By the looks of things, yes, indeed. The clock starts winding down. And it is time to get back into the action, Harry.
Yeah, that it is. I think it's interesting when you look at Passion UA as well. The history of this team before the double player change coming out of the major, they'd only made 1 swap in terms of players up until that point, and that was Mara 2K leaving. So, you know, it's been a team built on consistency a lot of the time. This round, Zerafix looking towards Abs. Tabson's found a kill in the meantime. Jacasmo, the player who is the casualty, and I mean, Hyped takes a boatload of damage from that molly before it's finally put out by his team. But Passion haven't been able to get past this first line of Big defense. Big, as a team, are very good defensively. But that trend in the mid-round isn't one that can continue. 2 kills back for Passion, all onto Crimbo on this B-site hold right now. Good damage onto the first of those players, Fem, but already creeping around the side is the distraction of Zerofix, and with that, Topa will bag a double. 3 kills in the round, and with the bomb plant coming in, Tabson will not attempt. He's seen better chances in his time, and this isn't one of them.
Yeah, we'll just opt to save the M4, and that's what I was on about. Good damage done with the eco. They know that the bomb plant in the pistol kept the economy quite close together. Fine to round 3, 1 successful round, and you look at the money. Hypes, M4 half armor, JDC's on SMG, Crimbo probably even SMG or pistol if he wants the util, QB the same. It's a disappointing one for Big because they know that could have been the defining moment for them, you know, really get ahead, put the pressure on Passion UA. Instead, the door left wide open for them not to just equalise, but a bit more than that. The money will be reset completely for Big. Do they want to force around this M4, or do they want to take an eco and buy bad weapons in the next? They go for the force, Harry. It makes sense. But already, Big's lead going to be null and void.
Such a key kill well, such a key round win, sorry. It was those kills in the mid-round yet again from Passion that is the reason why you can never count this team out. Big should know this. As I said before, they're well acquainted with one another. Do not even stress the details. From the RMR to that BO1 in the opening round of the main event of the major. And as it stands, you can already see Crimbo just chipping away. Flash lands at his feet, but he's still posted up in front of the fridge. This is great extremity control, which is just going to allow the rest of Big to call an over rotation towards A, where Passion had been hitting late on a couple of those initial rounds.
Good start. Amalgamating towards A. Tapson finds one with the M4, Harry. Second kill. Painted in pink. It's Passion UA that starts to close that gap to sight. Util usage, Tapson forced forward. Really good support. They haven't cleared default though. This could be scary. No one's cleared it. Bomb plant happening. It will be stuck. Height activates but can only find one. The bodies just swing out, but it's board time for Crimbo. 1 on 3 though with the SMG.
I think he can deny this even here as well. Just a little too late to get on the angle for Jacasmo. That's the reason why Hype delayed it. Was hoping that he'd give Crimbo a better chance post-mortem. And now 1 versus 2. The first kill already under his belt. What's Jambo doing? Peeks out solo on the stairs and puts Topa in a clutch situation, which he will not win. Crimbo closing it out. A huge misplay in the 2v1 from Passion UA.
That is a massive blunder. Huge opportunity, but it is spilled in the 1 on 3. As you say, he had the chance to deny the bomb, and he had the clock against him. 3 1v1s. I mean, it's no fault to the planter. Just trying to get into position in CT, but you got to question Passion UA's protocols there, Harry. That round, you just got to play three towards Con and jungle. You wait for the bomb to get tapped, and you peek together.
Majorly disappointing conclusion to that round. AWP out for Hype now. And JDC finding Big another first blood. How many of these rounds are going to begin in the same fashion? I mean, there's no other real way to put it. This time Apartments has been given over by Big, but I mean, even to that extent, Hyped watching on, peering down the length of it. And through mid Passion go, but Big will know this.
Oh, missed shot out of the AWP though. That's costly. Hyped lucky to get away with his life. Still a 4v5 that Passion UA have to work from, but it's a lot of information. And I mean, look, we watched Mirage in the last series, Harry, and a lot of the same happening now here and there. Tabson, push ramp, massive flank. They know they can just gamble stack the B site here. The util comes in. The stack might be too late though. They are playing out the site to Rocket's good start.
Hello. That's Quem going down, and Jambo's been forced to reinvestigate here, so less numbers to hold the site. Self-Tabson bouncing off of the roofing. The inner coating of the wall. Crimbo gets a kill back, 2 on 2, still a chance. But JDC needs to make the most of it. There's a push coming in market. That's Jacasmo. First kill is his, but Jambo is only 11 points of health. It's his turn in the 1 versus 1 now to make amends for the mishap on the previous. Position given away, and JDC will confirm it. That's 4 rounds for Big as they extend their advantage on this CT side. Feel like it might just be one of those days, Ryan.
Yeah. Even when you think it all could go right. You have the info, you have the play. Feels like you more or less have the round. you still can't make it work. Big up to 4, Passion UA unable to convert. I say they had the round, it was 4v5 to begin with, but you feel like they were out B, they got the opening kill, things look really positive for them. And another post plant, another clutch 1v2 for JDC this time. So half investment for Passion UA. They'll try and stumble out the apartments.
Oh.
2 players on the site waiting for them though. Good start for Tapson. Crimbo, the second man, activating at the edge of the apartments, finds himself a double. Clem on the Deagle, tries to connect. Jambo blocking him as he tries to get back into cover. And Hype there to close out to minimise damages. Only the 1 casualty as Big make it 5.
T-side Stampede running themselves into the ground. Now Passion UA have credit yet again. Need to start converting some of these positions though. And by positions I mean literally just from the freeze time, because a lot of these rounds it doesn't even feel like they're getting into a position where they can, you know, close out, for example. I mean, we had a couple of those 2 versus 1s, right? But when you look at the bigger picture, it's a lot of the time Passion UA having to fight back into a round where they don't get the first pick. Often working with middle. That's why they apply their trades on this round as well. To re-challenge this from Big. There's just no duel that they can win. And here is Jambo. Kill onto QB. That is a big find.
Wally on short, Tapson's got to get away. Good first kill, but 1 point of health is all that he's spared with. Passion UA. We have jungle, we have connector. Our ramp players do not want to move. Kvem getting tagged up by the nade. Flash, good, in fact great. Crimbo moves forward and gets the kill. 3 on 3 now.
Just trying to defend the stairs. Flash comes on the rooftop. The peek back in from Crimbo shall not suffice. Tapson still creeping closer. 1 point of HP for the captain. But Crimbo's got to create a distraction, otherwise Passion UA are going to start figuring out this position, or at least so you'd think. Crossfire set up. Another 2 versus 1, surely not again. Crimbo just letting them know. Scoping in, first shot from Jambo. Had to be quick. So fast, in fact, there wasn't even time for the scope. It's a quad kill from the youngster. And so Passion will double up. And they got the entry pick as well, which is, you know, the kind of signs of life that you need from them.
Second on the board for Passion. 3-round deficit. They've still got to work back from Harry. Open the picture for Jambo. Pistols. Big. Very little weaponry to work with. Fast push towards middle here. Got a window smoke, top mid smoke, and then a con smoke, and amidst the madness, they find all the frags. It's just Hype, 1 on 5. Deagle, a second. Any more, he'll be asking. Damage. Okay. Nice couple of shots, but only the couple they get to walk away with.
Nothing more than just that, as you say. Five to 3, couple rounds in it. And this next one is a big swing round. Hyped. Nice second shot on the way back through, but beyond those first couple, you're asking quite a lot of him. Ooh, it's a little slow through the murder hole, so Big aren't going to be able to challenge mid before that smoke does plume. JDC on the edge of it. Walking back through, this should be a free kill onto Kvem. Kvem's gone back to clear it, though, and that was half a chance. Increase in pace, turning up the velocity. Passion UA with a venomous B take. Up short they go, but stopped in their tracks. Crimbo adding yet another kill onto the back of Tapson's good work. Defensible positions taken up, and Passion UA caught in transition as the rotates start to come through as well. Big extending. And right back in this.
Attack timeout used by Passion UA. Just want the 30 seconds to have a breather, catch up on what the game plan is, how it's been going. Three-quarters of the way through our first half, and Big still with that 3-round buffer.
You are investing a lot of utility to take this mid space. Big. Not quite there for the challenge right now. Battening down the hatches on the A site. That's the expected target. Passion UA posturing in this direction. Just one player to greet them at the gates. That would be QB in ramp. Just see right around the corner. Timing will be everything. Topa to try and play chase, but tucks away with hype support. A much stronger setup for the CTs now. Less than a minute on the clock and the bomb is inclined. It heads towards a direction. Team kill in the mix. Krem still hanging around Cat. 3 versus 2 situation. Big will trail, but only momentarily you feel. JDC's up close and personal. And has not been cleared just yet, with Krem gone from ladder and extra damage onto the smoke player. JDC's all the way out in the site, the first of which is spotted. And Jacasmo gets followed up on by Tabson, so only Jambo left. The Starman, transfer target to many, kept in the team, holding on his end of the bargain. First kill under his belt. JDC has the kit. Jambo needs to respect this. The timing's taken late, but JDC will have done just about enough to win big their 7th.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's 7-3 on the scorecards, Harry, but that's now the 3rd round in which Passion UA, you feel like, have got a very winnable, or what felt like a guaranteed post-plant win, and somehow it's fumbled. We had a Crimbo 1v3, we had a JDC 1v2, and I know it started as a 1v2 for Jambo to try and win out, but this round in general just looked like Passion UA could have definitely closed. It's 7-3. Money wearing thin, it's Galil's for the Passion UA side. Talk about desperation. They know they need a couple more rounds on the T side of Mirage to make this round worth, to make this half worth it.
That's the thing. You know, what state are you in by the time the second half commences? We saw a turnaround earlier in our first semi-final, but as scrappy as Passion are, you're still asking a lot of them here. These executes have been non-stop, running into big aggression. Site players doing their job. For QB already, that's 3 kills, and he's made it a quad before time concludes. The borrow time, which Passion seem to be playing with. You consider the context here, Ryan, as I just take an extra moment. That second round that we saw from them, when they didn't have guns, so disciplined, so slow, looking for an opening, and very nearly bringing it to a winnable situation. And how many times, when they have had the resources, just thrown it at the wall hoping it's going to stick. And even when they get to these post plants, these 2v1s, there doesn't seem to be any kind of stable win condition right now.
Chance to go 9-3 at the half. missed. And QB takes a lot of damage for it. It's an unfortunate misplacement that benefits the T side. Kvem with the opener, flashes around, like unscoped, and he's let players run out. QB tries to react, HE goes over the top, JDC activates from the sandwich position, and 4 quick kills between the remaining big players. See them take 9 at the first half.
Man, Hyped must have a really weak bladder. Bro's off to the toilet every 2 seconds, but instead, it's Big who can hold their nerve on the defender's side. I think, look, on their day, maybe not everyone agrees with me. I think they are one of the best CT side Mirage teams that we have. Honestly, we've seen them do it consistently. But as you mentioned, it's the series results at large which are letting them down. And while this is their opponent's pick, I think we've just got to keep half an eye on how this one progresses. It's the T side where they'll need to close things out. Just 4 rounds required. Half of that number can be bargained with a pistol win here. But Hyped goes down first, and JDC will follow suit as Jambo is there to support. The bench player smoked off by themselves. Big don't have a way in.
Okay, nice.
Okay, Tabson.
Talk about a way back in, Harry. That might just be it.
Oh, and I tell you what, Zerofix is a little bit isolated here on Cat. And well, Tabson did walk away from finding that first kill. This one's caught his attention. He's interested now. I think everyone at home should be as well, because Big is starting to make this dangerous. Now 3 on 3. Next player spotted. That one towards short. Jacasmo revealing position. Zerofix as well, cornered in window. So an open run to the A site, if they so choose to take it. Flash over the top to try and support Crimbo. It's a very cagey duel, but Topa's the only one left on the Passion side. And with 30 seconds left, Big are going to punch in the digits and bring this to post.
And Topper, kit in hand, but no armor, Harry. 4 body shots and he's dead to the Glocks.
It's going to have to goosh both players. Find the taps that he so desperately requires. The lifeline for Passion UA. Hanging off the olive branch, but Topa still grabbing on as firmly as he can. The timing is everything there. And Crimbo peaks just as soon as Topa lowers his head. Passion UA put to the ground from a 5 versus 3, Ryan. They keep getting these opportunities and they keep throwing them away.
To be honest, Harry, I've got to say, the post-plants for both teams this game have been pretty poor. A lot of over-peaking. I mean, even in that round, Big have the bomb planted behind Triple in the open, and we're trying to swing for the kill. You just play the bomb. Yeah, sure, he has a kit, but it's not exactly like between Palace and CT Spawn, he's going to be able to flick and kill both players instantly. Just got to play out the rounds. Big with a commanding advantage. Passion UA's pick of Mirage. 13, now 14 rounds deep. And it looks to be that an 11-3 scoreline will be reality.
Difficult to retake with this set of guns, but Jambo's taking an AK. That's not going to last very long, is it? Crimbo was ready and waiting from the TV side of apps. We'll take him on the way through the stairs. Krem's holding the murder hole. It's called that for a reason. JDC very quickly reminded of that, as Passion may very well walk out of this round with more players than Big. Yet it's number at the top of the screen which is most important, 11. Big only needing a couple more. They've kept their rifles here as well, 3 AKs, not a single one passed over, exchanging hands with the CT side. So they are left to stew in that previous purchase, as there's a fight for map point ongoing. On their pick, may I add.
Yeah. At this point, it's about saving face and trying to put up a couple more and make this look less embarrassing on the record. Their pick not working out, and you've got to think to the rest of this series. We were talking about Train as our decider, one that Big have never played before. Before that, though, is Ancient. And that's a map that Big have played a hell of a lot in the last few months. Every opportunity they've had to pick it, they have, and they will. it's not exactly like they have a bad track record on it either.
Round's already started and Passion, player down. Not been the best day in the office for Jacasmo so far. Those legacy pieces of this roster that we talk about. Another Xerofix. And already he's gone.
Slow end to it. Big just want to make sure they pick the right site. Double ramp, sorry, one palace. They have two players that are able to creep up con as well. It's a big crunch. Another miss molly on palace, I do believe. JDC finds them. Mike is catching Jambo out on site. Flashbang effective, but not good enough to dissuade him from the frag. Topa 1 on 5. It is map point big.
Made it look pretty easy too. They just walk into the site, and even Topa there, when you felt like, you know, maybe get Crimbo on the way out, maybe there's an AK, maybe... No, of course not. MP9 at range, you're clutching at straws anyway, and that's just one fight. Like, the round itself, it's the story of Big punishing Passion's over aggression, and where you would see them, you know, have one or two players playing off of each other to re-clear that space. It's just individuals trying to make a moment happen, and that's the stage that we've gotten to in this game.
Too early and middle allows a bit of a push in. We believe it's Kvam that's found himself out in top mid. He was out in top mid, Harry. Unfortunately, it's gone pretty wrong pretty quickly. Big, another advantage found in their favour. 5 on 4. 4 kills away from securing Mirage in definitive fashion.
The most definitive fashion that we'll have seen from them so far. Passion UA just can't catch a break. The last 2 maps they played against Big were both on Mirage. In the RMRB and the opening stage of the major. Both finished 13-9. This one inclined 13-3. And that Big we spoke so much about, not remaining consistent, has an opportunity to post the kind of win against a team of this caliber, which could make all the difference. But Jacasmo is starting to go against the grain. That's 1 kill picked up and some precious real estate taken away. He'll sit on top of ramp, but it barely lasts a second. That's the IGL, by the way, and he's still hitting shots like that 8 years into his career with this team. Big have carpet bombed the ramp position. Fire, flames, left smouldering with smoke after the fact. Topa so far away that even if you win this duel, the retake is a near impossibility. Big walking all over Passion in the first of these maps.
In the office, of course, there's still a chance to respond, but that is really going to dampen the moods of the lads over at Passion UA. Only 16 rounds played on their pick. They've got Ancient up next to see if they can turn their luck around. But I think right now, Harry, it's safe to say that this is the big show.
It is absolutely. Passion needing to show a little bit more of that coming into Ancient. But as I said before, look, I think these were the 2 expected opening maps that we would get from these teams, despite the fact the order's a little bit different, and Passion should still feel confident to be able to come into this second map and give Big a run for their money. The problem is, like, this is another very good Big map, as much as Mirage is as well. Passion clearly thinking that they were tactically poised to right the ship and the mistakes that were made the last time these teams played against each other. But I wouldn't even say it was tactical depth or anything of that liking to why Big ended up winning. Look at the kills, the distribution amongst them. Everyone involved, Tapson at the head of things, and all of the rest having their piece. I mean, yeah, Hyped wasn't the best, but like, par for the course, right? I think Big
Yeah,
were doing everything that they needed to there.
they have played the game that they needed to, Harry. As you say, like, it's not like anyone did bad. I think everyone just put in their shift, did what they needed to do considering the scoreline, pulled out a great result. Big make very, very light work of Passion UA in the first map. Of course, it's Ancient next to see if things look any different. And for Passion UA, time to mentally check back into this BO3, a map that's been pretty up and down for both, but it's Big staple pick, and they are only a map away from the grand final. Let's see if Passion UA can
map. I think we expect more than 3 rounds from Passion, but things not in a great place right now, to say the least.
You look at the results for Big over the last 3 months and the wins that they've got. A win over Saw, G2, Heroic, lost to FaZe 13-10, beat OG, beat Heroic again, beat Roller Coaster, a Russian team, and Cybershock. You look at some of the losses as well. I know I mentioned the FaZe one, but like 11-13 against BC Game, 11-13 against FaZe, 11-13 against Arrow. Like, some of these results could have gone their way. You've got to hand it to them. They're not a bad team on this map whatsoever. The real question is, though, of the last 5, they've
that left-hand side. As soon as the bomb goes down, I think round's over. Passion have almost resigned themselves to having lost this round already, I think, in their heads, even though it is just the difference of one man as it stands. Because this reaction is so late. They sort of know it, like, you're not hitting the site here, and you're probably not saving either. So they just lose, and that's it. That's just sad. That is just sad. This is not the game that I remember. This is not the game I know and love. Are you kidding me?
It's one of those where you stack. Cool, save is the thing that I call it, Harry. I don't know, maybe other people have their own like way they call it at home.
I get it. You don't want to spread yourself too thin and like rotate a player over and then all of a sudden the guy caves, heard the steps, but there were two players cave, I guess. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I mean, you got to think 4v5. It's one of those where you can play one.
As they do, it's the B site under siege. Nearly sent two players over. You've still got Topa hanging on towards long, or at least you did. Mid re-clear, maybe late into the round. They had the right idea to go B, and now it's just gotten a little bit chaotic with only 35 seconds left. 2 kills come out of Chikasmo's A1S. He's locked into the corner of Red Room. There's a smoke to get out. Has he missed his smoke? Oh, he's just going to end up dying. Okay. 20 seconds. Jambo has multiple angles to account for while the support is coming in from Zerafix and Spawn. Had to win that duel and does. Now main belongs to him as it has done the majority of this round. Passion casting their banner over things. I think Big overcomplicated it.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, a lot of fake plays do work on Ancient. You got to consider such long rotates between each side of the map. A and B are miles away from each other, so sometimes overcomplication can result in success. Of course, they bite the bullet, it does not work out for them. And Big will call a tactical timeout immediately afterwards. The money is in a pretty poor position for Big. In a spot where taking an eco is actually quite sensible. Just make sure you keep, you know, 24, 2200 about there to get AK armor and util. At 1900, so even at 2k you can go AK full armor flashbang. Couple of smokes, flash molly. See if Big have got like a gimmick round queued up for them in round 10. You've got upgraded pistols, there's no point just spreading out and searching for clues. See what they do with it.
Let's see, pace change again. Tabson leading the line. Point man of the push with the captain's armband on his sleeve. It's Hype that's able to get the first of those kills, and they just completely retract it. The train is heading for a different destination, and that's the A site. Jambo's managed to get the first of those kills, and he'll walk into the fire and flames instead of backing up. Pistol drawn, 3 players behind it. Jambo's got another, leveling the playing field, but even then, It is skewed in Passion's favour. They've found a way to force deadlock now, as the scoreline is settled even after the force from Big.
Another team kill as well, by the way.
Few of those today.
Fires off into the back of a friend's head. Yeah, you are right. It's our second one in this series. Tied up after 10, 5-5. More passive approach from Passion here in middle, and you can see Shelf Molly. No, really. Well, if no one's close mid, it's got to be playing from Red Room and Donut. This is ours for the taking.
Even then, you get a 6-6 half. 7-5. Big coming onto the CT side is a scary prospect. Taps him to try an entry, but Jacasmo with another double. PC's managed to make some space for himself, and the pressure put on by Crimbo does open things up for the Germans. Bomb plant coming in, long rotation Jambo up in hand, all onto Kvem to be the difference maker right now. The smoke in his back pocket. He will take his time to clear this space. Jambo still closing the distance as they look to tie the knot with this round and get the advantage back for themselves before the buzzer goes on the halftime. Smoke off cave. That's going to isolate JDC, but Crimbo let loose. Has found the kill, which should win this one out for Big. There's less than 5 seconds or so now for the defuse to come in. I mean, it's very close. Jambo.
Oh my god. Oh!
It's incredibly close. He's got it. He has actually just defused. And there was no one on Big there to stop him. What an embarrassing way to lose the penultimate round of the half.
Come on, Big. You got to focus in situations like those. You haven't cleared all your angles. I know that you want to save the guns. You gotta stay within arm's reach. I mean, that's a tough one. Really tough pill to swallow, because Passion UA have guaranteed at the bare minimum that things end level at half time. Could be with an advantage as well. There's a Mac 10 on tap, but it's a fast push towards A. Thought that the flash was coming. Jacasmo. It's fantastic. Between the two of them, they've already found a couple. And some further damage found. One player still alive. Smoke goes up. A-Rush has been cancelled. And Big left to lick their wounds. 3 on 4. And Crimbo at 9 points of health.
Big have made a few recovery missions already so far in this series. Albeit at the expense of Passion. Their mistakes make a big difference. Okay, Jacasmo, I see you. It was the rifle before, but now this one's got a scope. And some serious venom behind it. 3 kills to end the half. All we get is a slight smile. And Passion are right back in this one. A lot of focus put on it. What an ace.
Yeah.
I didn't even realise.
A fantastic round, I gotta say, out of Jacasmo. One of the more explosive couple of kills in middle as well. Nicely put together. It is 7-5 Passion UA. Big lead. Especially if they win this pistol. I mean, look at some of the players here. Jambo 12 and 4. Jacasmo 12 and 9. They're rolling over Big right now.
But just 2 rounds in it. And that's the gravity which brings you back down to earth. JDC's already got a clean opening kill. 2 shots from the USP, and Jambo's taken out of things. Jacasmo's had one hell of a map so far. He'll need to be the driving force among others to pull Passion back into the pistol. It falls on Zerafix's position in main to either create a late lurk or in this instance pull back the rest of Passion to hit this site. Not sure if the rotation would have been heard, but they're heading towards Donut now. Hype the one to give it up. Backside reinforced. Crimbo there. One bullet from Hype's USP sent down the mouth of Donut. Oh, and another one. Hype following it up with 2 kills. 3 versus 2. Passion just feigning the bomb plant. Not yet committed to. Xeraphix taking damage in the process. From Temple. CT side out they come. Fanning together big to try and cause the issue. Topa able to stand his ground as Xeraphix goes flying forward. It's all onto QB now, the player with the kit. The smoke is gone. There is no time. Shadow should have spotted the player towards Brokey, but only just revealed now. Topa steps out into the open. There's barely enough bullets in the gun. And so Passion will extend their advantage into the second half.
3 maps could be the story of our second semi-final. Huge win for Passion UA, a 2v3 as well. Struggling to even find success in the more positive rounds, Big. I was quick to compliment them on how they did well on their T sides. Got to pull them out though. That pistol should have been there. It's the second round, a complete throwaway. Mac 10's making serious money. 4 to the good.
The next round is over as quickly as it begins. Big needing to mount a comeback if they want to take this in straight sets. 4 rounds in it. And I mean, looking at their track record, this is when things start to get all the more worrying, Ryan. We stressed it significantly in the pre-show. Online CS, not on LAN. And even of the top teams they've played against, I mean, think back to Cluj, for example. Lost 2-0 against all 3 of the decent teams. 2-1 wins against the fodder, no offense. Things have to get better here, and while they've already started well in this round with 2 kills, Big are not out of the woods just yet. JDC to hold the cross, good for 1. Not quite enough. Xeraphix prowling around the length of long, and Hype losing his life in the process, flashing towards spawn, entertaining further fights. Tabson holding down the back line, but his extension from Cave is cut short, and so the bomb will go just about down after time. I don't think it's enough for them to get the cash bonus. It is. Passion have double digits and an open field in front of them.
Incredible opportunity, as you say. Double digits, 5 to the good. Oh my word. Oh my good god. Big.
Yeah, that's one way to do it.
I thought it was a throwaway round. I thought, oh, it's pistols. They might get a couple of kills. Whatever. That is 3 straight frags out of 3 different pistols. Xeraphix is tagged low. Passion UA have done about 100 damage.
Hey man, Big gonna reset it. 4 rounds again, the difference. And while Passion need less than that to finish off this map, it ain't over till it's over. Jambo knows that all too well. AK in hand. A little closer to the site, you can hear the steps, but Seraphix sitting in spawn. It's a save. This is the kind of character that you have to show if you're a top quality team. Make it back from positions like this. It's not impossible for Big, by no stretch of the imagination. Jambo's been caught in the midst. He's the canary in the coal mine, but just couldn't see tabseN coming. Time over. Chance for the CTs to play chase. They're going to invest quite a bit to break the back of Passion with Seraphix here. And one squeeze of the trigger, he would have had 2 kills and gotten away with the AWP there, I think.
Down by 4. Big want to show some prowess on rifles. Stab through the heart of Big one final time to take us to a 3rd. Good start out of the AK of Kvem. In the meantime, sending it straight out the A side. Util's pretty good. Hyped is blocked off, but an over-pushing Temple has cost them.
Yeah, that overextension gives Big an opportunity to challenge this round if they want it. It's 4v4. Money in the pockets of 3 players. Already donut taken away. And there's such a late flank coming in from Jacasmo. He can very well cut off the supply chain for the CT side. There may not be all that much left if he doesn't get a move on right now. They've already started to clear out main, and all it is the defuse left to be worked on. Jacasmo could be the stab in the back that's required. JDC, no smoke out in the open. Should have been 2 kills, not quite enough. Jambo 1 back. Hyped, forced to concede. Round-winning flank from the map MVP so far, Jacasmo, and Hyped won't even keep the weapon to boot. Passion, a couple rounds away. Prime position to take this one now.
Two to go. Very, very disappointing. Big have got every opportunity now to get back into this game. I say every opportunity, probably one final one. Hyped in middle, missed shot on the AWP, has to retreat. Teammates can't support, push towards B in the meantime, successful for the MAC-10. tabseN gets one back, draws smoke, wanted to drop it down. Now there's 3 bodies, and luckily he doesn't, because he's got himself another. Jambo pushes right into tabseN, and a 1-tap. All picked up, tries to get out of dodge as Fem moves away. 1v3 for the Rifler to win.
I mean, what a fake comeback from Big. We know the Passion will most likely close this map, but it's on the rounds where you don't favour them at all that they just bring out heroics like that, and it's tabseN once again. Double AWP save, double AWP setup. Perhaps. Gap 4 rounds again, but as the timeline is checkerboarded right now, it's not going to take all too much for win it for Passion. You were saying it at the start as well. Like, you look at Big's history on this map in particular, the amount of close wins and losses that they've had in recent history. Going back and looking at it, like you said, 13-11 defeat to BC Game, 13-10 defeat to FaZe.
Look, there are very close games in there. But at the same time, you've got to consider in those games, were they looking a little bit lost? You know, form is something, a very valid measurement for teams in certain maps and situations and stuff. But it's always going to differ a little bit game to game. And right now, I can't say I'm all too convinced that Big have shown me a CT side capable of winning the next, what, 7 rounds in a row if they wanted to, or 6 rounds, sorry, in a row if they wanted to close in regulation. see. That AK saved, everyone else full eco. Kvem looking for an early kill in middle here.
Hyped has the util out. Just passing it over to Crimbo. This is a nice little set piece to open up the smoke, get a shot. We didn't see it, but it was a nice idea. Players making their way into the realm of Crimbo now. Has to stand his ground for more than just one kill, and oh, he's done a brilliant job at that. It's 3 from Crimbo. And as the rifle trades hands, it finds its way to Jacasmo. Passion's hero. Oh, very nearly got the lineup. But even then, you're asking a whole lot more of him. 3 rounds the gap. This is the closest that Big have been since the bonus conversion.
As you say, it has been promising success, the eco, but now another one to follow. Passion UA taking their time to actually deliver. Oh, what a nade! What a nade! 70 to Kvem, nearly 40 to Zerothix, 30 to Topa. It's a good start, especially when most of your team are on M4s.
One moment could change everything. QB stood the test for now, but as he falls, so does Tabson. No involvement from the captain on that round. More util damage done by Big. In the process, buying them the time and space to get into position. Acute spam, so aware. Crimbo with 1 and JDC given the setup to slam dunk a 9th. It's a 2-round swing, Ryan. 2 for Big, ties up the game. 2 to win it for Passion UA. But with the German side winning 4 of the last 5, they're in a brilliant position now on this CT side.
Passion UA starting to panic as well a little bit, Harry, taking a tactical of their own. Been pretty flat the last couple on the T sides. A level of disrespect from Big, you know, denying the cave space. Early util on ramp, trying to dump in middle as well. Just restricting movements. That's what they're trying to do. Two-round gap. That was at 5, if I'm not mistaken, not too long ago. Big has done quite well to close it to this. But work not done just yet.
Dembled. Crimbo picking up 2 big kills there. Just spotted the boost. Big have Passion cowering behind smokes now. And with that pressure put on, they fall back. Jacasmo needing to be cleared from the corner, but Hyped Orp is trained in position and he's hit the shots he's needed to now. To play on a little more confidence. Hyped by Zerothix from behind Jacasmo. Topa filling in the gap from Cave. Players spawn side. Flash has gone past Tabson. All onto Crimbo. Topa with 2 kills of his own. The 3rd in the round is what matters the most. Topa gets it. That's 12. Passion marching forwards to a map number 3 and maybe just a grand final.
How disappointing is that? Said they did all the hard work. It's not done. You know, they still want more. They've still got to get more. In the very next round, it all comes crumbling down. There is an AWP. There is a chance with a couple of M4s, but a 5.7 and an MP9. It's not the greatest of buys, and Big have got to do it 3 times over.
giving over the A site here. No real way to fight it. Hyped. The only way back in. Needed to land the shot. JDC played backside. Looking for the header Topa. Barely anything given away. Needing to win some of these early duels. Give themselves an opportunity at the round because they're dropping like flies, Ryan. Down to the last 3 players. 3 rounds still. The deficit, and Passion UA in position to take this all the way to a decider with the grand final laying in wait. It's JDC.
On Mirage, very nice response on Ancient, and now our decider on Train, a map that between both teams has only been played once. Talking about Passion UA's time, of course, they only played it a single in another tournament. For Big, this is their first outing on it, so I'm excited, man. I really am to see this this third and final map. Have a look at the score sheets of that Ancient map, and you can see Big, not the worst performance. I think, you know, as you look further down, it does drop off a little bit, but you just got to hand it to Passion UA. You know, you compare left to right, and it's like everyone is just happy to pull their weight. Kvem and Topa, slow games, quiet ones, but hey, did what was done, as you say, par for the course, Harry. They just had to convert and get us to a third. It's the identical saying to what we said about Big on map 1. Now we head to Train.
Yeah, that we do, and as you say, there is little precursor as to what goes down here. You'd expect that Big have something prepared to float it in the pool in the fashion that they did. It's Passion to take Ancient, though. Their maps teams who, as I said before, right at the start, these were the 2 maps we were expecting to see. The rest of the veto, that was almost out of the question. You didn't know what we were going to be getting. It was luck of the draw, roll of the dice, whatever you want to call it. And now it's Train that we're presented with to either take Big to their 2nd ever grand final in a playoff stage of Compass, or Passion to make their 1st ever grand final and potentially take it home. That's the situation that we find ourselves in. The state of the game coming out of the first 2 maps, and a huge opportunity for both teams with that grand final coming up later on as well. Big probably a bit frustrated that they couldn't take it inside 2 because the length of that break has now shortened for them significantly, and even then the grand final is not guaranteed. We're going to go to a short break though, and we'll see you on the other side. Final deciding map on your screens very shortly. We have just seen Passion UA take a map back against Big on Ancient, their selection. So with each of those traded, we go to the decider of Train. Played a couple times for Passion, but in some ways, I think they are the team maybe not in a position of strength right now. Sure, you can say on the one hand that they have momentum, but they've been unable to notch a win here in the couple of outings that they've had. For Big, it is completely fresh. The first time that we'll have seen them take to the server in Train since it got added to CS2. I'm Hazard, joined by Retro. Your thoughts on this final map?
Look, man, I think you've got to sort of stare at it as is and be like, well, what do you even expect in this third map, right? Like, Train played by neither team really, as I mentioned. Like, Passion one fixture they lost, and that was a little while ago. So since then they might have been in the Prac server and whatnot. I think you have to look at the results in this match. Well, we got a one-sided blowout on Mirage, and then we had like a pretty reverse result on Ancient, where it was Big that didn't perform and it was Passion UA that surprised. So, well, what do you see between these two teams? Inconsistency, and there's no consistency in this third map either. Nothing to go off. I feel like we're firing blind when we head into the server here, Harry, because what do you expect out of Train? Well, I don't know for Big, and I barely know for Passion UA.
That's the thing, there's no prerequisite, no precursor, we just go straight in blind, as you say. Passion have showed it a couple of times, but the history for there doesn't exactly help the narrative. As we know, they've been unable to win it in the opportunities that they have had to go here. And like we say, for Big, they've not shown it once, but I guess at the same time, when you're preparing for the sort of events that you do as a top 20 team, the reason why this game has a star next to it on HLTV, why people want to tune in and support, is because this is a roster that to make the debut and see how good it is.
So round number one, it is the Pistol of Train, an unrehearsed map in an official environment for Big, for Passion UA. They've played 19 rounds on this map, and that is it. We'll see how many more we're going to get out of them today. Zerophix in the Ivy position, has to spam away. Careful for the player behind. It's a quick dink, but Zerophix first blood. Topa's flashbang solid. Them still trying to fight away as Zerophix finds another. It's all three from Ivy dead. It's all on Crimbo. 1 on 5. And the body spam from Jacasmo, enough to give Passion UA the pistol.
Strong start for Passion, and as you say, maybe those repetitions in an official environment are exactly what is needed to give them the slight edge here. Of course, you've got to remember they won the opening pistol on the last couple of maps, but just weren't able to convert it until later down the line. It's the sort of start that we want to see from them here, though, immediately. And with just that one game on Train against Sinners, a 13-7 loss, first round goes a long way.
A whole lot of money going to be entering the pockets of Passion UA. 3 make it 4 out of the SMGs. A dink, and Kvem will find the shot mid-air. Crimbo gone. It is the easiest $3,000 the CT side will make today.
And it's a great way to get that economy up and running nice and early as well, because look, everyone on Passion has money in pocket. Cheaper upgrades to helmet on a couple, kits on Kvem and Topa, surplus of utility. And that's what Train is all about. I think, you know, CT side comparison to other maps, you need that early utility to tighten up some of these choke points, and already down long, Abson has opened his score sheet. But in the process, Passion finding yet another kill, and Crimbo going down in Pop Dog makes a whole world of difference in terms of the control they have on the map right now. Gibby peeking back through. How on earth has he managed to get 2 kills there? The transfer onto Jambo's head is simply audacious. And while Kvem is going to remain to be an insert, the bomb is heading elsewhere, and he starts to become more of an obscurity as this round goes on.
Body spotted, but it is now all on Kvem. Asking of a 1v3 feels like a very tall order. I haven't exactly gone into the B site just yet, and you can see Kvem sort of second guessing himself. He doesn't actually know if they're going to be coming back to A or if they are committing B. He'll hear the smoke, and that'll be the first indicator. Molly is the second, and the announcement over the telecom saying that it's planted will give him everything that he needs. He'll try this. He picked up a kit. He's got an M4 as well as he upgrades his gun. No point not giving it a go. He's a rich man, 4 grand, plus the loss bonus if he does die in the retake. That bomb keeps ticking. Big, uncertain of where he is. Player behind, QB. Quick headshot. Nicely done.
Yeah, I mean, it's a frustrating round for Passion when it started with such strong signs. I mean, the util dump at the start, forcing a fight, this duel down long, Zerofix is really wide, so you can't get traded. And QB's double is the turning point, ultimately, and he'll finish it off with his 3rd kill of the round as well. Big responding. Just starting to figure out what does this T side look like from them? How do they try and play it? Working down long, trying to take Ivy control quite a lot is what it seems like up until this point. I think from the teams that we've watched, they're already seeming to do it a little bit more than others. Priority there at the very least.
Good, Kvem. Straight through the Ivy smoke. Thank you very much. Tabson removed. Still trying to crunch in an 8 here, Harry. The defense isn't rock solid. The CT side playing quite passive, but this is why. Topa big flank.
It's only an MP9 though. How much work can one man do? Jacasmo's dropped, Kvem as well. Topa, here is your chance. Manages to get the first, still playing around the generator. Nade dropping in, AK in the hands of Jambo, big opportunity. Zerofix right there with him. And Hype, the last one left! Oh my lord, Hyped! That is diabolical! The round flipped on its head once again, and I just don't know how he's done it.
JDC with a sick double. I thought this flank was absolutely everything. I mean, look at this position. 1v2, Hyped in the back of the site. They knew he was there. And there you have it. Quick double. Thank you. Spam through the smoke. Then early damage. Tabson not spotted, but he's so deep into the site. Jambo goes chasing though, and it's a freebie as he makes upgrade from USP to AK.
It's a big upgrade to take. But even when Passion had big cornered, they fought back. This is a 5 versus 3, however. Can it start to swing in their favour? Of course it can. JDC and Hyped combining. More of the same, Ryan. It's yet another round which Passion may just be made to regret. Lovely flick from JDC to confirm that one. Topa needed a dig shot of the top draw and wasn't able to surmount to it, so Big having the lead. 5 rounds played. It's just the pistol and anti-eco for the Ukrainian side.
Round 6 and it's absolute pandemonium so far. Gonna try and find themselves a third here. Passion UA presented a couple of chances beforehand. Damage good against the pistols. They got the rifles and see if their luck changes. Early pop control for Heights. Main pressure being applied as well. JDC lobbing a bit of utility. Some lineups from Tabson here. As he stares towards A.
The round's really dragging on as Big are defaulting this exclusively. JDC is so far away right now. Just being used for utility. He's thrown a smoke towards Connector. And Passion are starting to back away from the B site as the push is coming in. But just as that rotation is made, Tabson takes his timing. Topa's chance to try and revert the situation has already started well. First kill picked up, needed the second onto Crimbo as he marches forwards. There's 10 seconds left to spare. Bomb plant coming in. Smoke replenished. Crimbo continuing to disrespect this on the front lines, hanging around underneath. QB with one more kill and Passion forced to concede. Towel thrown in by both players at long last. And Big stretching the advantage further. Another round, Ryan.
Terrorists win.
Big, really nice job here on the T side of Train so far. Especially after the start that they had, if I'm not mistaken, lost the pistol, right?
Well, yeah, exactly right. Like, Passion win the first 2 rounds, Big win the following 4. It sort of says all you need to know about this one right now. And even the positions Passion have found themselves in, a couple of these ecos, right? You find a couple of kills here and there. You make it look like Big are sweating. 5v3, 1v3 for Height. Yet still they're able to convert. Here comes the MP9. Big kill onto Crimbo to start. Upgraded the weapon. Gets out of dodge. Follow-up shot Jambo. Another 5 versus 3. Passion should not let this one slip the net. They've got 3 rifles to fall back on. Setup is there for them, but this molly, I mean, there's a smoke in the hands of Graham. He can try and get out of the situation and does so. JDC clearing out the default plant. Big can get this to post, and there are no CTs to immediately challenge.
Wondering what the post plant's going to look like as well here, Harry.
For deeper control, there's
I was going to say.
Open plant for them to work with. But QB is unrelenting. He is unperturbed by the CT numbers. And so holds a more aggressive angle. It's a corner yet to be cleared. Damage which he'll deal towards Xerofix, but in the process, information taken back in tandem by the CT side. Now looking to try and make moves with this one in unison. But instead, it's the cacophony of big guns which go off together. Now they have numbers, and while Passion may have players in place, time works against them. Ever so, Hype to close. Big have got 5, and it's another 5v3. It's just disappointing.
I mean, just to give you the facts, Harry, can't argue with it. HLTV last 3 months. Train is more CT-sided than Nuke.
Yeah.
It is a huge discrepancy.
And what that comes down to, the geometry of the map is usually tailored towards those initial engagements and how the round begins more than anything else. That's the important context. Passion have put themselves in really strong positions. They're just not able to convert. Big in these mid rounds, remain active. Their overall player positions, very good at manufacturing that. This round starts off with Hyped taking damage down to 14. Passion need to recalibrate, and they've got the right idea.
Great shot out of the AWP. Good start again for Big. Ivy pressure amounts to the first kill, and I say pressure, there wasn't much of it. Sat instead, eventually Jambo walked in. Big fight for Xerofix to take, it's all damage, no frags. 2 players low, but it's 2 dead and 30 seconds left. This Ukrainian side needs to react, it needs to be fast, and it needs to be potent. Topa with 1, but only 1.
There were 2 players on the A site as well. The last left of them is Kvem, last of his lineage. The king of the A site as it stands finally drops. Jacasmo trading out. No utility from which to work. He's just holding his nerve and going to chase down Hype. Plant got to come in. Orb stays alive, but not for long enough. Passion finally have the respite that they were looking for. It's taken a hell of a long time. 5 rounds unanswered. Finally, they respond.
Very well played. Getting the 3rd, but you can't help but think it's by a bit of fortune. See if time is going to be a recurring issue for Big now on this attack.
That's the main thing. You said the map CT-sided, still a chance that Passion can come out of this half with an advantage, albeit a very slim one. But for the amount of rounds which they have dominated at the start and failed to finish, every chance they can string 4 together here. Money on a knife's edge for the German side. Players draped in navy blue jerseys queuing up outside of this A site, but the first player to be removed is Hyped. An inquisition towards the B hall is cut incredibly short. Kvem did so well to hold on from Red last time around and secure the site hold for their first full buy round. Yet to be removed, playing the time off of his teammates. Topa the one that pops up first instead. Xerofix by his side and Topa holding on. Tabson to come back into this. A 1 versus 3 clutch required, of which he's already found his first. Orc cracks the whip. Jambo yet to find the result that he needed. Jump up from the former heaven position. He now sits in the hells. Big, another round 1. And this time, through their most credible of captains.
I'll tell you what, that is ingenious from Tabson. He knows that he's stuck in the corner and he knows there's very little time. The likelihood is he's going to go swinging to try and hunt this kill before time runs out. He makes 2 steps running left, makes it sound like he's chasing him round the edge of sight and going to peek from the left, and then he shifts back to the right, and all he does is he waits, And he gets the kill. Very smart stuff from Tabson. A stroke of genius puts Big up to 6. And Passion UA, their CT side of train, looking pretty flat now as they run out of cash yet again.
Slight technical pause. Neither team has called for this break in play. Just wondering which of the Passion players has put their fist through the desk, because we've seen a lot of close rounds throughout the day. Jambo with that ninja defuse on Ancient, that was a big moment. That one to give them their 6th round just before the halftime. And Big in a similar position with one of their own. I have to say, I never play with high settings, so actually seeing the water droplets on the knife is pretty cool.
Oh, are you a low
mate,
quality gamer?
Don't even ask me about it. I'm like, make it look as close as possible to OG 2011 Minecraft and we're good. I don't stretch my screen though, so...
Do you not?
No, I won't compromise there.
Oh, I love a good stretch res. Currently 1280 by 1024.
Who asked?
Alright, I hate this guy.
No, I get it though. And then again, when I think of the, you know, which players in the past played 16 by 9 and were known to be like top players, the only one I can think of is Shroud, so that's probably not a good thing, is it?
No. Well,
it's always an NA player. It's always
he's off trying
an NA
to
player.
sell us a new esport every week, mate, so...
Yeah.
6-3! Quality of CS out of Big so far has been pretty good. Hypes on the AWP yet again, going for a bit of a peek. Xerofix to lob in a smoke before things get a little too dangerous, and you've got to understand the importance of that move, because, well, look at this. Make it seem like they're holding IV, but they're not. They're playing 4 in pop and 1 on B.
Yeah, Big have just loved to set up their default by taking this space. They've really not interacted with A main a whole lot at all. Maybe depositing one player late. But unless they're executing directly, it's more of an oversight. Now, 2 players slot in position, Crimbo, JDC. The core of this team, the foundation, now beginning to flood their way through. The gates have dropped, and they're in. Has them to go ahead and get this plant. Topa is creeping up behind, but that position of the train right now does somewhat deny him from getting past the cargo carrier. Hype with this AWP, finds himself isolated. 3 players in front, 3 shots that he's got to hit as they look to close the gap. Nice reposition on the first. Has info onto the second. Xerofix just trying to bait round the corner, but when push comes to shove, you've got to take a peek, and Hyped is only going to punish you for it. Topa last left, his flank now falling flat into the 1v1. He can win it, but the round is gone. Hyped has done brilliant work in that 1 versus 3. Another close cut clutch. But as always, Big prevail.
Huge 1v3 out of Hyped, but you've got to say, should never have been that close in the first place. Couple of cool pistol shots. And it is looking very, very good for Big right now. Could even be 9-3. Win this round. The money is at such a low point that we'll be looking at SMGs, maybe FAMASs.
First pick for Jambo's Orb. But at this point, water off a duck's back. Big are used to it. Resetting themselves. Personnel slotted into position. They're 2 players strong on the B side of the map. Big would find themselves outnumbered pretty quickly if the push were to come in here. And you can already see they are setting up for it. QB to smoke out. And the push to come in. This Passion UA defense is unwavering. They have not moved. Coming down to the final 30 seconds. Finally, the rotation has been called over. Topa is the first responder, but the site has to hold to start things off. Out in the open is Xerofix. He's a dead man walking, put to rest now. Bomb plant coming in, Digits punched away, but Jacasmo from the heavens is just slaughtering Big where they stand. A huge opportunity to get themselves a second rifle round and a 4th in total. Passion are going to take it. The retake is successful.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Big win. Is he safe for Passion to get their 4th? A 5th would be quite nice as well, but you feel like damage already done in the half. Round number 12, last of the half. Good opportunity, Xerofix takes it.
Final opportunity to make a late lunge, and Big. It's a swing and a miss. Trying to increase the tempo just a little bit to what we've seen from them in the last few rounds, but doesn't best suit them here. Topa's angle was well held by Hyped, but peeking back through, he is majorly unfavored. The scales tipped against him. As Passion will be able to collect 5 rounds inside the opening 12, which isn't the worst case scenario for them, but by no means the best either.
Counter-terrorists win.
And so 5-7 the half will end. Passion still training as Big looking to try and make it their 2nd Compass final in the last 2 years.
Pistol, our last one of the series, Harry. Could be a quick half if Big are able to keep up the tempo that they had on the T side on their defense as well. Crimbo early flash into B. Peeks with those jewelies, gets the info, nobody home. Then he's just hit a 1-tap and a half onto JDC. QB quick trade though, so all things considered, nice shot removed, 4v4.
Play ball as far as QB's concerned. Bomb on the back at Topa. Jacasmo, Xerofix, all grouped up in the hallway. It's like when you're in school and you're waiting for the teacher to arrive so you can walk into class. There's no 15 minutes late and you don't have to attend kind of rubbish here. We've got 55 seconds, or Passion are going to lose this one to the clock. So towards A they go, and class has been dismissed. In fact, they're the ones taught a lesson. It's Big getting the 2nd pistol of this game, as the CT side started the same way for Passion. Are Big going to be able to rally home these rifle rounds once we get to the other side? of round number 14.
Oh dear. Well, that ain't a bad start. The rogue deagle of Topa has just ripped the head of JDC off his shoulders. Plenty of time to make amends for this 4v5, but it's more or less on the shoulders of QB here to see how many he can get. The Ivy push could not have been timed better. Just as he leaves, the Glocks start creeping in. It's the first kill found off the FAMAS though. A second as it keeps rattling out. Goes for the reload. tabseN should have been here to support. Lets one cross and the Deagle fires for another. It's a 3-on-3.
Hand cannon in the hallway. Goes off with a bang. But it's tabseN still in prime position to finish off what Big started. Could find himself isolated pretty quickly here. Hype's only keeping half an eye on the position from main. So plenty of work to be done, but tabseN's gotten started pretty well. And the flash is the perfect deterrent to get hyped back on the scene. All started with QB finding that double. And the information was there. Passion moved no further with the bomb dropped out in the open. It's as simple as Big hitting their targets, and that's what they're able to do. It's target practice in the end. Now that false alarm, that fire drill has finished, we get into the important stage of the game, Ryan, because, as I said before, Passion had a decent start to the half. They win the pistol, the follow-up. Big have done the same. It's those rifle rounds where things became a real issue for them bringing it home.
Jambo going for the spam. Unfortunately, the favour has been returned. So a little more success than what he had. Down to 30. Through the glass panes. Outside upper.
QB getting out here. His timing mid-round, so unexpected. Krem's just going to fall into the dirt, and while Jacasmo does trade it, damage done in the process. Between him and Jambo, it's 45 combined HP. Passion going to get numbers as Topa does find one kill on the B side of the map, but this dash that they're now making is in towards a healthy tabseN who, just fluffed his lines. Couldn't connect the first couple of shots, and that's what sold him short. Big relying on JDC to cut this one off from the flank now. Very nearly betrayed by his own weapon model. But put into a dangerous position and Passion forced to react.
Bomb winds down. Big will not go for a retake. Will not go for the round. It is a save. JDC was hoping for an exit to make an upgrade on the FAMAS. To be fair, he might find a gun in and about on B. It is an AK that he selects. Disappointing because you thought, as you say, after this engagement, I mean, look at this. 4v4, two of the Passion players were low. Even in the 3v4, the 3 players with a combined health of 60. It looked so winnable, but just could not bring it home.
Not all of that much in it. As I said, still things hanging in the balance. This huge opportunity for both teams to kick on, for Passion to get one foot back in this. And Big to put the second in the grave. But Passion fighting back from the dead. Jambo opening up and Zerofix right behind it. Inside the train house of the A site, they've just managed to pull the wool over Big's eyes. Jacasmo not expected by QB through Ivy. And so 5 versus 2. They've already got one hand on the all-important round, and with Hyped missing that shot and Crimbo caught, you'd think it was done. It isn't just yet. Not until Hype goes down, then it is.
More like the game that we wanted, Harry. Close-knit between the two, or at least closer now. Some sophistication behind the Passion UA attack. Last couple rounds have been pretty promising, converting where needed. They're not going to let their foot off the gas pedal here. Round after round, that's what they're looking for.
So many players running themselves into the ground, into Passion UA. Topa toppling. Round after round, he's been adding to the tally. And this is a flawless sweep from Passion UA. They're only one round behind now, Ryan. And that's got to be scary if you're big, because they look to have dominated the majority of this game. At least it felt that way. The amount of times they came back from losing positions, found themselves able to flip the script on its head, but even then haven't fully capitalized. And more of those same issues that we said from the build-up right at the very start, coming to light consistency-wise. Another defeat is just 5 rounds away. And this one, the weaker of the bunch. Timing from Krem is elite.
This is so good.
Samson should have no idea. Quite the surprise as JDC sold his teammate down the river. Bomb plant comes in, but JDC's only going to be able to walk away with one. Other side of the water container is QB. But it's Topa once more, who has not missed a beat so far on this T side. And even from the 5 versus 3 position, Passion may lose a couple of players, but it's nothing like the crumble we saw in the first half. Nothing like how they seem to throw away rounds. Hyped. Not even an opportunity to save any additional weaponry. Bolster the arsenal for this defense, which just has too many gaps in it right now. Investment made, but you're on and off for these next few rounds until you can actually get some consistent wins.
Even scores after 18 rounds. It's the 100-meter sprint now, Harry, on train. That is so sick. Run boost. Peeks back in, gets the kill. Arguably misses the easier shot of the two. Arm stepping out in front of the crosshair of Jambo. QB scoops up the AWP and doesn't lose much because of it. Still a 5v4 in favour of Passion UA, though. Still a round that is theirs for the taking.
They fumbled from these positions before. Rofix trying to be diligent. They're out round the corner. Walking through pop was Tabson, and with Krem finding one, that's the bite back on the A site that was required. JDC, hold up from the corner last time, now able to stand his light itself. Nade does whip round the corner, but JDC is in for another. He's found a hat trick now. 3 kills on the site defense. And Jambo left with little opportunity. Well, hang his head, AWP in hand. First flick onto tabseN's grate, needed a second as he was peeking close to red. Big the first to break double digits. And in that, they've broken the ice, broken the balance as it was. That streak of 4 rounds finally put a stop to.
Oh, that is nice. But the defense rock solid. Tried to challenge JDC, this underheld position. I mean, it's so overused, but you can see why. You can find absolutely everything from that spot. And Good News finds itself its way. They're the first to double digits. Doesn't mean that is going to be the case, though. Might not get to keep their lead. Circling towards A is the Passion UA side with some pace as well.
Big have already volleyed back the next 2 kills. The first of the round, JDC falls. Initial fatality for Big. Or where that came from, flick from Hyped. Watching his back, 180. Means that Topa is the one that now has to face the music and bear the weight of another failed Passion UA A offense. Not quite able to do what was needed with the site under siege. Big get over the hump. And after losing 4 rounds consecutive, they've battled back with 2 of their own. Passion UA call an immediate timeout. It worked well for them on Ancient. But the question now becomes, what can Kane say to them in the next 30 seconds, which changes the outcome of the following round to deny series point?
Feels like Big are relying a lot on a site player. If I'm Kane right now, as you say, you're probably thinking, if you are hitting A, you've just got to be careful of site itself. It feels like someone's always playing on it or next to it. Ivy seems to be well controlled by Big as well. I know that Jambo found success off that, but Orb's always lurking. Surprised they haven't tried B as much, or at least, you know, try to take some space on A and try and throw Big off centre bit. You know, it's been a T side, in my opinion, where Passion UA, it's like what you see is what you get. If there's util A, it's going to be A.
AK's spamming through the window. No smoke breaks in the locker room for Passion UA. Bigger on the warpath now, and this is their opportunity to take home. Passion grouping up. 3 players to the good, should they go B right now. Still waiting on Kvem elsewhere. Fire at the feet of tabseN and the blind in tow. That's plenty of damage taken, down to 34. Only a couple bullets to finish off the leader of this big side. The rest have got to go without the head of the snake and find their way back through. Pike trained on the angle towards Cap. Can't find the fight which he would like on his terms and conditions. And all this going on as a distraction as the bomb plant comes in on the A side. Smoke up to connector. Big locked out. Passion UA doubling down for double digits.
I told you, man, it's been a game of just down the barrel counter-strike from Passion UA. They throw in a bit of a fake. They go pop while B is under siege. And look at this. Every single player rotated off of A. All 4 remaining players.
I mean, Kvem does brilliantly contacting into that space, finding the gap behind.
Terrorists win.
Calling during the mid-round, staying vocal. Making sure they get the plant in. Got to remember, this is a Passion side which has gone with a change in leadership as well in those changes. Not only have they swapped the players, but losing Fear to Fnatic. The one who was a real driving force behind this project, making it as far as it can be. You can see on the face of QB just how frustrated they are at how this one is going. Big were leading at many portions throughout this series. Not only Ancient, but here now as well. Just pistols. Hype's up. Crimbo saved AK. That's about the extent of it.
Limited pieces to work with. And they need one hell of a performance between those two in this round. Crimbo, very quiet game from him. Lowest on the score sheets. Now needs to step up massively for his side. Flash is good and the opening kill is just as better. Hype burning in the flames. AK still peeking. Crimbo gets another. He cannot be stopped from the heavens. It's just Jambo left, but it's a 1v4. Only 2 weapons. 2 is enough for Big. As Jambo will swing back and try to salvage this round. Big have found map and series point off of heroics.
It's more than enough. Just 1 round now required for Big to call it in, take it home, and prepare themselves for that grand final in just a couple of hours' time. They were able to beat 9 in the first ever playoff grand final we had in a Compass qualifier. That was against 9. They went out in the quarterfinals. The furthest that any team had been from a main Swiss stage until this point was Sashi. And now ECLOT waiting on the other side. A last-ditch attempt made by the Ukrainians. They know what it's like to be in this position. They're trying to fight back, but one by one they will fall. Yet another rifle lost. And as Topa loosens his vice grip that he's had on this second half so far, that's the final bit of resistance that Passion may have had. The deagle in the hands of Xerophix, the only thing that stands between Big and the chance of having a back-to-back. They will go on to the grand final.
In the seat to try and play for all the marbles in that grand final game, joined by the ECLOT guys, of course. For Big, best chance yet, I'd say, and a very, very good job on how they did in today's matchup.
Yeah, look, as we said, all expectation in those first couple of maps that we could see them traded in the way that we did. Maybe not as dominant as Big were able to on Mirage, but at the very least, they were the ones favoured, I think, coming into Ancient, having found that one from Passion. It's the top performer, Jambo, as always, that you expect to be the one leading this team forwards, the catalyst for the fire themselves. But even his 46 kills, not enough. Match for ADR by Jacasmo as well, who I thought had some brilliant moments throughout the day. The ace on Ancient, the crowning of it. But even then, I'll be left without the opportunity to scale the throne this stage at the very least. It's Big to another final. JDC with 51 kills, but everyone else doing just as much as was required.
Very, very nicely done. Do believe we have an interview ready. JDC from Big is going to be joining us. Let's have a little chat about the game. JDC,
hello.
Congratulations for first and foremost, man. A fantastic game of CS to watch. I want to start with Mirage, because I think for us, we kind of know, like, Big are a team that, you know, you love to pick Ancient. You like playing Mirage. Did you expect Mirage to go 13-3? Like, I think we at least expected a bit more competition in the first map.
Well, I mean, we are good on Mirage right now, but it's a map that we are not like comfortable picking it completely every time, but we want to play it in a way. So when they picked it, it was nice. Like we were in our heads saying, okay, it's a good map. We want to play this map. Expecting a 13-3, I don't think you can ever expect that, especially they're a good team, you know. And our form has been quite shaky from time to time now. And yeah, I wasn't expecting it, but that's like when we all show up and when we communicate well, then we can finish a map like that as well.
Yeah, I mean, Passion UA, as you said, they're a strong opponent, a familiar one for you as well. You played them twice in the major, once in the RMR and then the opening stage. In terms of how this version of the Passion roster stacks up to the one that you played against before, how would you say the feeling is in the server overall against those guys? Is it what you expected from them today or a little bit different to the last time you remember playing?
It was, to be honest, very expected. Like, I think they have a style that they stay like true to themselves, and they play that way on nearly all the games. So like, it didn't change too much from the major, and we kind of knew what we were expecting from them. But it's just an overall hard style to play against. You know, they like to play it controlled, they like to fake, they like to play in this more slow style CS from time to time, where you just have to be on point with communication, especially. And yeah, I think we were not expecting more than they offered today, but we were ready for sure.
I want to ask about Train, because obviously Passion UA have played it once. You guys haven't played it before. I want your thoughts on the map. You know, what do you think of Train and being in the map pool? Do you like it? Do you not? Do you hate it?
I mean, to be honest, I like it because I'm a Train fan, but it's still very like uncharted territory, you know. You don't know what to expect. The meta is not settled at all. It could be every game something different. So I'm not a big fan of randomness, I would say. I like to know what's hitting me and I like to be prepared. Even though I strive in chaos, which is kind of weird, but just, yeah, I think Train is a good map, but there is way better maps out there, and I would hope that old Cash comes back one day.
Okay, so you've seen the sort of leaks, I guess, then, and like the publish on the workshop, right?
Yeah.
You're a fan of it? Do you think if it were to come into the pool right now, what would you get rid of?
Probably Anubis. Anubis fucking sorry for cursing, but Anubis is pretty dog shit.
No, go for it. Go for it.
I didn't want to go all out, but my heart was telling me I have to say it, you know. Anubis is pretty bad. But yeah, I don't like the newest version of Cash. I think the old one where it was clean. I'm a big fan of clean screens, you know. Not too much detail. It's like for competitive shooters, I like it clean, so old Cash will be better, but it's good.
All right, final question from me then, of course. The grand final's coming up in just an hour and a half, you know, sometime like that, right? It's not far away. You don't have too long to prepare. I asked the same question to the Alive on the ECLOT side. What kind of preparation, what kind of routine are you going to be going through then in the time between now and then? Is it just keeping yourself warm? Are you going outside, getting some air? What's the next sort of hour or so look like from your perspective?
Yeah, I think all of us are gonna eat something now, like a little bit, just not too much, so we don't get to like too full and like food coma, you know. But overall, I think we, in terms of preparation, we're just gonna focus on like being sharp, you know, because like I said, on some officials, we are showing up, we're not hitting our shots, we're not putting in the work, you know, it feels like a waste. So I think we're just gonna make sure everybody that we're sharp, in communication and aiming, all those stuff, you know, get the fundamentals down and just like show a promising pick, you know. We all have been seeing the hate we're getting. It's been immense, and it's understandable to some degree because we're not performing to the level we want, of course. But everyone out there that is listening, we are working really, really hard. We are trying our fucking best, I'll say it this way. And we're just hoping for it to click because the potential is there. And yeah, I hope we can win today.
There you go. Thank you very much, JDC, for joining us, mate. Good luck in the grand finals, and hopefully we'll see you afterwards.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
There you go.
Right,
Look at that.
go.
What a based individual. Old Cash. You know, it's Train randomness. Don't like it, man. This guy. He's the Jesus of Counter-Strike. On a serious note, Harry, I think it's nice to see that. You know, I said it as well. It's big. They are a team that we know that can perform, right? You look at their ratings, you look at some of the results they've been getting. They are an incredibly solid team. They can do really well. But we know that the inconsistency is there, and it is, right? A lot of the hate is very unprovoked and quite out of line. look, they know that it's there. A win here today would be really nice for them. Put the cherry on top of it all and try and sort of bounce back into the VRS rated tournaments with a little more oomph and a little more pride in what they play. Because I think right now they play a hell of a lot of Ancient. We saw that they can put up results on Mirage, even Train. Today they showed that they can play the map. Look, we'll see what Big look over the next few months, not just to this to this grand final now, but as a whole, because I know that their path has been filled with a lot of ups and downs, and hopefully, if they can get a win here today, we can see things on a more upward trajectory.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something which not just the organization, but the players really want as well. And you can feel that from JDC's answers in the way that he sort of responded to those critics, which, as you said before, criticism is valid, but there is a certain level to which that goes, right? And you don't cross that line. So I would love to see them personally, perform in the final and we get them qualified to another event, because you've got to remember, they made it to the LAN in Abu Dhabi before. They were there on merit. They were the first team to ever raise that title. So I think, look, they're probably going to be favorites coming in here against ECLOT as well. Both teams that were at RMRs last year into Perfect World Major. Big obviously then attended that in full. They've been to a lot of these big events, and that's what you expect of them. That's what the big name carries, and we'll just have to see if they can live up to that expectation or not. So that's our grand final all set and waiting for you. Both semis have concluded. It is ECLOT winning their game against Rush B and Big besting Passion UA to
tournament back in fall of 2023, and an ECLOT side who have only managed a top 8 previously, Jay. This is a step up from their previous performances.
Indeed it is, and a step up from all the other competition they've taken on so far here in Compass. The ranking differential definitely favours the big side, being a team that are the highest ranked competition left in the competition, and of course
which is true. But just because you're familiar with it doesn't mean that you're going to be able to capitalize on it. And I think that's going to be the struggle for ECLOT today.
Well, look, everybody will know what it's like to have that big marathon gaming session and just be completely wiped out at the end of it. And so if you're doing that day in and day out, I mean, this is a case where you're going to start to feel those effects if you really are affected by it. And that might be a big chance to capitalize upon it against this ECLOT side. Map vetoes, Dwayne, stand and pick some bans. Talk me through it.
Nuba's ban for Big, Train ban for ECLOT. I don't think we'll be any surprised if ECLOT pick into Mirage. It's their go-to. It's their number one in the pool. Now, Big have got options. I would say they've got 2 chances to pick either Ancient or Nuke. I don't see it being any other map.
Yeah, Ancient obviously is the one that you see like the highest pick rate, the highest play rate, or rather from the big side. 22 play in the last 3 months, so they've just got a lot of that on record. Ancient is the third highest and third highest played and one map on the part of ECLOT's side. So if you want to pick in towards that, you still might be playing into a bit of a strength if you want to go there. So they do opt towards that Nuke, and I think that actually is the safer option.
Yeah, and we probably see at least Big wanting to float Ancient towards the Decider. They're a team that are very happy to play it. They picked a Nuke against Cybershock when it came to yesterday's performance, and they also picked Ancient against Passion UA earlier on today. So you're getting 2 maps in this best of 3 veto. You've got a lot of reps under your belt. You're quite comfortable on. I'd also say that it's a bit of a punish pick too for Nuke. ECLOT are a struggling team on Nuke. They have a lot of officials, but they're not great on it. It's probably one of their weakest maps in the pool outside of their insta-ban of Train, and they don't really like Dust 2 either.
Well, look, credit towards them in terms of their last couple of Nuke performances. Rushby and Aurora have both fallen towards ECLOT in their last couple of matches during the playoff stage here in this competition. So you've got that at least towards your back pocket, the fact that the form does include this particular map. Although I will say that if you are right in terms of wanting a punish pick, because it's still a great map for the part of Big, and it still could be a very nice one for them just to work in a key strength. So therefore, in my eyes, it feels like this is coming down towards how Ancient's going to be. And I said before that if you're Big, maybe you might not want to pick into it because they're still pretty proficient on the ECLOT side at the same time.
Yeah, I'd look at Ancient for Big, and they would have been disappointed with the result against Passion UA. They absolutely slammed. And I'm going to back them 2-0 in this final.
I feel like Mirage probably is a bit too strong for ECLOT for me. I'm going to go 2-1 to the favour of Big, though. That back end of the veto looks very tasty for them, and ECLOT are going to have to work hard to keep up the pace here as they take to the T side to start things off in the grand final of Compass Winter. Tabson is on the B bomb site, but Hyped has mowed through 2 players on the short flank. It was a split play that goes awry for now. Man advantage maintained even with Nubik's trade back onto Hyped. Tabson's hiding beside the smoke as well. Detour in the back lines over at bench, tries to engage, tries to provide support for Nubik, but Tabson swings forward, gets his kill. QB struggles, but eventually finds his headshot. Forsey taking 1 trade and now surrounded by the CT forces. Seen there at the default plant position. Bomb is well out of control, and Tabson will close out with a triple that brings the pistol home for Big.
Well, it's a lovely sequence from Hyped on that first encounter. You can feel for Tabson, he wants to try and slow down the Apps players. You smoke yourself off, you play around the util, you just try and waste time, and then that B split gets denied on first contact. Hype gets 2 kills instantly against those short players, and it means that hardly any success can get brought on the bomb side. The bomb can't even get close to being tapped or being stuck all the way. Big get off with a comfortable pistol victory.
Indeed they do. Positive starts from them here. The guns, of course, will not be brought in by ECLOT. They had the option of the bomb plant bonus, but that was not succeeded upon. So we started for the Germans to retake up the initial front of the lead on the CT side, and early advantages will be key towards them again. ECLOT's map pick. Big to try and steal that 2-0 away. It's a pretty decent start to try and do that.
Now, this is now the 26th best of 3 in the last 3 months in which ECLOT have picked Mirage. They love this map. They pick it all the time. But after seeing that 13-3 from Big, and even consider some of the coaching staff that you've got, the assistant coaches of Dude and Zen, the head coach of Kakafu, there's going to be some prep, there's going to be some demo watching, and perhaps they might see some weaknesses in ECLOT's massive amount of officials in recent history.
A lot of maps, a lot of series on record for the opposition. A lot of material that Big can use to prep against them. And therefore you can imagine there will be some anti-stratting, some potential counters on the table. When the guns come out, that's where you'll see them in front of that. Of course, Big will bring in the AWP for Hyped. FAMAS still in play for Crimbo, and QB going into a secondary FAMAS. Actually, FAMAS passed over by Crimbo, investing in the SMG, so you're already seeing a little bit of damage being done by ECLOT on that eco, trying to come back against the Big side. And the T side line, the AKs are out for the first time in the final.
JDC trying to get that smoke down towards underpass to slow the default, put pressure towards top mid. It means that Dittor is going to be delayed, won't be able to converge with his teammate. And spam up towards top mid. Mikey's going to see if he can put a press down towards Cod. There's an aggressive short player. Mikey struggling with the spam, and it's a 1-for-1 trade from the FAMAS.
JDC falling as an M4 that they can pick up, although it's in a bit the open there. Smoke comes down towards underpass to ensure that they can't press on the T side line. You see it right there, QB's crosshair. Be wary of that top mid presence, which there is some there for ECLOT, but not active. Not trying to punish him as of right now. Saying a second teammate on that short position actually might see the player over on the B bomb site. Crimbo's taking 5 for the smoke. Detour has read QB pretty well. Finds the trade back to an advantage.
Watch out for a lot of aggressive moves and a lot of activity from JDC. He's averaging a 1.37 rating on Mirage in the last 3 months across the last 10 officials. A player that's going to be dangerous, and you're always going to be seeing him fight mid and try and work contacts. And the E-Live slows the round down, and it could be a contact into B. Now, you'd imagine if it is a contact all the way, that Hype should be able to win this first fight and try and stall for time and wait for rotations from short.
Open back corner here, watching for the window. Burst frag indeed received. Dips in for a second man. They might punish him for it. 41 HP to the Goosh down. Hearing players come in. Burst fire from Crimbo, now sees at least 2. May get that information on the third. The Molotov goes deep towards Hype's position, and he gets punished on by Detour. 3-on-2 favours ECLOT. Bomb should go down momentarily. The backstab from Tabson not fully being accounted for, but Forzy was watching from short, from window, and had the periphery to deal with that player and hold the round for ECLOT.
Excellent utility usage against the AWPer. That's well played from ECLOT. They look quite calm after they lose a fight to the AWPer. They realise, okay, we need to get some util down. We've got to try and force him in the open. Hype was trying to be patient, was trying to wait for that swing from default, and then as soon as that molly comes, he has to fight in the open and he just gets punished. It might have been a good timing there from Big with the backstab. I'd say Tabson's a bit unlucky. You've got the MP9 that was trying to be a bit of a bait, trying to be a bit of a distraction by just bursting and tapping on the jiggle. The M4 should be able to win that fight every day of the week, but the swing comes around and the flick comes out. ECLOT win there first, and looking at ECLOT's track record, anytime you can have a map win percentage of 75 and it's nearly 30 officials played, you know that it's one of your best. You know that it's a strong map, even towards the top end of Tier 2. We're talking about 21 wins and 7 losses from them in the last 3 months.
It's a sick record, which is again the reason why I think it's going to be a 2-1 series. All hinging on Mirage for ECLOT's campaign. Get this one under your belt and hold as much contention as possible. Big. About to lose that lead with the economy game balancing for ECLOT's favour. The M4s are out for 3 players, for Mars as well for Tabson. You saw JDC peeking there towards mid, trying to get through the smoke there at the window. AWP, of course, is playing Overwatch. Flashes in for his teammates to try and take the peaks against Tabson. JDC will catch off 1, and QB will return 5 from the centre of the bomb site. Mikey down.
Yeah, fundamentally, that was a good spot there from JDC. And just being able to catch a lot of vision towards mid showed that they were trying to take it heavy. Ditour needs to catch good timing, but the M4's just backed off, and JDC gets another kill in the round. Ditour felt as if he could have been the playmaker there.
All-important frag. Even Big back in contention.
Oh, this is going to be bomb dropped in ramp.
E-Live needs both of these fights. The Eagle is what's fighting him first. Back up towards Palace may also be a bit of a requirement for him. Hyped, checked upon, spray through, damage done, kill is found. But QB is still undetected until he gets checked. And actually, E-Live fights out of the awkward corner. It's a 2v2 now.
And E-Live has smoke coverage, and they're going to try and press towards CT.
M4 to fight from spawn, damage done to Nuke. E-Live needs his teammate to get something out of this, and actually it's the Molotov kill from beyond the grave. It's a 1-on-1 now. E-Live versus Crimbo. E-Live on 75, and Crimbo took damage to that fire, so now he's given away the information and put himself on even stead for the HP game. Bomb is open. E-Live will have vision on it as soon as Crimbo taps. He's got a smoke down and a kit. He's fragless so far in this game. Is he about to change that? And go for the stick with the ninja. Defuse scene, spray through, smoke comes down, and now Crimbo with the hide and harder cover. Tap the bomb, try and bait E-Live even more so. No, he's going straight in for it. The damage is being done. He's run out of ammo at the wrong moment. And the Glock is a little bit too late. He'll catch Crimbo too late as well as Big sneak in the 3rd round.
And I've said for many years, Jay, I've always thought that Rainwaker was one of the best clutches that we've got in Tier 2. I think Crimbo is pretty much on par to him, maybe even better. He is an exceptional player for Big in the mid to late round when he's oftentimes in lurk attempts or just solo missions. And notice how he's trying to draw the fight. He put the smoke down, finally sees him towards Tetris, doesn't get the fight off straight away, so just sticks the whole thing. A good effort from the eLive, but realistically, that shouldn't have even been a chance. I mean, that was a 4v2 for Big. You expected the bomb to get dropped out in ramp.
Now they've got to try and put some confidence on their board to maintain their position. Fast execution out from YaLLa ahead of the smoke. Tabson's fallen in trade of Nubik's casualty. They've got Palace position as QB will try and hold that entryway. Molotov forward, Mikey's low. The player on the site, the scout, have hyped, unable to get anything out of that. So YaLLa are going to abuse the damage done towards Big's economy. And now set their own 4 versus 2 up towards their favour this time. Plant will be secured. Retake seems so unlikely, even for these two M4s.
It just beat them by pace. Even the two Palace players were separated from one another. Rather than JDC running out with his teammate, they just split off. And this round is completely done. The best that they can hope for is look for exits. The economy is going to be shattered from Big now.
Once again, a chance for YaLLa to even up on the board here. They, of course, keep their weapons in. The two M4s give them a little bit of leg room. But no loss bonus, no savings. It will not be a significant buy around these guns. It might not even be a buy at all.
Terrorists win.
Double eco status in the case of that T-side line. Maybe it is worth the force buy actually here, but it's just not going to yield much.
Yeah, they could drop double MP9s and QB can go up for mass armor. This is 100% a buy from Big.
Might bode better for YaLLa in the long term. Broken investment.
Ooh, QB's dropped an M4
yeah.
rather than going for mass armor. So he's just going to be rocking a pistol here. So they're trying to get a bit more muscle out of the buy.
Okay. Well, Hype's one of the top fraggers right now for Big. I have a lot of faith in him in his current early map performance. Tabson in an underpass, put the smoke down, going to push that pistol through towards the stairs. eLive is trying to watch for him. How long will Tabson stick around for? I start hearing some footsteps soon. Mikey just slowed things up. The 5-7 takes the peek and actually gets Mikey on the kill. So, dips in, frag out, gets out of the way. He's got to worry about that mid presence. So, JDC's got to provide support to make sure they can maintain the man advantage. And Crimbo actually peeks in with the distraction. Detour's down next. Big are playing this to perfection. Nuke isolated in another individual fight. And they're in a 5-on-2.
It's just a complete unlucky timing, isn't it, towards underpass. And it's a tilting one. Because the players, you have your first player, you have the flash assist, and before the flash has even been thrown, the peak comes in, the eLive's been heard, now they can just all try and swing on a contact. Hyped does get caught. Now this is a similar position than what we saw previously in the 2v4, where you've got a player out towards ramp, you've got a lurk in from mid. The problem now is that the eLive is on 28 HP, and I don't have a lot of faith that much more is going to get warranted. There's not even a huge amount of time left on the clock.
Kills are more spread out as well from Big. They were both held up in ramp when eLive got that clutch. One will try push into Palace. eLive trying to work something. Hearing footsteps centralized towards default. QB's ready for one decent eagle shot. Doesn't even need to be a headshot here. That'll be enough. eLive wary of the cubby corner of jungle. Leans forward. Doesn't see anything. Now boys are going to make his way out. Isolate one kill and a second. The distraction wasn't even necessary. They've managed to turn into another 2 versus 2 here.
The eLive's getting aggressive. He wants to fight against the rotator. He spotted JDC on the rotation out from market, but doesn't know where Crimbo is. At least they know that he's the B player.
Hiding in that corner. Waiting for JDC to move in from the sniper's nest. You can hear those footsteps. Another one out towards this connector angle. Crimbo leaning forward, checking for eLive all the way. Front corner is not where he holds. The other side corner, the Mex key threat. Big are playing so scared right now. YaLLa not even facing much of a retake at the moment. There are no kits in place. This is already over here. YaLLa have still managed to bounce back from what should have been an easy round victory from Big. That's the second time a 2vX has gone the way of YaLLa.
Yeah, fundamentally, that doesn't look great, does it? If you're having a 2v4 that comes down to a 1v1, you lose it out there, you think, okay, happened once, let's just make sure that it doesn't happen again, and then you've got another one where it's getting way too close for comfort. Both players open towards the Palace sideline. And fundamentally, you don't expect mistakes like that from Big. You don't expect systematic failures from man-up situations, and for that to happen twice in the first 6 rounds of the game, I'm not liking it.
Well, you can at least hold some expectation for Forzy to pull off sequences of that nature. 2 very sick frags out of the Palace position. You mentioned him during the pre-match for good reason. He can be a star, and that was a very star moment for him. With the eLive being as low, he had to make a play to even make that possible. And now Big will start to suffer for it. JDC's been picked up. The M4 recovered by Tabson, dealt with by Detour. USP from range, doubled on towards, and Forzy will pick up the next. Crimbo, Deagle, 1 versus 4. This will be ECLOT's lead.
At the time that we saw Big have the run to qualify to the Compass LAN, where they were able to win the entire thing, yeah, it was a slightly different roster. It was only Tabson and Crimbo. They had Process, Sin, and Mantu back on the team then. They went through the entire invited to quarterfinals playoff stage without dropping a map. They were just clotheslining oppositions. They were able to beat Sprout at the time, Aurora 9, and it was just no issue. Whereas this time around, the Cybershock result yesterday, yeah, it was pretty comfortable. 13-7 on Ancient, 13-8 on Nuke. The Passion UA one that we had only a few hours ago, mate, that was quite close. They have a massive result in the first map of Mirage. They then go into their map pick of Ancient. They lose it out. They go to Train. That goes to 23 rounds. It's an extremely competitive last map decider.
You contrast that to ECLOT, who, yes, may have struggled against Chimera unnecessarily, but they've gone they've gone lossless since that point. 2-0 over Aurora, 2-0 over Rush B. Rush B was 13-11s, yes, but still, no maps lost. Big can't say the same thing. Can get a buy-in for round number 8, trying to attack from this connected position. Force forward of JDC gets 2 kills, 1 at point blank, 1 at range. The nade molly combination from Forcey going to get hyped as well. Tabson nades his own teammate out of the fold, but still they maintain the man advantage for Big as QB makes some ends and Nubic is alone.
Good work from QB and good work from JDC to just keep fighting out there in top con. And then the protocol is everybody else keep that pressure on. Don't give respect. Don't give them easy site access. Don't give them a chance of getting the bomb down straight away. Just keep putting that intensity up. And Big would like to think back to that Dutch CS Masters Season 2 event, Jay, which was at the tail end of last year, the 14th of December, and say, hey, we got upset. Okay, we went up against a local team where we really shouldn't be losing and we didn't even take a map. We're coming here into Compass and we've got to make sure the exact same thing happens again, that we're striving for the title, we're striving for the first place, and we're not getting upset against a team that we shouldn't be losing to.
Again, Big are the ranking favourites in this head-to-head. Nubic. Slow walking into dark, seen by Crimbo, quick at the ladder. And that will be the even stance here of the Big side. ECLOT could have taken a lead and started to run away with things, however, CT side continues to mat off that, continues to hold as much closeness as possible. They've got their economy under control for now, although that will very quickly turn not to be the case if ECLOT can respond with a rifle victory. Orps in on Forzy, AKs for the other 4. No real savings for anyone. This is a swing round right here.
Indeed it is, and knowing that Forzy's got the AWP out, you'd be trying to keep an eye on him in the mid to late portion to see what he's able to find. JDC's been short, he's been window, he's been con, he's been involved. Detour, slow press towards underpass, fairly quiet overall. They're taking mid from 2. Mikey not seeing anything, not spotting any CTs aggressive in mid at least.
Those nades on, the AWP of Forzy leaning forward. And that smoke, which no one will be behind here for the Big side. They've vacated mid almost entirely here. They're even 1 man in Sniper's Nest. There was 2 out there. 1 just broke away to get back towards CT spawn. ECLOT, the majority of their presence here in mid control. So they've got options to go towards B or A. They're really hunting for a pick though. Mikey getting flashed into the ladder room to check the players, but no presence there at all for Big.
And watch out the timing that Nubic might be able to find in Palace. This is really good space. Con's taken, windows taken, ladders taken. ECLOT in prime position to split this A bomb site.
Oh, I've just seen one though. They're going to lose the man advantage. Molotov's coming in towards Palace. Going to have to get protected by his teammate over a ramp. His eyes are turned away from his Nubic as you get JDC. And Tabs has got to deal with Eli's backstab. He does that very successfully and very quickly. Advantage again for Big. Bomb still in mid. Mike about to get faced on by Crimbo, who wins that fight. All important. Backs away to check out for the apartment's entrance as Nubic can't follow up his kill counts. QB shuts him down and Forzy 22 seconds to clutch a 1v4. He's got to save the AWP.
And Nubic is having a tough game at the moment. He's normally a Palace lurk that catches really good timing, catches opposition off guard, and perhaps the counter is that you're playing a much stronger team. You're playing tactically a team that's got a lot more depth than what you're used to in Tier 2. And congratulations to Nubic too, because he's just surpassed 1,000 maps played on HLTV as of today. and 975 of them are with YaLLa. He has been the OG. He's been here from the very beginning, and he's been very loyal to the organization.
Joining in 2021, July 29th. He'll celebrate his 4-year anniversary in 4 months' time. The cornerstone of this roster, YaLLa. Unfortunately, not holding holding solid ground at the moment. They're a little bit shaky on the money state as they buy down those upgrade pistols. Forzy's AWP is still good to find the opening frag, though. A peek comes forward from Tabson. He gets cut down in an instant. Does take a lot of damage back with that, man. So what more can Forzy do from here?
QB just trying to chuck the rifle back to make sure it doesn't get into the T hands. Need to get that smoke down, a little bit hesitant, and instead, Dittor's just absolutely cracked open a kill.
JDC's got to respond to try and maintain control of the situation. It's a 4v3 with that response, though. YaLLa are the ones up by players. Unable to get any of those rifles, though, and they're lacking in armor for the Elive and Nuke. Again, that AWP Forzy on 35 points of health, so there's still a little bit of shaky territory for YaLLa.
A good search there from JDC. So they knew it was heavy contact towards A ramp. They've then cleared out mid and haven't seen anything. You've got a very defensive B player with a fairly quick rotation that Hyped can bring out from jungle. And JDC's seeing nothing towards CT ticket. So it seems as if the AWP's already on the move to get out to the back of market and hold 2 players out on this B-bomb site.
Flashes forward. Crimbo will be alone. He's going to try high for as long as possible. Sussed out of the back line, damage will be done. Second player peeks towards him, he does deal with a player, and Kraut gets here in extra support just in time. That bomb's now got to get prioritised here by Nuke. Again, no Kevlar for him. And wary of that market player that will peek forward to the window. He'll plant down default, should just secure the catch bonus at least for YaLLa. The 2v2 is winnable though, if JDC give up the ghost especially. He's creeping close first and foremost. The M4 now makes his move up, Hyped, just caught Forzy. The last player left, Nuke gets his headshot in. Facing the AWP, a pistol's pulled out though. Hyper going to try and take the close quarters duel. Nuke checking out the market doorway. It's all timing from here, and the pistol is good enough as Hype secures the 6th for Big.
It might only be a single kill from Crimbo, but it's a lot of time stalling out there from bench. Notice how he's trying to tuck as long as possible to give rotation room, and that's what happens with the AWP getting out to market. And they go 2 for 1 on the trade. Now this was looking scary, and considering the investment, YaLLa have got to be fairly happy with what they achieved there. They're going to try and get Big close towards a reset in the next gun round.
Yeah, the order they held in was from the previous round. It was upgrade pistols and nothing more than that.
I think only 2 players had armor. Really wasn't much investment at all.
It's 1 point towards YaLLa's credit. They've kept Big's economy on the ropes, and maybe a good round victory right here would keep them in a much more awkward stance for the next one. You're on $1,400 lost bonus, and players on $350, $550, $900. Will not be a very clean buy to close out the half if YaLLa take it. Tactical timeout taken by the YaLLa side to try and even up at 6 apiece.
Now, YaLLa feel currently that they're not in control of the game in the sense that they're leading by example, they're having comfortable rounds, and I think that's what we saw in the previous Mirage performances. Look at that Aurora series that they played yesterday in the quarters. They were up 8-4 on their T side. You think back to the Rush B one, they were down by quite a lot. They ended up only getting 4 T rounds and had to come back in the second half. They had to always have the scoreline on their backs. I'd like to see if they can push towards 5, maybe even 6 T rounds and give themselves at least something to work with moving into the second.
Mikey hears them coming. Crimbo moving up towards mid to try and fight fire with fire, and fights well against the first. AWP can trade back. Forzy in trouble though at 68 points of health. The CTs will back off. The bomb dropped. Forzy needs support to try and reclaim it safely. He's so wary about more Big presence here. But he will grab the bomb and fall back.
Just classic Big using too much util after getting that opening pick. Rather than just having guns up and fighting as 2, they're trying to put double HGs down, they're trying to put a flash in there, and that's where Forzy, rather than retreating, gets on the front side of it. Hypes can find an aggressive duel and try and see if he can stall out towards the apartments and fall back because of his smoke.
Detour's going to slowly push ahead of it, but Hype's going to get a long way away before he even sees his man.
He's had a good map so far. Got involved in the clutch in the last round.
Now he's got a kill onto the AWP in this one. And Molotov as well towards the next player. Oh, Tapson's dropped. Or Detour's going ham at this moment. 8 kills deep behind only Forzy at the moment. He's opened up that B bomb site, a man advantage taken. The AWP missing its shot. JDC is now close to bomb site, but can he deal with these players? Yes, he can on Forzy at least. Detour still a concern. Was he seen there at bench? I don't think he was. Look back towards short instead as Nuke gives away an isolated duel. And Detour, HE, sent towards JDC, gets the return to a 1 versus 1 and spots his last man as well. A quadra from Detour in this round as YaLLa find another response to a star.
Bloody hell, that's a proper round from Detour. The 2 entries out from the apartments are as clean as, but it's the crosshair placement and it's the shoot to head ratio, how quickly from first contact your enemies are dead. That's a proper round. That's probably one of the best rounds we've seen from Detour in the last couple of days. That's insane.
Sick stuff. YaLLa in the driver's seat to close the half. Again, as I said, the economy was not great for Big and no weapons were saved. So you're seeing 1 M4 for JDC, a couple SMGs, a scout, a pistol. And yes, they'll suffer rifle damage as well on the YaLLa side, but it looks far more defined. And the B site seems to be the target for certain. Smokes are already coming down. And the Molotovs will try stop them for the time being. And they're going to execute through it. It looks like they might just do. Mikey in with the mid lurk is going to be the split player. Is he going to wait until the site is taken? Is he going to go ahead and join his teammates? Doesn't seem like it. Crimbo checked on site. JDC with a tray back at the end of the smoke here at the market doorway. He's seen by Detour. Man advantage is taken, and Mikey deals with Tabson. The scout can only do damage from range. Hyped in QB 2v4 retake.
It's just nothing that they can find. They're going to get slowed down because of this con smoke, and Mikey out here towards short. Hyped is going to try his absolute best for the USP, but they're running out of players. They're running out of time. And because of Detour's efforts, they've recovered a decent positive towards the tail end of the half. And there are moments like that 4KJ that I do just think, imagine what Detour would be like in star roles. Imagine if he was playing COD on Mirage and if he was playing mid on Ancient. Yeah, you have to sacrifice to the success of the team. And I don't know, there's some of these individual performances that I see from him, and I just feel that if he was given resources, if he was in better positions, he would just be an incredible star player that would probably be talked about like a Matties that ended up getting the call up to Fnatic.
Yeah, he's like my sleeper hit in the same way that Matties ended up being for that Fnatic side. If I had to pick one player that I feel like people would underrate as a potential call-up, I mean, Detour's certainly on the list. 12 picks right now in this matchup, potentially a whole lot more to come. He is top fragger in server. Big take towards their T side at 6 apiece at the turn. YaLLa, a chance now to build upon their map pick, a chance to build upon their highest played map in the pool. Smoke start to come down as Nuke as a backup player to try and support the crossfire. Detour's going to get flashed opposition. The headshot's not quite landing against the flashbangs. Hype can get the kill against the first man, and QB can overwhelm Detour, so shutting down that potential star before he really gets going in this half. Forzy takes one trade back just before the bomb gets planted. Mike is now on site. A second headshot with the USP, and a 3K comes in from him as YaLLa are finding stars all across the board. Crimbo suddenly alone. Defuse coming in very quickly as well. No kits on the CT side, but he's got no access towards that diffuser. He's got no access to the bomb right now. Player giving up a little bit ahead. Shot comes in, but Crimbo's too late as the defuse is not denied. YaLLa locking the pistol.
And I feel for the majority of this tournament, we've been waiting and hoping for Mikey to give us a good showing. He's been okay. He's been average at times. He's had some good maps, but he hasn't been consistent. He has not been a strong star player in every single best of 3 from YaLLa. And even in the first half, he was incredibly quiet. He comes into the pistol and has a monster moment. That USP is scaling through the market window on the edge of the smoke and just starts obliterating big players.
Very crispy USP sequence, and with that, YaLLa continue to maintain control. However, that is control that will be tested by Big. Galil's out for 3 players. Tech9 at Deagle. A force buy with that bomb plant. YaLLa can bring in all the rifles possible. 4 M4 plus an MP9. A serious lack of utility, though. Almost all of it's gone now.
A free smoke out to window. Watch to see what space Tabson can find with his teammate of JDC. It seems as if it could be a B lean. Try and put some util out there towards Con. Few players in apps. Few to come in from short.
Flashes forward. MP9 fights for Detour. Galil in that back corner does isolate a turning trade. Forzy can't do much from Marky. He's got no support behind him. The CT is still rotating to retake position, so Big will get that bomb down here. Still a 4 versus 3 for YaLLa, though.
There's no util from Big, so there's nothing they can do to stall. They need to get a fight, and they need to get one in quickly.
be dry jewels all across the board right here. YaLLa are good at that one as well. Mikey, another good frag towards his favour, and strikes on Crimbo as well towards short. Height suddenly alone. 1v4 again for the man, gets that first kill. Shoulder damage on the second. A quick burst on YaLLa does pretty decently, but can't do any more than that. Mikey ends up with a quadra as he puts his own star numbers up. YaLLa can take 8, and Big. They got another bomb plant here. 3 players worth of damage that they force again.
I don't think they do. Big are not a team that like to keep forcing. They're a team that like to kind of play safe with the economy game, give themselves good rifle rounds. I would say typically in Tier 2, we'd love to see a force here. Bomb plant, 3 casualties. You want to try and put that pressure on, but I don't think Big will.
They go a hero rifle instead, so just the one on Crimbo. Means everybody else should be in pretty good stead, although they have half bought into some pistols. A little bit of armor on the table. JDC and Tabson can recover that AK if it does go falling. Got some damage that they can output as well with other drop weapons across Hyped and QB. YaLLa. And the smoke's coming in towards his A bomb site, connected to jungle and stairs in particular. Forzy's waiting for them to pop out. Here they come on the T side. They see Forzy at the edge of that smoke. Good flash timing. Mikey can support Eli, but Eli is going down. Mikey from below. You get QB to a 3 versus 3. Big old gap, and they start to clear away. The second one fades, and there's no more cover for Big. Another bomb plant will be secured, but now JDC's fallen. Crimbo's on 12 HP, dead to the HE. That's the AK gone. Hyped now, P250. Looking for another pick. Not going to happen. Nuke shuts him down, and YaLLa will once again take another round. A 9th on their board. Flawless thus far on CT side.
It's a pretty good effort from Big. They don't have a huge amount of investment going into that round. They get themselves a good opening kill of just a spam on the edge of the bench smoke. Just a bit underwhelming, isn't it? You get yourself a 5v4, you've got an AK armor, you get the bomb down, and just nothing really comes off of that. You keep getting these retaking scenarios for YaLLa, and that is certainly going to keep the money on the ropes. You're looking at the money in the reserve. It's light for Nuke, it's light for Forzy, it's light for Dittor. The only ones that have at least got some decent cash with 1,400 loss bonus is Mikey at the 3,500 and the Eli at 2k. Tabson and the boys from Big that will know we're getting close towards that reset. Win this gun round and we put them in uncomfortable territory.
Initial damage just done by utility. No directive fights from Big yet. About to take one here against Forzy in the AWP. Does back away from ramp to focus more so on mid. A large presence and large CT force here on the A half of the map. They've only got one man on short to defend B. Doing pretty well with that smoke in the apartments, but a rotation may be necessary soon.
And we've just seen Mikey get a triple in the pistol, a 4k in the anti-eco, and then a single kill come the next round. And let's see if he can keep up this form. Can he consistently be a fragger when the gun rounds get involved? The Eli searching, not seeing anything. Resmoke comes down from bottom con, trying to delay the T's, but there's a contact towards A ramp.
3 of them en masse for Big. AWP of Forzy missing his shots. HE's come in to try and dish out some damage, but is minimal on the contact. Nuke gets Tabson elsewhere, and the jump up towards Tetris forces the Orpa off angle. Nuke with another decent kill. Eli deals with JDC, who just can't seem to get anything out of that connector push. There's so many damaged players on YaLLa, but Big unable to get away with any of those kills. A 2v5 for Crimbo and Hyped. They'll take that bomb and rotate it back towards spawn. But 30 seconds to reaggress back into that A side. They've not got a lot of time here.
And when we were chatting with the Eli a couple of days ago, Jay, in the post-match interview against Chimera, he was just kind of talking about how Mirage, it's just been clicking with the team. That's why they've been so determined to consistently pick this in best of threes. And I'm looking at the second half, and you can feel the threat. I thought in the first half, there wasn't much of a threat. Remember, they were 4-6 down. The only reason they made it 6-6 at the turn was that Dittor had a huge clutch moment with a 4K, ended up winning a 1 versus 2, and that sort of catapulted at least a little bit of success at the tail end. Now we've come into the pistol, we've got a lot more. We've got an YaLLa side that are giving the fight back to Big. They're giving us a proper showing in this second half.
They are truly in the driver's seat. Big been thrown out a long time ago. Nothing gained in this half. As you say, the streak of rounds for YaLLa will look to continue unless these rifles come in, do something for the Big side.
And is this flashbacks to the local land back in December? being up by a decent score margin, losing 6 rounds in a row against the team that 37th on VRS, 17th for yourself. It's a bit of a gap.
QB is struck first, round 17 here, alongside Tabs and Nubix again on the side defensive here towards A. A kill gets found, Smoke to try and support him. Hype's AWP getting very little out of that one. AK sprays from 2 different T-side players, and still Nubix finds an escape route. Cannot deal with Crimbo out of Palace though. And the 2 CTs on rotate coming in from Murderhold as well. Tabs about to get flashed in, Detour evades that. And Forzy is the man to pick up the kill instead. Bomb plant will be secured though, 2v3, bigger up.
I reckon they just look for exits here, and if a frag presents, you commit for the retake. Money's not bad. They've got double kits. It's the slow play towards CT. Ditto needs to try and get a kill in quickly.
He's flashed in the check. But no one is presenting. No one's on an aggressive angle here for Big. They're centralized or backed away. See JDC going for a hunt as well at underpass. He may well get his wish depending on how Forzy plays his position. Detour's going to escape the bomb blast. Big will end the streak of ECLOT. 6 in a row comes to a head with the 7th round on the Big side. First on the T side as well. Still plenty of cash available for the ECLOT counter. They're going to be buying back into this one as well.
It's been 6 months and 12 days since Hype's last played in a grand final listed on HLTV, that being CCT Series 2, Series 9, a 2-1 victory against Baben, who's playing on alternate attacks. You can feel that the hunger is there for the young German AWPer to make sure that he finally gives Big a title in 2025.
Of course, 1 or 2 new additions. Brought in to try and bring Big up to a higher regard. On lower footing against the ECLOT side at the moment. Still 3 to make up to even the board. The investments. We'll see limited money in reserve for ECLOT. So as you mentioned earlier, Big may have a chance to reset them. They need to seize that chance.
And it's a bit of a shame that we don't have alternate attacks in the space anymore with their previous lineup, that it feels the Big are the one and only team to represent Germany. So anytime deeper runs can come into play, qualifications are on the line, there's importance that Big do well.
Pride of the whole nation on your backs. Hyped has struck to said success. Detour going falling, but Nubix on the B site with 2 kills to return. QB and Tabson. Tabson with the lurk. Finding the latest against the E-Live, making it a 3-on-2 for Big. Forzy can't hit shots. Mikey does strike back on the rotation attempted by Tabson. So now they know where each other are. 2v2 with Big on the site. And Forzy trying to push too far forward. Crimbo catches him on timing. It's Mikey all alone. He's done well. Had some very sick sequences. A kill already in this round. Need a triple to close it out as well.
He's not been offered much. The timing is good against him to get the fight against the AWPer. But QB is undetected towards Van and comes up at the right time. It may have been a tight round towards the tail end there, but Big have now strung a couple of rounds in a row. And for ECLOT, there's a buy on the table in the sense that a few players have money, but not for everyone. So I think this has got to just be a half. This maybe where you go Hero for one, maybe go MP9 for others. You can get a decent amount of investment.
Bring a Hero M4 in for the ECLOT side.
It makes sense that it's going to be the star player of Mikey and say, mate, okay, we need you to do something, because in the last few gun rounds, he's been unsuccessful.
Just seen one of the edges of smoke, but caught on the drop-off. Couldn't stabilize his crosshair in time to get that kill. That would have been a fantastic opener. It looks like they're going to go quick into this B bomb site here.
Oh, Mikey gets caught. That M4's just useless.
Deagle strikes back from Nubik, picks the M4 right back up. The Deagle, the Detour, turns on for a trade. Frag JDC has maintained 3-on-3, but now needs to deal with that M4 next. It's Crimbo combining with the man, and now the scout is on site. E-Live's USP closing in with a backstab. 1 shot to connect on JDC. The long's been dropped, but he's got 2 more players surrounded by Crimbo and Hyped. And Crimbo will be the man to finish the job against the jump face of the AWPs. Now seeing where E-Live is. USP to try and hold the clutch. It's never going to happen here. Decent dink down on Hyped. He actually gets that kill out of it, but Kevlarless needs a few more dings. Would really love to get a rifle out of the exchange at the moment. It's at least made it expensive against the big side, but the chance of the clutch is still not exactly viable.
There's just no way that the eLive can reposition to. He has to stay apps, basically. Do you try and mind game it that you're going, what, underpass the short? It's just never going to happen. You just have to wait. It might be thinking that Crimbo's going to take a fight against him. Does Crimbo tap once he gets towards the bomb? I mean, there's 30 seconds on the clock. There's plenty of time.
eLive's got 2 bullets in the mag as well, by the way. Hit the perfect double ding if he wants a chance at this. Crimbo's grabbed the bomb on site and planting safe. Not a default. Oh, picked up. AK missing. eLive, a chance now available. He just needs that 1 bullet. Time it right. They creep around the ring of Rosie's pillar. eLive checked him and he's got it! That is a steal and a half for YaLLa.
It's a massive round for the eLive that feels as if it just comes out of nowhere. Your main prioritization is that M4 in mid. Mikey doesn't get anything, Nuke picks it up. Dittor gets a kill. You're thinking, okay, what can these B players do? It ends up not quite going out. It's a 2v1, and it's a USP out of all weapons for the eLive to get the clutch. The in-game leader has a round that might just win Mirage off of the back of it.
He looks happy with himself as well. Probably rightfully so at that. Big. It's only an M4 invested and AWP saved over for Forzy. Everyone else buying down in full for the CT side, and Big will do the exact same thing to try and generate a responsive. But that round could be enough. YaLLa, to convert upon it, will take control of this map. Mirage, their pick in the series. Detour targeting the flash kill, found against 2 players. Triple not quite lined up. Hyped trades in, but is still down by a man on the big side. HE sent towards the plant position. The bomb has now just been seen. Nuke has information on 2. Heard the footsteps of the 3rd. Forzy's AWP can strike as Hyped goes falling. JDC's got to get a return. And now he'll put the bomb down, but it's still up here on YaLLa's retake.
Now, the eLive is expecting someone to be out there towards the apartments. Mikey's only seen 1 player central of the bomb side.
AK doesn't know where to fight. Finally sees 2 on shore, but only gets 1 of them. Forzy's AWP, and eLive's M4 can turn it back on its head, and YaLLa can claim map points.
Just consider the B site anchor, which is Dittor, is top fragging, or at least tied top fragging for YaLLa. That tells you how much of a game he's had, from translating the success in the first half over towards the second. The B player getting 2 kills and just trying to stall, trying to set up that retake. Man, we are going to look back at that 1v2 from the eLive and say what a difference that's made. What an outcome that's turned out to be for YaLLa.
Tactical timeout for Big now, their first of this matchup. And playing from the back foot for a fair bit of time, so I'm surprised it's come in this late. They have to go for overtime here. The bomb plant bonus enables more buys for them, but not fully defined. You're seeing Galil's out for Hyped and Tabson. Lack of utility for JDC. Another Galil for QB, also lacking utility. YaLLa right on the finish line. All they have to do is cross it now.
Now, YaLLa played in 14 grand finals last year and won 9 of them. It's a pretty good track record. And they are 1 round away from taking 1 map and going 1-0 up in the best of 3 against Big. And Forzy to break the smoke. Mikey to try and fight from Con. This is intense.
Flash forward. Mikey still gets the kill while blinded. JDC can't catch a break. eLive has followed up on Tabson, who took down Nuke in the exchange. 4 on 3, Hyped pushing the bomb in towards Connector. Now has been dropped as Mikey sticks around. He'll fall back finally, maintaining a 2-man advantage for his team. Big. Seems like they're out of life here on Mirage.
Indeed it does, and from 6-4 up, this has been a complete disaster from Big. This has been a catastrophic end to the map.
Dominance in that CT side of their own right, but yeah, I was confident that Mirage was going to be the confident element for the YaLLa side, and well, they've proven me right here today.
I'm disappointed by Big's performance there on Mirage, Jay. I think back to pretty much fumbling 2v4s in 2 rounds in the first 6 to start off the map. I'm looking back at that second half, and I just expected more in a grand final from the Germans. I thought that Nuke stepped up individually quite a bit more in the second half. I thought Mikey had a bit more X factor than what we've seen from him previously in series. So across the board with the E-Lives 1v2, ECLOT can tick off map number 1 and Mirage and say, yeah, we're happy, we've put in a good shift and we're rewarded with the map win.
And they can walk forward that map win with the confidence that they gained as a result of that. But that does not mean that the job gets easier here, Dweg, because that, again, was ECLOT's map pick. They're strongest in the pool in my eyes. And certainly we're moving towards more comfortable territory on the big side, because you mentioned during the veto that Nuke is a punish pick for big.
Indeed it is, but if we're looking at Mirage now having 6 maps won in a row from ECLOT, I now need to look at the most recent officials. And you bang on with the Nuke when you started this best of 3, Jay. It's still been won in that series against Rush B, in that series versus Aurora. If we look at it in a grand scale, if we're looking at it in the last 3 months and the overall map pool, yeah, it is a weak map. But there's a few wins on it recently, so I wonder if the E-Live thinks, could this be a 2-0? Could this be our grand final?
I mean, they're going to have to work hard for it, because even if they are wins, they were 13-11s at the exact same time. One round, and it could have been a very different story and a very different conversation we're having, but that's to discuss, of course, after this very short break, because when we come back, it will be Nuke.
finer detail that Big should have because of the level that they play at, because of the pedigree of the players in the squad. For YaLLa, I think it's going to be tough to close this in 2-0. I know they've had back-to-back 13-11s, but this is a weakened map, and this is Big, who are a lot more comfortable on Nuke than they are on Mirage.
Indeed, and they've gotten some very good victories on it as of recently. Obviously, the Cyberstroke matchup is one of the more recent examples of how they can very easily stomp a lower level opposition team out of the running on this map. And that's the sort of key thing we're talking about here, is how can Big play in that online environment against the lesser caliber team, because they have... I think we're going to our third.
Yeah, I do as well. This is where Big can show that finer degree. Now, they don't typically pick Nuke. It's normally always Ancient. So we're going into a bit more of a diverse map pool today in this grand final than what we would typically expect.
Big on this T side start. If YaLLa want to hold contention on Nuke, it probably has to be in this first half for them to maintain the advantage and lead. And use that in the second to really run away with things. USP is coming forward. Elive gets Crimbo. Falsey follows up against Hype, looking for a little bit more out of this one. And gets away with another stunning headshot. A lot of great USP headshots coming out today. Mikey adding one more to the tally. Getting a great decent tally as well in that second half pistol for the YaLLa side in the last map. As Big will get dismantled and the pistol will look to go the way of YaLLa once again.
Big just wanted to search and scale towards the outside, and it was a bit of a trap. The Elive gets the first kill. You've got a tucked player out towards Garage that does quite well from Forzy, and then everybody else just starts convincingly putting more pressure up. Kubi can do the best that he can to just make the round expensive. If he could just get one or two more picks, that would be decent work. Not to be, though. Big will not be buying come this second round, so it will be YaLLa not only getting the pistol, but getting a bit of a freebie come round number 2.
A similar stance to that last map up again. T-side pistol, no bomb plants, so Big taking the passive route. You mentioned that they don't really like to force buy all that much, so they'll take it to go towards the rifles more so, get the stronger round out, fight back from there. So YaLLa's formalities should be set in, and again, this is positive for them because they want to maintain something. They have to maintain it on the CT side in my eyes.
Well, we started this best of 3 talking about the winning streak that YaLLa have had of 5 best of 3s in a row. This has now gone from 8 maps in a row to 9 maps in a row. You're thinking about Nuke with how the last couple of officials have gone down here in Compass, and the Elive and the boys looking at the scenario saying, one more map, getting a 2-0 here, we could be completely undefeated for the last 3 best of 3s in this tournament, win the title, and win 10 maps in a row.
Well, if they are going to do it, I can't help but feel like it's going to be a similar result to the Rush B and Aurora matches where they went 13-11 on both.
You would certainly expect there's going to be tie.
I don't know if you were watching that Rush B matchup as well there, Dwayne, but YaLLa were making some pretty key mistakes during that Nuke as well.
They did get themselves a decent first half, though, of 7 CT rounds, and I guess that's probably got to be a benchmark, maybe a goal and an expectation of getting 7 or more in the first.
If Big do manage to maintain a bit more over them in that respect, then perhaps that'll already be the map over. YaLLa are off on the right foot for the second round, 2-0. Big buy into their weapons, and the confident weapons, the confident rifles together. No AWP early, of course. There is one for Forzy on the YaLLa side, though.
YaLLa know that Nuke is going to be very critical for their success, not just in this grand final, but in best of 3s as a whole, moving forward and getting into ranked tournaments, because I would say it's the limitation in their map pool at the moment. 8 wins, 13 losses in the last 3 months. Teams are going to pick it against them quite consistently.
Press forward of the SMGs of YaLLa, going to try and get in the face of Big, who certainly be stunned to lose out a map that they've picked in of this Nuke.
And Nubic just missed the door smoke out from heaven, so another smoke had to get used there on A.
Elive challenging that SMG, dishing out some damage, which will set Forzy up for a kill on Hyped in the end. Got to back away from that garage position. And scoping to him was a bit of a different angle. He actually might catch that bomb carrier on the cross if he's not careful. Jump face to get him past. The smokes are also involved. The HE's a little bit too late, so they won't see anything. They're down in secret. The SMG on the boost of Nubix, read by Crimbo. Mikey has got 1 kill in the corridors, but Tabson trades him, so it's a 3-on-2 instead for Big.
Dittor can rotate down towards lower, but he's going to get no help from his teammate at all.
Forzy is going to have to run back towards heaven and potentially look towards CT spawn to try and maintain his lifeline, or Detour can take a trade. 2v2, the known player up in lobby, still not fully detected, so they're going to focus on the retaking effort. Footsteps will get heard. Smokes go down closer towards the bomb's position. They know roughly where it is. I think it's a little bit of a deeper smoke there. I don't think it fully covers off the man. Yeah, Detour's going to close that double doors. Open again for Tabson, losing that fight. Last man standing. Back at the vents, unknown about here. Forzy got to cover him. Then they heard something. They must know something's going on if he gets that kill on Detour. Forzy on the corner! Loses his life, and Crimbo clutches a triple for Big.
Yeah, good work from Crimbo, but you feel that missed smoke just cost them the round. If that smoke lands properly, they've got options. They can either stick the whole thing, or they can tap and draw the fight out in the open. Tabson would have calmed out that smoke has not landed properly, so there's no need for Crimbo to fight straight away. And Ditour does his best effort. Both CTs anticipating the fight out from double doors. And while it comes in, they can't quite capitalize on it. One small piece to use, or maybe even two. I mean, they missed the door smoke and they missed the smoke there, so that's two pieces in one round that hurts YaLLa.
Like I said, it's some key mistakes coming out in their semi-final match. What stressed them to all that distance, what stressed them to that 13-11 result. Still a victory for the YaLLa side, but against Big, I don't know if that same caliber is going to be able to win against this side yet. They are going to strike as well on this T side line. QB outside against Mikey, dropping one of the 4 rifles in play. YaLLa are forced to reposition. Big will go slow.
I don't often see the hell smoke being thrown in tier 2. We normally see the diag variations or the 1, 2, 3 and then just scales. And that's smoking off the front side of main, smoking off the lockers and trying to take the deep map control. Now, Forzy's already rotated down to the lower bomb site. There's a very heavy gamble from YaLLa here. You've got 3 players on B and then Nuke, who's pushed away from A and tried to get into lobby.
All sorts of B presence from the YaLLa side. Big, if they walk down there, maybe walking into a trap. Instead, they rotate back towards lobby and try that A site here. It's only Nuke up here, and rotations will not be all that quick from the YaLLa side either. Player on the ladder, not going to get seen, can look to strike against Nuke, who's now revealed himself. It's Hype's orb that gets the pick up, and from here, it should be a save for these last players.
A Big were just outclassing them on patience in that round, slowing the clock. And Nuke, if he tucked all the way, may have been able to get 1, possibly 2, but he gets a bit agitated. It's 30 seconds on the clock, you're gambling B, you feel as if you need to make a slight info play, you need to jiggle, you need to see what's going on. And as soon as he's given just a single little strafe, that's just it, he's just done for. And that was textbook from Big. And now you start feeling that the economy is going to be in an awful trouble for YaLLa. It's going to be a full save. They'll hold on to 3, they won't buy around it. And Big should pretty quickly be able to not only take the lead, but start spiraling a round streak on this T side.
The economy will be in tatters. M4s will be surrounded by $1,900 a loss bonus, about $2,000 float. Means that there really isn't a lot of cash for them to play with for this round. Should just be an eco on these pistols, the 5.7 pistol bonus of E-Live. Nothing of massive significance for round number 5, and as you say, a streak, a lead, and no good news for the YaLLa side. 7-5 is one of those minimum markers here. Big going to be a couple of rounds away from taking that.
Now, YaLLa are now playing in their 3rd grand final of 2025, where Big haven't played in a single one. In the 500 Christmas Cup and one of them European Pro League Season 22 events is where YaLLa were able to find the grand final placement. Both times, though, Jay, not winning out, not taking that title.
Forzy's fought on JDC, kicked things off for the CT side. YaLLa lose a lot of HP on Mikey, but they will gain the man advantage. Detour's ready for more out here. Observation, and Tabson's going to swing upon the man. Again, low HP, again, trades available. Hype keeps control of the situation as Forzy goes falling. This USP of Nuke gets away a little bit too much control over the big side. Type turns up a frag. We've seen YaLLa steal some of these low buy ecos before. E-Live's got a 5-7 kill. Mikey, point blank against Crimbo, has let that bomb carrier right past him. He has absolutely no idea. Crimbo can still get towards this A bomb site. He's just got to deal with eLive now. They're sneaking all past each other. This is all timing from this point on.
And both players probably thought they were getting blocked on the door and not blocked by each other. And Crimbo might have a good timing against the AWPer. Yeah, eLive's done for.
Easy pick. Upstairs he goes. Mikey, 7 points of health. Needs nothing short of a one tap to secure this round.
And they know that Mikey's low. Crimbo are just so good in the clutches. Trying to go away from the bomb, and Mikey needs to try and get the silent drop from heaven.
Flying around the rafters right now. Not going for a drop at all. Top of the silos. Now down towards the bomb plant position. Denied by Crimbo. Frag found. Round held by Big YaLLa. Decent work for no investment. I think the economy low for the big side of reinvestment is going to have to come through for them. They buy back into their rifles once again.
Definitely threatening round from YaLLa. I like the consistent press on fighting. And rather than trying to slow the round down, they kept trying to get themselves in positions, but maybe overthinking that 2v1. Rather than playing together, they separate. You've got Mikey, who was out there at the window, and then the eLive that was in from vent. But weren't in a position that they could have traded off of one another. And Buy comes back, the eLive even goes down towards a FAMAS to try and get some extra util.
A big still on the better buy. YaLLa will need to change that soon enough. QB's taken early damage to Detour and is sprayed through towards the ramp entrance.
Yeah, that would have been heard on the dink, so good work from Detour to start off the round.
Mars close for eLive. He's just seen Crimbo there at the corner of Squeaky. He's seen that AWPer as well. Hype to miss a shot. He's going down. Next player up is low HP. Swinging into Nuke with that one trade. Not quite yet. Molly's coming in towards open vent. It will force him out into the open. A second teammate of Mikey's also at main. Advantage still held by YaLLa, both in the man and the HP.
And Nuke is just pinned towards door. Knows that he wants to drop that low HP player. Big have got a single lurker down in secret. They've got a player in lobby and then the bomb to follow further behind. It's either going to be JDC or Tabson to make a play if they want to try and recover this round.
JDC's coming back up from secret. Mikey playing around that smoke, tanking a little bit of HE damage as well towards main. QB going to work forward. JDC can have a lineup. Two players around this corner. One peaks. They stagger the push. And JDC spray goes all over the place. QB's picked up quickly. Tabson could double kill there, and it's Mikey and Nuke. The third man of Forzi low on the lower ground, on the ground floor. Tabson looking up towards heaven, cannot adjust towards it. YaLLa will go to 3-piece.
Yeah, Tabson makes it expensive at the end there because it didn't feel as if much was going to happen. Now the buy state should be a half here. You've got good money on 3, but low money on 2. The eLive, what a play to make. A full confidence from the in-game leader to say, look, I'm going to fade the door smoke, I'm going to get aggressive. There was no flash, there was no second teammate. Some might say that was a little bit trolly to make such a high-risk play, but 2 kills from the FAMAS, it's a difference maker in the round.
And again, the damage done against Big during the eco round has left them with very little to work with in the follow-up. Already Crimbo's fallen to Mikey. I think it was one of the 3 rifles they had.
I'm surprised that they've bought, and this is not the outcome that you would have hoped for.
We talked about Big being a very buy light sort of team. They do go for the stronger rifles rather than a force invests. At least QB's recovered that AK quickly, so they've got 3 back in play.
Look at JDC. He's the highest rated player on Nuke for Big in the last 3 months, and he's 0-5. He's not bringing impact to the table. So if he's not, who is? Is it going to be hyped on the AWP? Don't really expect that from the T side. Maybe in the second half. There needs to be a second rifler to step up to the plate for Big.
They have to do so soon as well. YaLLa are about to reclaim the lead if Big don't manage to deal with this SMG of Nuke, and the FAMAS of eLive, the downgrade weapons, mow through all of Big. Tabson, AK picked up, bomb in the open though, 1v5. Again, in his exit frag position, just outside of the squeaky door. Can take 1 player out, everyone else be too much to deal with. Rounders are lost. YaLLa will be up to 4. Will be back in control of the CT side.
Yeah, I'm going to rip in a little bit here and be quite critical of Big. How the hell is that window not being broken? A common law that should be known at any level in CS, is that when you're playing T-side Nuke, you break open the skylights every round, because it's an indication, if they're not broken, that it's a top side lead. As soon as that window gets broke in a mid to late round, you know the only reason it's being broke is because they're throwing top side util. For tabseN to have to break open the right side window to put the top hot volley down, that's why the MP9 dropped. They knew exactly what was going on.
The major mistake from Big, even though it does seem minor. Costing a lead, costing a buyback. This means ECLOT will go up to 5 and continue their campaign for their 7-5 half, maybe even more so. Crimbo's dropped first. Ballsy going to sneak around the back lines and try and deal out some more damage, SMG damage as well, for some bonus cash in the bank. Unable to get QB. Mikey's still there with support from the range. The second teammate there as well. HE's down against JDC to no HP. 0 and 7 now is his stat line. And Big won't have much of a chance to do much in this round anyway, except for the plant from tabseN, which has been snuck in towards that B bomb site. They were so focused on his outside player, so cash bonuses for the Big camp. Give him a nice strong buy going into the next round, going into round 9. ECLOT just losing another player right there. Damage will not quite be held together. 4 AKs will remain. 5-3 on the board. Big up to invest. They need to find that extra impact player. They need to find that cohesion again, because it has been lacking so far in the first half, and I really hope there's not an omen of things to come for them as well.
Well, these small mistakes that are being made by Big just come back to that whole conversation of Big online versus tier 2 teams. What is it? Is it a psychological factor? Is it just not having the same preparation and maybe motivation that you do online in tier 1? Because historically, this organization, through huge amount of variations of the lineups, have always struggled in tier 2, and it's never seemed to change at all.
You know, I can definitely remember some calls from 2021 of when they were losing out in all the online cups as the quarterfinal invitees. The reasons going to be speculated upon. We can come up with all sorts of potential answers and never truly know.
Well, I think in the past, you could kind of give it just a, oh, we're scrimming and we're just trying to get officials against tier 2 teams. Whereas now with VRS, you can't use that same approach. If you're going into ranked tournaments and you're losing to these lower level or even mid-pack tier 2 squads, you are going to drop in the rankings consistently, and then the tier 1 LAN invite's just going to stop eventually.
Yeah, the bounty system does not help teams like Big. This might be an unranked tournament, but just think about the other online VRS tournaments that we thought about, and Big will have the same issues cropping up. ECLOT. Trying to see this T-side line. Walk forward out Squeaky, not checked by Nuke or Elive. Elive's going to get one trade, but he'll go down alongside his teammate. A-site's fallen. It should be the round for Big.
Well done. Nuke gets caught at a timing, gets nothing, and the Elive was hoping to get the door pick and then swing back into hut, but he misses the timing. Look for exits. Money's still good. They might as well attempt the retake.
Press looking towards the squeaky door of Detour, but just not seeing any contact from Big, not seeing any presence from the T side. Need to get a kill. Preferably 2 if they can, to try and get the man advantage together, but with nothing presenting, with almost all the time ticked away. Exit frag positions, it looks like these last 2 CT players. Detour will get one kill out of this one. Going to dive straight forward. Mikey's got a kill as well, but unready for tabseN, who's out in the open. Kill gets found, but Mikey's out of time. Trying to run for the hills. They have caught JDC in the bomb blast right here. Indeed he has, so there's damage done towards Big, but the round goes their way anyway.
And that got very close to being a round steal. If that hut player had fallen off and maybe tried to retreat because you're just getting out of the bomb side, that round was certainly on. You have both Mikey and Detour that have 2 options there. You either go for it and win the round, or you go for it and you keep players in to keep the economy low. You've got a full buy to come out from ECLOT with still money in the reserve. You've got 3 grand even for Mikey, whereas for Big, you can't even get AKs for everyone. There's double Galils out for both Crimbo and Hyped because they want that extra pit of util. This is a swing round and a huge one for ECLOT that could boost them 8-4.
Big working quickly towards the outside. Mike is ready to receive them at point blank. That's why with JDC. Nuke follows up on QB elsewhere. Hype gets his trade back on outside. It's already a 4v3 for ECLOT.
And Mikey wasn't anticipating the second player to be so close. Hyped flashed into main and the Elive tries to get out of trouble. Nubik is so low on this Tetris angle right now. You've almost got to use him as a bit of a decoy. Use him to try and trade off of someone else.
Round the corner goes Detour, minute to the clock. Crimbo finds Nubik, an extension up the ladder into the roof position is going to cost him his life. Maintain a 3-on-3 now for Big, but doesn't last long. Forzy looks back towards that hell entrance, and Hyped has dropped.
Well, tabseN's so separated from his teammate, and they know that Crimbo's got the bomb. So this bomb is trying to scale towards outside while the CTs are still maintaining lobby. tabseN trying to come back into main. You've got a deep lobby player and a player on the bomb site. Eli with a bit of an off angle towards main, but the timing's not for him.
Shoulder seen, Eli is baited into a couple of shots. Can they turn this into a kill? Yes, they can. One mistake may have cost them. No, Detour still holding back as Squeaky. Frag found on tabseN. Crimbo goes right down into the vents, and they'll hear those footsteps. They'll hear that drop off. The decon door opening up and everything. Second player, no. Molotov down towards the decontamination door. Incendiary's on the other CT side player as well, and he'll just burn for it. Forzy credited with the pick. YaLLa have 6.
A good utility usage there from YaLLa. The pressure just starts building against the last player of Crimbo. He gets no respect. He isn't given a likelihood of getting the bomb down and then trying to maybe jiggle a little bit, try and reposition, get out to the double doors, get out to dark, just get anywhere really on the bomb site. And they get the cash injection, but there's no way that they can buy. Maybe a hero onto one, maybe you get a Galil armor or upgrade a pistol, try and make it a bit expensive, but it's going to be light overall from Big.
And speaking of heroes, just the way in which YaLLa have conducted themselves in this matchup. In your face style, Big have got to suffer with it. And play it against it. Only the upgrade pistols and a handful of players. JDC with the Deagle still on only one frag in this matchup. Detour sees him coming, going to fall back to try and deal with the pace. Isolate one fight, and many more players coming down against him. Will dish out more damage towards JDC and Hype stall for some time for his rotators. Eli comes up good with the double and the triple as well to close. YaLLa now have the half. Big can only get one more to close out said half. 7-5 is their best case. 8-4 still on for the YaLLa side.
Another small mistake that YaLLa have been making with the util. Miss smoke from Ditour, needs to be wider on the box to get it in towards ramp, but I think he redeems himself with how much impact he gets. He gets 2 kills, pretty much a half on that third player, and he wastes a lot of time, and you can see how quick that rotation is down from Vent and towards the single door to fight against those ramp individuals. A 7-4 is a good scoreline for YaLLa, but an 8-4 feels tasty.
Shot from Forzy, close against JDC. AWP beyond the smokes, and Big has suffered many losses to these outside duels. When are they going to get something over the YaLLa side? They're down a man once again. With one more round to go in the half. You see tabseN trying to make a play through the smoke. Where's he going to extend to? Outer yard into main, or wherever he goes, he's got a gap to deal with there. Mikey's watching said gap. Crimbo strikes on 2 players, but he's lost all his teammates. He's down to 11 points of health. One's got to go back for the bomb. That's Hyped. 3-on-2 for YaLLa here.
I love how Big's just getting no respect on the T side, because the opening advantages on the outside, it's either been Mikey aggressively towards Africa or Forzy doing the same thing with the AWP. A Ditour with an off angle should get Crimbo, might even get Hyped too. First player to drop, second player just about comes in. 8-4 for YaLLa, and they'll be looking at this and saying, boys, we're in a good position here. Win this first pistol, and we just put all the pressure back on the favourites of Big.
I've looked underwhelming in this T side. They're given a pistol loss in the few rounds that come out of that, but just the number of rifle rounds they kept losing, the amount of times that YaLLa, as you say, no respect style, got up in their face, continued to win frags, and the lack of trade potential from Big.
And this is a better half scoreline than both that Aurora series and the Rush B series on Nuke. Both of those times it went down 7-5. So it doesn't feel like a huge amount of an extra bonus of just a single round, but it can make the difference when we're talking about competitive maps.
Got Forzy, Mikey, and Eli on 12 kills apiece, and Forzy's going to lead his charge in towards the bomb site, and they get mowed through. tabseN, Hyped, QB, all with kills on the USPs. Lightning fast this round started, lightning fast it will end as Big finally got a breath of life.
Well, there we go. Big have one of the biggest shutdown rounds across this entire best of 3. Haven't seen too many ended that quickly from map 1 or map 2. YaLLa will just have to treat this as a complete Glock round. And for Big's sake, I just kind of want to see overall from their gun rounds how much opportunity is going to be warranted for them to play their own game, to slow the rounds down, to be very util heavy. Well, how individual do YaLLa try and make it? How gimmicky and how puggy do they try and make this second half?
This one here should be a write-off. There are no rifles, no upgrades in play for YaLLa. Blocks across the board. Matter of stalling for time, hoping they can sneak a bomb plant in if at all possible.
Oh, no. They're stalling for time because they want to bait util out. There's no way you're going to get a bomb plant without even a lurk smoke. The only way you can get a bomb plant in low investment rounds on Nuke is maybe the lurk smoke to get outdoor and drop into the vents. If you're buying absolutely nothing, you want to run the clock to try and waste out the time and burn that util from the opposition.
I haven't got a whole lot at the moment here on Big. Smoke and a flashbang. SMG for Crimbo snuck forward. Caught 2 players with it. The rest of the CT players will come in to crunch the lobby and make sure that no one ends up dropping. So all's good in the hood. YaLLa now look to their rifle buys. Guns invested with the AKs across everybody.
And this is going to be a test for some of the newer guys, for Hyped, who was previously in the system, in the big squad, and even participating in the academy team for a few different iterations. For QB to go back to his native tongue. He played on Touch the Crown back in the day, No Limit Gaming, but people will recognize him from his international stints on both Sangul and Fnatic.
YaLLa playing outside have been shut down already. Mikey picked up by Crimbo on the outskirts of the smokes. Nuke will get JDC on return, try and keep some control back on the YaLLa side, but he's low HP and now dead to Crimbo's hands. Tabson continues his spam. Getting closer and closer to lining up a kill, almost a second one there. Eli's down, Detour got picked up by the AWP elsewhere, and Forzy is suddenly in a very lonely position. Big have shut down another round, a very confident 7th for their board.
And just the readability of that round from Big, what they're always very strong at, especially on Nuke on their city side, is utility usages of the HEs, but also the spams. Now, you might look at that round and say, but it's just spam kills, whatever. Yeah, but if it's consistent damage coming through from both the main player and the garage player, it scares you towards outside, doesn't it? If you're Eli as a caller, you're thinking, can we go outside? Even if we have the smoke wall down, if we're losing so many bodies, if we're losing so much damage, then perhaps we need to prioritize top site leads or even plays towards ramp room instead.
YaLLa about to have their lead completely negated by Big here. Pistol convert, rifle eco. That's how the sequence has gone in the early portions of this half. No cash to buy into this round with significantly. A half investment upgrade pistols. They'll try to go for the upper side, take quick. Tapton's going to start burning, gets out of the way, and the flashbang will keep him blinded, but Detour and Eli can get those 2 kills in. Hyped and JDC turn around, a number of frags between them. Forzy maintains control of the bomb site. The pistols push in towards JDC. A Tech 9's recovered as Forzy is now going to grab that bomb. They get down to that B bomb site, but fend off a 1v2.
And this is tough, because while he gets the bomb down, you expect both players to be grouped together. You expect Crimbo and JDC to go in as a pack.
They'll fall up together in the end. Footsteps her with flashes in. Forzy backed up towards Dark. He heard those footsteps. Did they hear him? They'll check the rafters. ADC. Smoke. Cover them towards the cross. The bomb is on the back of the bomb site. JDC isolated. Kill found. Forzy taps it. Sees his second man, but Crimbo holds on to his nerve and holds on to the round for Big.
A good effort there. Unfortunately, when the bomb's not planted for you and there's a smoke on the right-hand side, as soon as you hear the tap, you feel that you have to at least strafe to the left-hand side, just in case it is a stick. You need to be searching. Overall, I'd say disappointment. It's a 5v3 for one round. I know JDC gets a lot of damage by getting aggressive on the other side of that main smoke, but with how blinded the top side players were, with how open A looked, YaLLa probably felt that that could have been a round steal, that could have been a round victory.
And a tactical is called.
And notice how similar this is from Mirage, where it was, what, a 6-4 lead from Big, and then it just started running away from them. They weren't able to compete, even though the scoreline at times felt that there was breathing room, there really wasn't at all. And I'm looking now at Nuke, and I'm thinking, well, what have YaLLa really been able to do? They've been able to contest a little bit in the first half, and now they're just getting stomped. Now they're just... The gun rounds haven't looked close. How many more chances are you going to give them? How many more likelihoods do they have left until we say, right, well, this is just a write-off map. We're going towards Ancient.
We stand at even, so not quite yet. No doubt Big could start to run away with this, and YaLLa would suddenly be leaving all that prowess behind, all that seriousness on the CT side. Not translating fully over towards the TE half, although now it does. Mikey knew it with a couple of decent kills. The Orpa sat there in at heart, getting nothing for his trouble. One trade found. Crimbo's been legged to the Orpa on outside for YaLLa. You see Tabson getting down to the vents, trying to find an escape route because the A site is lost, and so should this round be.
Just not good enough from the Orpa from Big at all. You've got Tabson that gets the first kill on the outside, and then your Orpa, who's making an aggressive play, just whiffs. Simple as that.
And flash their way in. Nuke could get caught. Indeed he does. Eli tries back on QB. Tabson nowhere near the scene of the crime. Crimbo's backed off to hold his weapon. He's got no HP, not enough to set himself in for a retake. Tabson's looking for exits here. This round is going the way of YaLLa. They break that streak. Put one on the board for the first time in the T-half.
It's a decent effort for QB to just get involved, to say, okay, we're going to flash you in. If you can get a couple of picks, we'll send it in for the retake. If you maybe get nothing or you only get one, we just end up backing off. It's been 10 months and 10 days since QB last played in a grand final listed on HLTV, that being Compass Spring of 2024, where he lost out 1-2 to Sachi. And that was the best of 3, that was the qualification to the LAN finals. I would have felt disappointed by the result of that one and coming for redemption today.
A more immediate redemption for YaLLa as they've just about held on to the lead that Big were about to take. And they put the economy of the CT side on bad stead as well. Another good round victory for YaLLa, and that could lead them into the reset, and therefore maybe still on to this 2-0. Scouts out unhyped. So the weakness of that CT investment, the M4s and everybody else. Initial prods to the defaults, going bullets through smokes, doing some damage in minimal amounts to this Tabson. Crimbo snuck away with map control all the way up towards Trophy. Tabson's got a kill in the first, and the second man jumps through the smoke, gets nothing. Nuke can trade back, got a player on the rafters, player downstairs. A fight back from Tabson, can return trades. Mikey's got his kill, but now needs to win a 1 versus 3. And JDC is having none of it. Big are having none of it.
Tabson individually performing exceptionally well when it comes to Nuke. Now, as an A-site player, most of the time, you're just hoping to stall for time, go 1 for 1, maybe try and go 1.5 kills, and he's consistently multi-fragging. He's putting up a lot of numbers for Big in this second half. Out towards Door, just clotheslining YaLLa from the opportunity of a trade. MVQ and Mikey, I mean, they try their best, don't they? They get out of hut, they get out of main, but the numbers, just they're not in their favor at all.
They get right back on top, and YaLLa. AK for Nubic to provide the support required in order to get themselves in with a decent round. Tech 9's on the charge first and foremost. Crimbo just shuts them all down. Triple found. Quadra not quite as possible. The Deagle won't find the trade either at the same time. So a 5-on-2 established Big. Making light work of this light buy.
Now, YaLLa would just hope to make some economical damage, but also to get the AKs out of the hands of the opposition. Last thing you want going into the next gun round is an AK for JDC and an AK for Tabson. Mikey down here at Secret can deal with one of them. It all comes down to whether that Mac 10 is successful or not.
Lean forward, JDC looking at his kill. Mikey drops. So will Forzy. Big. Double digits on the board. YaLLa reinvesting into their rifles again, or maybe one of their last chances to try to take this map or take something within this map. CT efforts have not translated to T sides here. Only 1 for YaLLa in this half. Only 4 for Big in the last half. But still only 1 round separates. It's not impossible for YaLLa. They just need to find that confidence that we saw from that one good execution. Replicate it for a number of rounds here. And that will be them in full control. Looks towards outside player, running right out towards Secret, making no qualms, giving no secrets over the CT side.
And Nubik's trying his best to try and catch this player towards the back of credit, but it's just not happening. Now, down in the lower corridors, you've got a few players with a bomb that's not yet to cross. They're sitting behind the back of T-Red for the moment. Tabson's down here from the vent rotation. Minute 13 on the clock, still a lobby lurk. And Big have not made much of an info play. They're going to double stack up behind this smoke. Crimbo's towards the double door, so you've got 2 players down here at the lower corridors on B.
No one's going to be taking contact against that boost. It's Detour, the fan that strikes first. Forzy's Orb has got a kill elsewhere. Molly sent towards Crimbo, who's going to force him forward. Forzy ends height before he can even take a shot. Crimbo only 1 responsive, and that is what I'm looking for YaLLa. A confident round to post up 10. Now need 1 more to again reset the economy of Big and potentially take map and tournament points.
Well, let's be realistic here for YaLLa. You're 10-10, you know there's not a lot of loss bonus for your opposition, and the buy is going to be good but not ideal. You win this round, you just win the best of 3, because it's going to be a save in the next round, you're going to be up 12-10, pressure's going to be on and momentum's going to be in your favor. The eLive knows this is the key round right here and right now.
Be a surprising 2-0. We thought it was going to go to 3 maps, but the way that Mirage went down. In fact, I think you predicted a 2-0 to Big's favour at the start of the series, if memory serves me correctly.
That's correct, yep.
So YaLLa, chance to take all doubters out of the way. Mikey made his way towards Secret. Crimbo is the man to receive him. How far downstairs is he going to go? This might be an engagement to start things off. Crimbo not seen yet. T's continue to put utility and work the outside control in general. Mikey's footstep will be heard. Crimbo swings for the strike and he gets his kill.
Crimbo just backing off. Now the eLive is scaling the smoke. JDC's on the other side towards main, and there's another fight being won, and Hyped gets the door player.
Just when YaLLa found a good round, when they found a little bit of confidence, he gets taken right back by the big side. 2v5 for Nuke and Forzy.
Well, you might as well save.
Yeah.
There's no point. The problem that Nubic has is that once he drops off of main, he's going to make noise. So you probably will be able to hold on to the AWP from Forzy deep and outside. But Big, I know the economy's light and there's not a lot of money in the reserve for them. They should still be hunting here. They should still put some pressure on these last couple of T-side individuals.
Take these guns and take away any chance for them to get to map point first. And therefore basically guarantee your second promise that will go towards Ancient, the third and the best of 3 series in the grand finals here for Compass Winter. YaLLa on a similar stance, but still be feeling so close to the end of themselves, though. They may have lost the lead, but it's not over yet. The rifles will be brought back as much as possible. The AWP stays. The MAC-10 Detour is the weakest weapon. But with 3 players without helmets, I don't think that's the worst situation to be in for the YaLLa side.
Haven't seen them have a quick top site lead in a little while. This might be the round to try and send it out from door. Maybe get a vent dropper, just accelerate the pace.
I think the only time we've seen him was in the pistol. Big shut them down very quickly. They've opened up the skylights, Molotovs position as they make their way down into the stairs. They thought they were going to start to make their way in quick, but no, they're still setting up the utility bases. Grimbo's once again pushed on from the ramp room and has taken trophy control, so the backstab that might close in. Will it be sooner or later though?
Well, this is a double pump exec in towards A. The problem is Crimbo with how aggressive he is.
Samson on the defensive. Molotov's going to burn him down. He does right towards the T-side line and gets picked up. QB tries to hold on, but the MAC-10 takes him. Hyped in the back of the site. A kill found. JDC can strike as well. And Hyped hears him coming. JDC picked up another in the meantime. And ECLOT again are shut down on the upper take. This is why they didn't do it. This is why they weren't going to go for it after that pistol. Because Big have now claimed map points.
Well, for ECLOT, they've done everything right in that round. They've forced the top hut player off of Tabson, and they've done well. They've made him uncomfortable towards door. They've dropped him straight away. Crimbo, who is out in ramp, is basically null and void because he's got to come in late from lobby. You've got QB, the A-site anchor. He also gets nothing. The only reason that round is won is because of Hyped. That double kill and staying alive on the backside, without that, that round's just done. That's just ECLOT getting 11.
Orp reigns supreme. ECLOT continue to reign. M4's fought against Tabson will go dropping, so Forzy has gained an advantage. But ECLOT's reign may come to an end soon here. The map in the series is the only advantage they've got left. It's about to be negated by Big. If they can take this round, it's already a man down. Hyped, aggressive in at Hut. Didn't get a lot out of it in the previous.
Watch outside of Nuke.
Walk towards position. QB
down
has
at
no
ramp.
idea, yeah. He's sneaking into what seems to be a B play of some description. Of course, the bomb's still got to cross past Hyped if they want to get there in the first place. 55 seconds, make it a call.
Yeah, this is an excellent lurk from Nuke. Hyped. You expect him to maybe get one. It's going to be tough for him to multi.
Shot missed, and he's dead. Detour turns it into a 5-on-3 for ECLOT. Down into the B bomb site they'll look to go. There's already a player that's there. It's Crimbo. Rotations back from the other players in
Back
from
to A.
Vent. Yeah, they pulled him for a loop here. Molly set, Crimbo seeing nothing. QB still on site. They have to do the whole defensive on his lonesome. His teammate's already gone downstairs. Detour is going to pick up the kill. Vent contested. CTs with no way out. Might not even get a chance to escape with their lives. The plant will be secured. ECLOT will stay alive.
It's one of the very few times that Big have been completely outcalled in the round. The lurk timing was just on point from Nuke. He clears out all of ramp. They put pressure towards A. They then run towards ramp and put pressure towards B by getting down in the lower corridors and using some util. And it's pulling over rotations to bring that bomb back up A. E-Live down at Secret. If you can catch JDC, this will really ruin the buy for the last round of regulation.
Crimbo's drawing attention towards himself. Both him and JDC may be in trouble. Forzy's caught one. Eli's caught the other. ECLOT still have some high rollers to deal with on the big side, but you're seeing Tabson on 1500, JDC on 24.
This might be the top side rush kind of rounds, because they know the economy's weak. They know that the buy's not going to be perfect here.
They tried it twice and they haven't worked either time. Maybe third time is the charm. Tactical coming in from Big on the other side of the board, though. Now still a round away. ECLOT. Their last two maps of Nuke have been 13-11 wins. Will this be a 13-11 loss instead? It would end their 9-map winning streak and push us to a third in the best of three.
Well, you can see on the scoreboard right in your eyes, no consecutive rounds being won in the second half. So if this does go to OT, if we do see all rounds of regulation being played and we go the further, that'll be the first time in the second half that ECLOT have been able to achieve at least 2 in a row. It's been tough going. You've had a massive lead at the turn of the half, but it's always been uneasy to convert rounds. You think back to that 1v2 that Forzy had in the lower bomb site where he got the first kill, didn't quite get the second. If he wins that, is this just it? Is it a 2-0 already?
JDC is already ready to receive them. ECLOT towards Secret. I've not expected this aggressive position before. The JDC only gets one kill out of it, but Tabson's good to trade on Forzy. Advantage for Big now. Nuke going to negate that. Crimbo's fallen to a 3-on-3. Still watching for that Heaven player and going to avoid him entirely. One in the rafters on the A defense. Not detected yet by E-Live, and one more as well. Tabson's going to join the crossfire.
And Mustang's being dropped. The timing's awful there for QB. So is for Tabson. Both players trying to drop and both players being caught.
Oh, that's not good. Hyped now alone was at ramp coming in from the Heaven for 1 versus 3 on the retake. No kit, no util, big green in hand. Oh, and HE to 46 as well. Couldn't place that more perfectly for ECLOT. Overtime is on the cards. We're going all the distance on Nuke.
And well done from ECLOT. That's been back-to-back rounds where they've looked and felt at times that they've been at the disadvantage and they've still pulled ahead. That one I'm looking at outside, it was uncomfortable. JDC gets a strong MP9 timing where he's in aggressively towards Secret. Tabson gets the man up with a 4v3 from his Heaven play. But it's Big just getting caught, trying to reposition, trying to get separate angles on A. And ECLOT know that they have been given a gift, a lifeline, a chance here to still close in 2.
Yeah, this is huge for them. Big. Pressed upon by Mikey for his AWP. Smoked against, they just caught a tag on the man there for JDC. They can make a way to a Secret. Mikey tagged extremely low though. ECLOT on the back foot for the start of the round.
Dittor's trying to make a play out towards ramp. He's caught a timing on the Hell player with Util out in the open, so Dittor can capitalize on this space.
Better clear the back wall, ensure that nobody was there on the CT side. No one's going to catch him on the flank instead. Damage returning towards JDC. Crimbo taking some of his own.
Forzy's just waiting for the pick on the outside. He's trying to wait for the Heaven swing.
Height turns away from Secret as the T's make their way in there. Now try and hold the stairs. Nubik's ready for some sort of lobby flank, but none of coming his way. All the emphasis is downstairs here for ECLOT now.
Yeah, Hyped has to try and get one and try and stay alive.
Just barely couldn't spot them above that fire. We'll get Eli in the end. Maybe aware of that second player that made his way across as well, but now he's fought on 2 sides. Tabson cut off in the rotations. The AWP still looks to strike against Detour next. Bomb plant tapped. They're trying to force Hyped into making a mistake. He's looking for Nubik, who just falls away, and they have to focus on the back lines instead. That AWP missing his shot. Nubik tries to punish it, but Hyped still gets his headshot in. A triple being found. Mikey next to challenge him. Another 1v1 duel. The Hyped is going to connect. And JDC comes in with bonus support as Big take a stunning 13th round.
ECLOT couldn't have played that any better. They know that the AWP is somewhere towards the glass, somewhere in a position that we can try and pressure. They try and tap the bomb, they draw the fight, it doesn't happen. Okay, Nubik's got an angle where he's trying to tuck. As soon as he baits him, he wide swings. Nubik has done everything right on the swing, except he hasn't killed him. He's not dropped the AWP, and instead, we've had one of the most impressive AWP sequences all day.
Four kills out of Hyped. ECLOT continuing to face resistance, continuing to face tribulation. 13 on the board, a big advantage CT side. ECLOT really cannot afford to go down 0-3 here. Mere death sentence at this moment. HE is coming up to try and clear up in those smokes. Tabson's not going to get a chance to strike though. Counter utility is placed well timed on the part of ECLOT. Crimbo in his AWP in hand has caught that first kill. Tabson has caught Detour in the interim. 5-on-3 for Big.
So they try and go for the top side fake and ramp rush. The problem this time is that they're going up against a double AWP sequence, which is something that we didn't see in regulation and are only seeing in OT because of the money. And Mikey on the lurk on outside has got space and a position to take Heaven. The problem is it's a 3v5, and if he loses this fight to QB, the round's just over.
Okay, set. Mikey loses the life. And at this stage, I think you are right. I think Forging and Eli are realising that you're right as well. There's nothing they can do. Run into the AWP of Hyped, who gets another multi-frag sequence. 2 only this time, but still just as stunning. 14-12, Big, with all 5 alive and all.
And it feels that this could be a proving ground moment for Hyped to be in the big organisation and then get kicked, to be brought back a secondary time, to not have a single title in 2025. You want to be the guy that is one of the X-Factor players, one of the key individuals that helped that happen. With how he's played in these last 2 rounds in OT, you could say that he's the MVP of Nuke and the difference maker to why Big were able to take this map and send it to the decider.
How fast they want to get that AWP set up again with an opening aggressive duel towards ramp. Mollies from ECLOT will try and push them back and they'll be successful in that regard, but they won't be able to maintain trophy control. Look at JDC. Right here, pushing with the smoke on Mikey. the diagonals, or the red box smokes, I should say. Ballsy's all expecting him to move his way towards Secret. No, he's made his way back. Nuke has caught him instead.
And Mikey's just been consistently aggressing challenges towards the outside diagonal 1, 2, 3 to get into Secret, and consistently he's getting dropped. You've now got a reposition of a Secret player coming up from underneath. And the AWP trying to play passive on the outside. Dittor to try and walk into the door. And this could be a full contact into A.
Dittor moves, QB's got his head turned away into the squeaky door, thinking that no one's going to walk forward to that dry. Well, he thought wrong, and Eli's there with extra support as Hype goes down next. YaLLa look to avoid the disaster 3-0 loss. Primbo and Tabson, the only ones that can try to do anything to stop this. Primbo's coming in from lobby, Tabson still downstairs in the vents. The AK of Eli about to swing now has been seen. Information for the T side more so, that should lock down this round.
Real good patience from YaLLa in this 4v2. No one's getting overly aggressive. They're just jiggling for info. They're not giving a chance over to Big.
They don't have to move. Big have to come to them. Shot from Forzy. Lands on Crimbo. The last man of Tabson will also drop the same. So again, YaLLa staving off the map point from Big for a second time. They've got their 1T side round. How CT side of this matchup has been, this map in particular has been. You wonder whether that would just be enough for YaLLa now to turn over a few simple victories.
It might be 8-4 in terms of the regulation half switch day, but looking at Hype's getting that 4K and overall clutch out there in the observation window in the first round of OT, I get the feeling that it's just going to come down to X Factor. I don't think that the half switch is going to mean much at all. It's who's showing up in the right moments, who's giving us that X Factor at the right time.
I wonder if Forzy going to produce a similar AWP sequence. He's one of two players on 20 frags on the YaLLa side. The two top fraggers of YaLLa. Still behind the top fraggers of Crimbo and Tabson in server for Big. He's waiting for something to come his way. Smokes re-involved again for Nubic. Molly sent deep. Big open gap in the red box. Mikey's going to call out to his teammate now to watch Secret because they're going to make their way in. They move right past him. One player checks it. Eli gets 2.5 kills. Tabson trades. Nubic is posted on the corner. If Tabson walks forward at a half HP duel, they'd hear that reload. They know that he's backing away. The M4 will creep forward. Tabson's in serious trouble, and he has absolutely no idea until it's far too late.
It's a lazy check there from Big, and it's a mistake, a schoolboy error. You're running down Secret, and no one is pre-aiming that close right-hand side. Excellent trigger discipline. That's 2.5 kills to come in for the in-game leader. He's stepped up individually. He's created a moment.
Forzy's found Heights and Crimbo's alone. Taps to the AK, getting a kill and a half again. Needs to get 2 more out of this Secret position. It's not going to happen. Detour credited. Wallbanging his own teammates. And we're evened again. YaLLa trying to surge ahead. That is a massive fist pump. A massive sequence for Eli, who tries to take over the top frag position. Still got Tabson 1 ahead.
A bit of a different variation on the outside too. Without the diagonal, the 1, 2, 3, they try and go dry and catch Forzy maybe towards the AC or Heaven and Hell. So I wonder if we see something like that again, where they keep open space on the outside and they try and work a contact.
All sorts of utils sent directly into that upper bomb site. Eli has tanked some significant damage, burning the Molotovs. I think a HE was thrown into the mix as well. 46 points of health by the time the fire stops burning. Mikey, Tab's going to deal with on outside in the walk towards Secret from 3 other T-side players. Tab's ready for him. That's damage done to 13 points of health. Eli can still get the kill and just get out of the way. 2 low HP players for the CT side though, and only 1 man just starting to rotate to the B defense.
Eli's rotating vent, and that's risky. He's low HP. At least Dittor, that was out towards ramps, also dropped.
Moving forward as well. One barrel so close. Revealing! He lines up so much damage, but Dittor will drop anyway. QB picking him up. That could have been such a massive moment for such a low HP exposed player. Now Forzy's dropped upstairs, and the HEs on Mikey will take him out of the equation. Nubic in a 1v4. ECLOT getting so close, yet so far.
I feel as if it was the correct play, where they open up the double doors, they get Dittor to be basically the bait and allow Eli to work a crossfire, However, I also look at the scenario and think, was it necessary for the vent rotation? Could they have not just had Ditor rotate ramp, play passively, and play retake lower, and keep the man up? They'd worked so hard for that opening pick of the eLive. To me, that was just too risky. If eLive had more HP, I wouldn't mind it, but 4, that's a tough call to make, and maybe you're reflecting it on hindsight, but that's a move for the in-game leader that it does not work out for the two of them.
Map point again for Big. One more round to close out Nuke and take us to Ancient. That's what they're playing for. YaLLa playing for a second overtime and a chance to make a 2-0 happen over Big. YaLLa have a lifeline. Big are the ones the pressure against them. Tabson's run right into the pressure of Forzy. Orp found Crimbo, trades. Eli back inside of a smoke, centralized towards the bomb site, still picked up by Crimbo. QB follows up against Nubic, and they're all coming undone now.
Bit of a punish pick in a grand final, a tier 1.5 squad. They'll be happy with it. I just don't think they'll be satisfied. I think they know that they have not given a 100% performance there on Nuke at all.
No, and it's so weird again because the first halves have been so competitive for both teams, and the second half seemed to be complete collapses. YaLLa were able to turn that around towards that overtime in the end, but still not able to maintain themselves. And for Big, it's such a obviously a great win for them in terms of like the series overall, but we're talking about confidence from the first map into YaLLa now stretching our favourites in the second. So going into the third, you have to wonder whether or not it's still going to be quite as confident and a affair for Big.
Well, you know that Big would probably say that they're more comfortable on Ancient than they are on Nuke. However, I think YaLLa would say the exact same thing. And for YaLLa, they know that they probably could have taken that. I mean, 8-4 at the turn, struggled really in regulation in that second half to just at least get it towards that OT marker. Always felt that they were on the front foot in the first half, but were never in a position of closing. And while it's a good performance, it's not a 2-0, so it's now going to a third map decider. And for Big's sake, it's now whether the favoritism is going to get to them or whether they can take this title overall.
Yeah, of course, only one map left in it, and at the very least for the Big side, it's the most played map in the pool for them. Ancient will decide our victors of the series and of the tournament here in Compass Winter. between Big and YaLLa. Big have won their own map pick in an overtime fashion on that Nuke 16-14 result. Pushes us this far. Drake, layman's terms, we saw a pretty good one-sided-ish map from YaLLa to start off the series, and then a push to overtime in the second for Big's victory. Does that mean that YaLLa have played the best series thus far?
It definitely does. I don't think that matters when it comes to a third map, though. I think in maybe other series it might do, but when you're in a grand final, you're in a different caliber, right? There's a lot more on the line with a lot more pressure, and I feel like when you go to a third map decider against a stronger team, right? Or at least a favorite team, maybe rather than a stronger team, they, to me, always have the edge if it goes to that decider. I think they've got a deeper map pool. I think they've got more depth in the playbook. And overall, I think the factor of not closing in 2 is going to affect YaLLa moving into Ancient.
Quite possibly. I mean, we talked about this map up being not probably the best of first choices for Big because of the risk it carries for how good it is also on the X. Two-one Big. I'm going to stay 2-1 Big.
Yeah, I'm going to go 2-1 Big. I don't even think YaLLa's beaten anyone decent on Ancient recently. The majority of their wins are against middle-of-the-pack to low-end Tier 2 squads. And they've got a stack of 3 on B and a Julie set up towards Cave. 2 towards Ramp indicates that this is going to be a B split. Let's see how much damage Mikey's able to do.
Pistol round live for the final map of our series, and Mikey will draw first blood, but Crimbo is very hot to trade him and does so extremely quickly. Detour's going to back away, he smokes towards long and short, will cut off CT presence. The bomb's going to try and commit, they're wary of potentially blind shots, but really it's about this flank from YaLLa from mid.
Watch out for QB's Molly. That's going to be set up late in the round from the B doors to land towards default to hopefully disallow a defuse setup from YaLLa.
Lean forward on the 2 backline players. JDC's got a headshot. Is he going to get a second? Yes, he is. Elive is down. Nuke fell first. Detour is backing away alongside 4Z to join him over on shore, and to both players to fall back entirely. Keep the Kevlar for another day. Good shot on Tabson, but it won't mean anything for YaLLa. Pistol win for Big.
I feel JDC's had a bit of an average grand final, at least to his normal status. Now, when it comes to Ancient, he's one of the best players from the Big side. It's also one of his best maps in the pool, and that probably comes down to how often they pick it in best of 3s and how often they play it overall. So I'm expecting JDC to be a bit more of a takeover player than what he has been in map 1 and map 2 together.
I think you mentioned one of the key disappointments for Big in that last map was that lack of JDC, which I think, if I remember correctly, you said he was the highest rated player on Nuke for Big, right?
Yeah, he's 1.37 rating in the last 3 months, and the next player down is Tabson at a 1.10. So it's a big drop-off from basically the first player to the second player.
The fact that JDC didn't quite get going in that last map maybe is the reason why we had to stretch for that overtime in the first place. So maybe a player to pick up the slacks and really apply himself towards this one is what will be the ultimate difference maker to Big coming away with a confident victory. Forced buy-in from YaLLa as they try and get the second round a little bit more going. We've seen some very passive buys from both sides here. QB's going to find that first regardless.
I think, unfortunately, we're not going to get a lot of impact out of Dittor when it just comes to the roles that he plays on the CT side of Ancient. We'll see a lot more from him come that second half when he gets on the T side. He tried to go for an aggressive challenge, tried to get in there from lane, but he gets nothing. Gamble stack was brought out towards A. They shift the rotation back over, but it looks promising for Big with the util set.
Nuke holding close. SMG battle between him and QB. Smoke's coming in towards long. Tabson's also on that corner. QB goes with a headshot. Sees that scout player not even watching this ramp entrance. Elive getting away with a decent 5-7 pick, but Mikey's fallen, as is Forzy. Elive at 21 points of health, dead to the nade. Big 2-0 star.
And for YaLLa's first gun round, you'll have to wait just a little bit to hold off on it. Instead, upgrade slightly, maybe get a little bit more pistols involved come round number 3. They still need to try and have intent on making it expensive, because let's be honest, that force buy warranted nothing. You want to really be targeting the T-side economy early on. You don't want to just constantly allow gun rounds to come in without any chance of a quick reset.
Like I said, we've seen the force buys coming in so few times in the second round breaks. YaLLa tank this one, give Big the 3-0 start. The first halves of these maps have been pretty decently contested at the early stages of them. And this will not be the case for at least this next round here. Stack on the B bomb site has yielded a casualty against the MAC-10 player. The Riflers will start to back away from that bombing towards A. One player at red of JDC has cut down Nuke. But one man at main that could become a slight concern if they do fall back, and indeed he does, but firepower isn't quite there for them again. Only the 5-7 for Elive. Vito and Mikey gets cut down, so even if he does get any kills out of this one, the round is unlikely. Elive is just looking for damage here.
So YaLLa and Big have gone back and forth with both winning a pistol round each in map 1 and in map 2. And I'm now thinking, with Big winning the pistol round to start off the half, what's it going to translate moving into the second? How much more importance is there in perhaps a 2-round pistol win? And the Elive out here towards Shelf has already been seen, so this is where they can converge together. And 5-7's hoping for one, but doesn't happen. And Big get that 3-0, and now YaLLa can get the buy forward. Now, there is enough money to get Forzy on the big green, so you expect that to come out straight away.
Orbs on both teams here. I mentioned how Hypes could be an MVP pick just because of the nature of the impact he generated in that overtime for Nuke. See whether he can get just as flashy and provide the X factor that you're looking for, Blake. JDC, first contact in from mid. Mikey's M4 still able to adjust against the man with a headshot whilst drive-bying, whilst blinded. Elive pushing alongside him to get QB on the lane entrance. A 5-on-3 established very quickly by YaLLa here. And the next man running out of the A-bomb site, Crimbo, cut down by Forzy in an instant. Big, these last few players separate from each other with no trades available and none found by Tabson.
I just love the intent that you come into the first gun round in a final map decider, in a grand final, and you're not giving respect. You're instantly fighting for map control. You've got Mikey sending it down from mid while blinded to get that first kill, and then the further protocol of consistently putting pressure on. You then have the second player getting on the front side of Cheetah, trying to take lane, and then of course Big are just going to excel A because they know space has been taken heavily towards mid and B, and that's where the AWP deep in CT can have quite a lot of impact from Forzy. So good intensity there from YaLLa. It's the right mentality going into this decider.
And Hyped has now been seen there towards main, so he should get picked up soon enough. Maybe all 5 players alive, but no survivors on Big. Does get Nuke on the way out. Second player would be nice. We should get rid of some of these AKs if possible. Not quite going to happen. 3 of them stay for YaLLa. Big. The cash to buy back on several players, so we should be seeing a reinvestment on the follow-up. YaLLa losing the pistol conversion. Eco now with a chance to start building back some rounds. They can win the next one. They can try and turn it to a 3 apiece.
And Mikey, all eyes are going to be on him to see how much damage he's going to be consistently doing as the mid player. I think Nuke and Mikey translate a dynamic duo in both Donut and from Red Room. Detour to come out on the B site to be the anchor with the Elive. Nuke getting aggressively down from mid.
HE to half. Counter grenades will do some damage in return, but JDC is looking for the man. Blinded, sprays past the smoke. He's going to get caught in that corner, and Mikey reads it. QB can't do much to respond. He eventually gets a kill on a quick pick up from the Elive. One will back away, or will they be ready for Nuke right here? He's still holding at the Tetris corner. The AWP is not watching. Nuke gets a trade. QB tried to respond, but Mikey so quick to hold the man advantage. Got back up as well towards Shelf. They'll combine to get rid of these last 2, and YaLLa explode into life.
This is back-to-back rounds where you can feel that the game is starting to shift. You can feel that Big maybe need to change tack on how they want to play the T-side. Maybe give a little bit more respect to these aggressive challengers, retake mid from elbow, retake lane from the doors, and just allow these aggressive moves to flow for the Czechoslovakian squad. And Big have got basically nothing that they can work with on the eco going into round 6. So treat it as a light eco, focus up on the next gun round. And this is not the first time that Hyped has played YaLLa in a grand final, Jay. I think all the way back to July of 2022 when he was on Big Academy. Best of 5 grand final going all the maps. That's where it was Ditour, MBQ, Valencio, Capson, and K1 Feeder at the time.
Hold that thought for a second. Big are going to try and take these Deagles against the CT side. They've got to mask for their efforts. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they're going to get much out of the B site attack. YaLLa have rotated en masse. Big are going to try counter-rotate into mid. But YaLLa have scattered, so they're back on the A site defense. Push from Cave might get a little bit interesting if that one C-type player is going to stay hidden. Indeed he is, so Big trying to handle something here. They've just got very little to do it with.
They just need to explode on contact and try everything to put pressure towards short and hope that they can get the bomb down. Oh, this is good. Mikey's going to drop here.
Gap in the defense. Back's turned. There he is, dead to rights. Sight gained, advantage held. Another rifle, an AK this time for Tabson. And a 4-on-3 for Big. They're still lacking armor, so these fights can still get won relatively easily by YaLLa, assuming the AK headshots on Tabson don't go completely ham. Jump face to check it. Flashbang will keep him at bay. A second one as well. They're just time stalling here, Big.
Dittor needs to try and get a kill, but he's not getting much of a fight. All of them are tucked on B.
And being heard as well, Tabson's calling all this information out. The AK turns towards long utility out. Headshot gains. Second man gets damage against, but Nuke gets away with the kill. Time is running short now on these last two YaLLa players, and they're falling back out of it. Big with the eco steal right here. Even the orb getting tagged up. Nuke goes falling. Falsy's got to run for it, being chased down by big players that they hope to get that orb out of play. They won't be successful in that regard, but they will be successful in everything else.
That's an absolute stinker of a round. That should not be happening to YaLLa, and it's going to have a knock-on effect. You lose this next gun round because of limitations and perhaps a little bit of tilt, you could be going down 2-6, and that's just a disastrous position to be in on the CT side where you feel as if you were contesting, and then one round has just broken it apart completely.
And YaLLa recognise that mistake. They recognise that failure, timeout to adjust it and never make it again, because I can't afford that at this stage.
And to go back to the conversation, Jay, of that grand final against YaLLa that Hypes played nearly 3 years ago, it was a best of 5 where Dittor dropped 135 kills, 105 deaths, and it still wasn't enough to win the grand final. And I'm thinking about today, he's had a really good performance on map 1, he's held weight on map 2. Is it going to be that Dittor needs somebody else? Is it going to be him and Mikey? Is it going to be him and Forzy? I think we need to see a little bit more parallels on not just one star player stepping up to the plate.
Big have found themselves a significant opportunity, although they've lost an early fight to JDC against Mikey. Bragg found with the star player of the YaLLa side. So far posting up his numbers to number 8. Early portions of this matchup. Big HEing their way forward, looking at they want to hit this B-bomb side. They've got a little bit of vision and they've driven them back with their utility sets. Damage is pretty heavy on QB. He can fall through that smoke with some blind sprays. They'll get what they want. The T-side bomb plant not quite as feasible. Forzy defending from back of Cheetah. Plant tapped. Orb actually finds Mikey swinging out, but Detour does the exact same thing and gets both those kills in. YaLLa far more confident this time.
And much better. Big tried to be a bit more gimmicky, that while ramp's being smoked, we break it, we try and get up on the bomb side. Notice how much respect is being given. Everyone from YaLLa, as soon as they hear that HE, they just separate. They just fall back. You got Dittor playing defensive long. Forzy, mate, I don't think you could be any further back in cave, could you? He's pretty much into Cheetah holding that cave entrance, so it's a good protocol of respect being offered from YaLLa.
They will hold a third as a result. Back within one of Big with only pistols available. They're going fast out towards this A bomb side though, taking no prisoners, stopping for nobody. CTs are quickly set towards the defensive line on the YaLLa side though. Bomb close to sight, missed shot from Forzy. JDC can sneak in the plant, so at least they get a cash bonus out of this one. What more can they gain to the half by? Probably not much now with the damage being heavy against those two backline players. Beetle just caught 2 through the smoke. Forzy's foot tapper, Orp frag against QB. Trimbo and Tabson 2v5. They'll fight back as best they can, but will not do much with it.
The problem that Big find themselves there is they've got no map control anywhere. They've smoked off CT, they've smoked off Donut. As soon as they get the bomb down, because the rotations are so quick, they haven't been able to exploit any further space. So you just get trapped in the bomb site. A very easy retake from YaLLa. Big put quite a bit of investment into that round, and you see one of the very rare cases that rather than ecoing and buying, you're going to eco and then eco again. Now, we normally only see that, Jay, when it's a harsh reset with no loss bonus at all, but Big, they don't want to treat this as a buy round.
Like you said earlier, they like to save into the confident rifle buy, so bring that out in the next. It will mean that ECLOT will claim the lead, but Big could still usurp them at the very tail end of the T-side half. It's a 7-5 potential for them at that stage. And ECLOT burning one more tactical timeout, one more left in the back pocket and all. What to consider for the ECLOT side, though. They are up against more pistols, like you say, so what could be that conversation?
Well, you've got to understand that they're a much more inexperienced squad from the coaching department. You've got Replay, the head coach, that only coached a local team in Cryptova, and that's it. You compare that to Big, who you've got Kakafu as the head coach that coached, what, Penta, Big, the Unicorns of Love squad. You've got assistant coaches that were ex-players of both Dude and Zen. So tactical timeouts are going to be very key and very important in high-pressure scenarios.
Bossed again from Big, this time in towards this B-bomb site. HG's not landing. Detour's all alone out here. Spray is very awkward. Gets away with only one pick. Oh, the Tech 9 drive-by from Crimbo. Now got a rifle to work with. Several dropped for the T-side favor. They're going to find another eco steal here on the B play. Seems like it. Forzie's backed off. The backstab's rotating in from spawn. But they are pretty much got very little time to get into the site and actually retake it.
Well, they need to get hyped quickly, and the ramp player has fallen, so there's room and breathing room to now try and get in.
3-on-3 now, but time's short. A little over 15 seconds or so on the clock. Incendiary stores that short position, landing inside of the smoke. AK tap from Cave. Nubik's got his back turned, forcing at JDC, but now ECLOT are going to run for it. Big have done it again. Second round that they've stolen one from the clutches of defeat with an eco and everything. Forzie's leg shot will make sure that both players go out with the bombs so they don't save weapons, but equally, they shouldn't even be around in the conversation for Big.
No, not at all. And that's got to be frustrating because not only have ECLOT taken a tactical to probably focus up, come that next gun round, try and display on the server how they want to adapt, they've now just lost a round that they shouldn't do. Now, thankfully, they hold on to 2 players, so it doesn't completely destroy the buy. We're still looking at a good gun round coming into round 10. But Big have gotten away scot-free for something that hasn't happened in map 1 and map 2. It's kind of the scrappy rounds being won.
ECLOT try and continue the fighting against Big. They were playing no respect over on Nuke's CT side, and here they're going to try and do the exact same thing up mid. Not to overextend, of course, but they want kills, they want them now. Big are not offering any at all. Utility in the way of the ramp entrance. Mike just makes his way in from shelf. No support from those elbow players of Big. They're backed off. The flashes in from the other CTs. Going to get Mikey to spot at least somebody. Detour could also make his way from ramp. He opts not to do so, even though no one's watching.
A lot of space trying to get offered here from ECLOT, consistently pressing towards lane, trying to hold mid. The problem that they find themselves now is where's the util? They don't have much left on the city side, so you kind of have to back off. It's tough to re-aggress with quite a bit of time left on the clock when you can't constantly be re-smoking elbow or re-smoking B doors.
.45 seconds on the clock. Another flash in from Mikey to suppress the Big side. They've been completely stalled to a complete crawl, but still Detour wants to take a fight that he loses to Hyped. Mikey suddenly very lonely right here. Finds a fight with a headshot, not the second man though. One more in the E-Life, backs up towards Cave. Forzie's all provides support, and he even lands a tag on Tabson through the wall, but it doesn't deny the bomb plant right here. It does leave him open to a demise. JDC needs to get here real quick because his teammate has a Molotov back towards the B doors. They'll tap that bomb once, they'll use it immediately to force them off of it, but there will be time still for ECLOT to go for this defuse. It's all about stalling to get JDC set up. Watched by Forzie on the AWP right now, unscoping. Tapped again, JDC seen, engaged. Nuke gets this kill, Forzie follows up. And it all goes up Millhouse for ECLOT.
It's a good retake there from ECLOT, but my concern, and maybe not considering there's only a couple of rounds left in this first half, is how weak the B site looks. We are constantly seeing Mikey and Detour just getting overwhelmed on B. They're having a tough time at the moment. Whether that's maybe the timings that Big are exploiting towards Cave and Ramp. And they got overwhelmed there. Big just couldn't quite close in the post plant. Jump spot from Detour gets caught. Decent work from Mikey to just get one. And then it's the AWP's impact, isn't it? It's even the wall bang towards Tabson. I know that's not a kill all the way, but it means that your in-game leader is towards default on what? Red HP? Mate, you're going to be able to do nothing from there.
Yeah, big stuff from Forzie. It's unfortunate to see Detour and Mikey struggling when Detour is currently one of the top guys for YaLLa in this series thus far, and Mikey's obviously the guy you're looking at as being the key star of this team. If they can't keep that defensive, then Big are going to exploit. At least they've done enough to keep the economy limited for Big, and therefore pushing them down to pistols once again. For round 11, they want to save them and get a decent rifle set out for number 12. End the half on a high note, make it 6 apiece. Unless they find a steal right here in this one. They're bolstered up the B side with a third player. Eli has caught Crimbo. HE's down against Mike. He's caught a kill of his own, and it looks like anti-ecos will go the way that anti-ecos should go. The way of the rifles.
It feels insane that we have seen 2 sort of, low-buy eco rounds being won from Big, and yet they're not going to take a lead going into the second half. Normally, you would say when you win those rounds that you shouldn't do, it lopsides the economy, it gives you a good advantage, it helps with momentum. It just hasn't been the case. Big went up 3-0 and have struggled to take chances from that point onwards.
Eli moving on, pushing forward against the T sideline. Good flashbangs, keeping him blinded so QB can trade. Mikey's still out here with an AK though. Headshot found, back over its shelf. A re-smoke onto elbow will ensure that JDC and Crimbo cannot press any further. And Big are down a man.
I love that from Mikey. Rather than waiting for more util, maybe waiting for another flash from Forzy on B, he just insta-swings. He knows that he's got a good timing there to exploit against QB because of that quick trade. You've then got rotations, and notice how Mikey's up shelf, and he's kind of jiggling around a little bit. He's not seeing anything. So because of that, Newbie can go back into Donut, and you can have that rotation of the second A player going deep in Temple. This is an excellent read from YaLLa.
A site will be the target. Smokes to indicate as such. One also down over at Donut's going to keep Bimby and Nubic at bay. Kill from Mikey straight through the smoke. Tabson's caught. Detours waiting for a chance to strike. Starts moving now. Gets Crimbo. JDC 1v4. Hogging the back lines of the site. Should get detected soon enough. We'll look onto Nubic and we'll take him. Got Mikey next. Detour to follow up, looks forward to the swing. Now everyone's going to start moving on him. Isaac's another decent kill, 2 more to go. At the bumper for a 3rd time, trying to bait out another fight. No, they do not fall for it this time. 4th time will be the stick. Forzy now moves alongside Mikey. Fight close. Needs a headshot, can't get it. Tech Knight overwhelms and YaLLa will secure the half at 7-5.
It certainly hasn't been the cleanest of showings from YaLLa. They'll probably feel that it was a struggle and it was quite a tough first half. But when I look at it from a scoreline perspective, 7-5 at the turn, it feels pretty good. It feels as if you're in a position where you're leading, you're putting a bit of pressure on the favourites, and that you're a few rounds away from making Big start to crumble, start forcing the favourites to make some large mistakes. I'm thinking about first pistol rounds and that Big were able to win it. YaLLa have always gone 1-for-1 when it comes to pistols, so if we continue that parallel, this should be YaLLa winning the pistol, going up 8-5 against the anti-eco, which will always be a save, 9-5. We're talking about a leading position to try and close this series out 2-1.
Final half of the tournament, the pistols for the final time here in Compass Winter. Mikey is struck, Tabson is traded, the B-side defensive holds as best they can, hyped with a couple of stellar headshots on Detour and Eli. Forzy trades him to a 2 versus 2 and JDC is goosed through the smoke. Got to back away from long because Crimbo is nowhere near him. And the plant can be staggered, but it will go down.
JDC has to wait for Crimbo to take first contact. There's no way the low HP short or long player has to come in first. It's Crimbo to see if they can win this round.
Here's those footsteps. Julie swing. Glock tries to fight Crimbo. Gooshed now to 8 points of health. They need some serious headshots. They're not coming in for them. Crimbo down next. Flank of JDC coming against him soon enough. Will get caught by a block shot. Missed, but ultimately Nubic's going to close against him. YaLLa on 8. That's a huge pistol for them.
Yeah, Forzy comes up clutch in not only getting that first kill on the trade up from B, but seeing JDC coming through that long smoke and getting the goosh off. At 12-2, it feels insane that he's had 2 deaths, but he's constantly been a defensive player on the City side where if the round's just not being won, he's just saving. Heights. It's a good effort. The trade back from Forzy here is a ripper. A double headshot instantly. Big round. And you feel that for Big, I mean, there's no investment at all. Yeah, this is exactly how you see it coming.
They want those basics, they want those ecos to get towards the rifles in the next and try and mount up the comeback, the return, whatever you might call it, over ECLOT.
Well, this has got to be either an A rush or a ramp rush or just a fast play into cave. You're talking a Mac 10 for Mikey, the Elive, and Ditor. There's no way you can slow play this round. There's no way you're going to slow the default in round 15 if you're ECLOT.
Mac 10s on 3 players, bonus weapons for the T side, can sack this one off if they so desire, but they are going to gun for a 10th.
Well, Crimbo's the only one with head Kevlar, and you've got a glass cannon AWP from Hives.
Which is why they are gunning to make this round successful. They could just chew through the CT side if they get the right positions at the right time. The HE on Hype especially. 29 points of health still strikes on Elo. That is the first pick to the favour of the big side. But Mikey has traded JDC on the return. You still got a cheater player that could try and flank against these rotators, but it's all down to that A defender all alone. And now leaving the A site to try and go play retake on Big.
And Mikey might be the difference maker in towards Red Room to slow down these rotations. He's trying his absolute best with 22 points of health, but he's sandwiched now.
Tagged up so heavily, sneaking through the smoke to go towards that B bomb site. They're going to try and hunt him. They might just stall time with Mikey's position. Now he's been seen, but Forzy's pressed forward and he's supported Mikey, who continues to play distraction. QB trades him. Flashbang forward, taps and picks ahead of it. And QB runs right into the spray that Forzy's offered. Heights 1v3. To hold the AWP into the next because ECLOT has stunned on number 10.
Unless I'm seeing things, Jay, that underhand flash that Tabson threw landed behind a small brick on that left-hand side, so it only half-blinded Forzy. So that idea of flashing him off and going 1-for-1 is missed because of the placement of the flash. ECLOT. I want to say great support. As soon as Mikey's in trouble, notice how quickly Forzy's there. He's just instantly rotating spawn because he knows I need to establish a crossfire.
Just came up at the right moment. The distraction was so pulled towards
blinded.
CT and everything. I don't know how that flash didn't connect onto him all the way.
Well, you can see that there's a bit of a gap, isn't there? It's a lower floor on that left-hand side behind the stone.
One position of a flashbang could cost them. It's pistols again for Big. They're cutting this down to the wire. ECLOT about to get up to number 11. Big consign themselves to the comeback of ages as the T's are all over them here. Big had the map stats, had the map veto advantage, but still it looks like our underdogs are going to walk away with the win unless Big do something in this next rifle or a miracle happens with this MP9, and certainly not for QB. 11-5 for ECLOT on T side.
Well, let's just think about the numbers here. You've got Forzy and Mikey together dropping 39 kills and just 11 deaths. You compare that to the big players. You've got Crimbo on 9, with QB 10, that's 19. Another 5, that's 24. 8, 32, Tabson 37. We've got more kills from Forzy and Mikey than the entirety of Big combined.
These two have lit up the server. And Big are getting lit up themselves. Round 17 may be their final chance to hold contention here in the Compass Winter Finals. They've got these rifles set to them. AWPs, M4s. In towards the CT defensive, they're going to get Mikey first up. Flashbang catching all sorts of players. Blinded JDC is still looking for more as Nuke gets into Cheetah behind the smoke, seeing nothing of the big defensive there. Hunkered down on B. Now need to provide support. The AWP is taking a shot. Hype's going to get some damage for it. Now hiding behind the totem as tabseN starts to aggress forward. eLive is low. First man out, dead. Detour takes him. JDC is now on the scene. Retained to the backlines. Detour gets his double. And Hype will go down towards Nuke outside of the cave entrance. 3-on-2. eCLOT the man advantage. But Nuke gives it up and Crimbo takes it back. Doubling back for a 6th on big CT side. Finally starting the CT side of that.
Oh, just about. Feels like it's a sight crumble there. Once Detour gets a couple of kills on the trades, you just feel, is this another round for eCLOT? Is this where they close up the entire series? For a 3-0 start, Big have struggled to work any kinds of round of success. Nuke and Detour try their absolute best, and it comes down to Crimbo to just calm, just relax the situation. Now notice how eCLOT have now used their final tactical. They've used it in a swing round where you win this 2900 loss bonus. It's going to be a terrible buy for Big in what could very well be the last round of the game. How do they try and play this? It's been proper aggressive, hasn't it? From lane, from mid. We've not seen eCLOT slow around at all in this second half.
I want to get this over with. Getting up in Big's face has been the one thing that's worked the most over this series. Got 5 to make up for the CT forces. The buyback of eCLOT can still be sustained in the next. Still got some high rolls. The bomb plant bonus will certainly aid them. HE's down on JDC, returning damage towards Mikey. eCLOT heavy-handed in their elbow presence this time, and it's not quite worked out for map control yet. They're going to creep towards main over on the A side of the map.
Well, Hyped can take first contact and then just drop the smoke and try and reposition into Donut. He was clinical on Nuke, but he's been struggling out here in the decider. 20-3 from Forzy, but only 8-15 for Hyped. They're smoked off, try and drive him away. Almost as if they've got an inkling that the AWP is out there.
Big have read the utility well, though. eCLOT actually not going to go towards the A side, so they start rotating players towards B. tabseN's MP9 charging forward against Nuke, getting damage against the man. Eventually, with Q, he's going to finish off the job there. Clear out lane. But is this misdirection? eCLOT still rotating towards the B site. And yes, Big are going to go ahead and bunker down on A.
Yeah, I don't really like this. eCLOT taken so long to clear out this space. This is the slowest round that we've seen from them yet. And while you've got a top ramp player just jiggling down, drop the bomb at an awkward timing, and it gives so much more breathing room for the rotators.
A red player as well, that could be a bit of a concern. Shadow scene kill, foul double, and triple denied by Detour. But QB's done, I think, enough there. Both players tagged. Mikey's going to have to fall out of red to support Detour, and they can't set that backstab in. 15 seconds as well for the bomb plant to come forward. It's not going to happen for him. He's looking for weapons. He's just going to fall back and save his gun. Big stave off the match point, stave off tournament point. Keep themselves in at number 7 to 11.
And they 100% just got in their own heads there. I mean, Nubik's got a good timing where he's caught the cave player, and it's a bit unfortunate because you can see him backing off. He wants to get back behind the B doors and he gets re-swung. But there's so much time left on that clock, and rather than just packing and keeping it simple, you're trying to mind game the round. You're going back into spawn. You don't quite know what's been taken towards lane. It's a superb hold on the B side. No denying that at all. That's QB is the only player alone towards bottom ramp who gets 2 kills and basically wins it by himself.
4 rounds to make up. Big can still make magic out of this position. eCLOT HE'd against them. Damage done towards the eLive.
And they've missed the Brolin molly, which means that tabseN can keep pressing aggressively into Cheetah.
He opts not to press too far, though. At the edge of the smoke, he'll lurk. Molotovs will come in to drive him back in the end, but he puts a deeper smoke out of that position, so eLive, he can do his hide behind. Crimbo, meanwhile, might become the next key concern. eLive has just caught QB, so there's that starting advantage for eCLOT there.
It's back-to-back rounds where success has been landed with the opening kill towards lane. And JDC turns that into a red room pick and tries to slow the map control. Now, out to B, they put a molly down and they're hearing noise from MBQ, but they haven't heard much from everybody else. this is going to be a regroup in either a B exec or a ramp contact. They're trying to get out towards Shelf. They're hoping and searching for a little bit more. It should be a B lean here.
Smokes of Red and Donut gave him no options to go towards A. They've got defenders now set and ready to receive that just in case, but 2 players on that B bomb site hyped. Pushed back by the Molly. Is he going to re-aggress? Can Nubic punish it? Back angle held and 1 man making a little bit of noise back there towards long. 30 seconds. Oh, the fake, the bait. It may just work out for them. Hyped has fallen away. But they laid a trap instead for the big side. Smokes up, Cheese trying to clear it open. Orp doesn't see the man, but Eli is low. The M4 did not extend towards long, so they're going to wait for this one. They have to go for the retake. Flash forward, Eli has gone down. Can they deny the bomb plant? They're pixels away from seeing the man. They don't quite get there in time.
Yeah, Forzy's posted to wait for this long swing. Everyone is in cave from ECLOT.
The backstab to come in from Crimbo, being watched by Nubic. Forzy. Orp ready, shot on. Tabson goes down. Hype now post with his own Orp position. A shot will land. Nubic has fallen. JDC moves up. The AK looks to engage. Forzy's all going to try and challenge the man. The M4 comes close to JDC, but he goes falling. Forzy, edge of the Molotov. Shots missed out. Detour doubles up. Hype turns it into a 1 versus 1. And where's this last man? It's low HP on the AWP. Oh, Hyped! No scope triple and just barely enough time to get the defuse. Big take 8.
What is going on? I'm breaking that round down. First off, I can't believe Big have just over-rotated. Fundamentally, Jay, they look quite poor in this second half. They're not playing to the level that they should do. 1 molly with 30-odd seconds left on the clock has just forced players to be out of position completely. It's a great effort on the post plant from ECLOT, but an even bigger attempt from the 1v2. Hyped just about gets this clutch forward. Forzy was just afraid that he was sticking, afraid that he was holding the 5 seconds.
Enacted premature, so give him the 5 seconds anyway. You wanted X Factor to egg, I think you just got it. Second tactical called in by Bib because they lost a lot there in that last round. The reserves are out. ECLOT are on a half buy. If they find a big like steal on this T side that they were doing in their first half, then that would be enough for ECLOT to take control of this map. Big cannot afford to put a foot wrong even now.
It's a bit unfortunate that Forzy has the big green. If he probably has a rifle of an M4 and AK, he can just spam the diffuser. Now, you can say, oh, he can drop the AWP and pick up a weapon, but it's just too much in the chaos. Fast into B, up from Rat. The HGs are doing a lot of damage, though.
Molly's burning. AK spray, M4 sprays rather. The XM gets nothing out from Tabson. Mikey can overwhelm him. They've got the B bomb site pretty much under wraps. The Molotovs will burn away that bomb planter, but not enough to take Detour down before the plant itself. So it's a 4v4. JDC, I think, just took a dink back there as well. 2 points of health for him. It's not looking the most comfortable of retakes here for the big side.
Yeah, another flash on Nubic. This flash is going to have to be key. And Forzy is so separated. He's watching for the ramp flank to come out from lane.
Half the timer tick by. Incendiary is on towards side. That should force Eli. No, it lands inside the smoke. The Tech 9 still gets caught by JDC behind. Took him down at close quarters. They're out of time here. And they need to hold the defuse real quick. The XM spams away. They push the issue. And QB and Hype hold their nerve. But Nubic, oh, he's barely off kilter. He's barely off target. Big, barely holding on to these rounds.
Oh, that's another tight one. I don't think ECLOT could have done anything more in that situation. They're smoked off ramp. They're smoked off cave. They are trying to spam the diffuser. You can see the bullets coming from both ramp and the cave, but they just can't find the connection. At least the positive note is that they have dwindled the economy down. There is no money in the reserve from Big whatsoever.
One good round win from ECLOT could still seal it. Big needs some confidence on their board.
And remember, no more tax for ECLOT, so no way to slow this game down to use that breather.
I think Big still have one in their back pocket if they need it, but no need to call it at the moment. ADC searching. Pushing up towards lane, not to catch any presence at all. Damage being done towards Nubic from beyond the wood wall, so disadvantage for ECLOT.
It's so slow from ECLOT, and I've seen quite a lot of Ancient from them across the main Swiss stage and just overall the last few months. This, to me, looks like they're really pressured. It looks as if they're kind of choking against the pressure and that they can't find the answer. They're so much more defensive on the T side than what I've seen previously. They're trying to slow these rounds down to an absolute crawl. Hyped is being flashed off of the angle, but it's another B lane, and it's a double aggressive cave setup. So the only site defender is JDC out there towards long.
M4 set. Mikey and Detour running into the crossfire. Mikey ready for Tabsin. And they can get the trade back onto him, but QB's there for a response. AWP from Hyped lands on Nuke. He was low HP. That was an easy frag. The last man just barely seen. Hyped will deal with him. Big. That's a bit more confident for Alive at the tail end of that round. 10 on the board. ECLOT building upon their lost bonuses. You're seeing AKs coming in from Mikey. He's fucking the play right here.
It's definitely a choke. They cannot close this game out. They were, what, 11-5 up?
Yep.
It's now 11-10. And this is still a fairly fresh towards top end of tier 2 team with a new star player and a new in-game leader that have basically been together for 3 months. This is getting tough for them right now. They are seriously starting to give big chances. Mikey working elbow. This is a little bit more aggressive. This is a little bit more like it for me.
Moments like this where you start to wonder if ECLOT's fatigue has finally started to catch up to them. So many matches over the last few days. This is their 3rd one of today. Mikey up in red. Trying to make this last series for them a win. But JDC has his mark. Hits his targets. And bigger upper man.
I'm pretty sure Mikey was 20-9. He's now 20-14. He's not had a kill for such a long time. Hyped, waiting to see if anyone presses on the edge of that donut smoke. It's going to be an A split by Red Room and from A main.
I need those stars in Mikey and Forzy to deliver the impact now. 45 seconds for ECLOT to strike bomb outside of main. Molotov's being sent towards Hype. He's going to back off towards the entrance. Shots missed. Crimbo lands on E-Live. Bomb's now been seen. Information recorded towards the CT side. That red alert might be the only chance that they have to do anything here for ECLOT, but the main force is falling. So now it's all just damage to Nuke. Taken down by Tabson. Big are on 11. No bomb plant bonuses for ECLOT here. Lost bonuses all they've got to work with now.
And they're getting farmed. They're getting absolutely pumped now. And I just feel they're gone. They're emotionally checked out of this game because they can't close the game out. They can't adapt on this T side. No matter what's happening with the defaults, every time they get into a post plant, they're down by a man. And you can say they've had their chances, Jay. The 1v1 against Hyped that was out there, the Nubic round with the XM where he tries to get the diffuser, both of those rounds get won. We're done, mate. This series is finished. Instead, those chances haven't been taken, and this is where Big should start to catapult.
ECLOT are now relying on hero bias to get them past the finish line. Mikey set the AK. You mentioned he hasn't had the kill in a fairly long time. Now he's going to try and change that narrative with an A play. Rush coming in. Nubic's been shut down. Mikey does get JDC. Eli forcing this one player into an awkward corner. But Crimbo deals with it and deals with a backup. Bomb dropped there as well. Did not commit towards sight. And now there's no way to recover.
And the chaos there, I can understand that they want to put pressure towards Donut, but how is the bomb going in there? How is the bomb not being dropped on the bomb site and then you're pressing into Donut? That's a schoolboy error. And now Mikey is in a 1v2 on low HP where he has to fight for bomb control.
Now's the time for Mikey to do Mikey things. First player caught, second player close, but he's not ready for Tapsin. Cannot adjust towards the AK of the CT side. And it is map, match, and tournament point for Big.
Just the streak of rounds coming in, and I feel that Big have done a good job to not take a tactical, even if they feel that it's necessary. Because you use that tactical, it gives ECLOT a breather. Mate, they're choking. Do not give them a tap. Do not give them any breathing room at all. You want to keep this game going. You want to send the rounds in. The buy is going to look good, but ECLOT, you wonder, is there a chance? Is there another OT on the table?
Orb set in. Forzy lands on Hyped. ECLOT play from the back foot to take us to overtime on Nuke. And they do it here on Ancient the same. Whatever to convert on the second map. could still convert here in the third. Damage being done to Nuke and Detour as Big of JDC smoking off the fire, pushing forward of that smoke potentially into another decent fight. No, he backs away. Finally gets caught by Eli. They're down to 3 men over on the big side, but Detour's fallen in turn. Tapson's down to Mikey's hands. It looks like we will be playing for a little bit longer. QB's about to get flanked. Thought it was Nuke or that or Forzi. He does land against the first. Second player, not even a requirement. Forzi closes, and Crimbo is alone on the A-bomb site.
Unfortunately, there was just a team flash. They had JDC bringing a lot of attention out there in that jungle pit angle. While he smokes himself off, he gets blinded by his teammate in Donut. Now, Crimbo's got a timing to drop the bomb, but it doesn't quite come in. Mikey to get 2. And give YaLLa at least a lifeline. Now, from 11-5 up, most would say you should be closing there. It hasn't happened. You've gone into OT. At least you get an extra tactical now, don't you? You at least get 1. If it is required at some point, call it in.
One ending to this series. Second map OT, third map also going that distance. Magic number is 16, like the days of old, to see who will win Compass Winter. Big have been our favourites all day, but YaLLa attempted to test that at several points. The T-side line of Ancient. They will take to the first half of OT. The M4s brought back for a little bit onto those smokes at elbow. YaLLa will now make their way in.
And Mikey, with the aggressive challenge out from elbow, ends up cancelling. Oh, Nuke. Oh, should have got caught there from Tapson.
Forzi and Hype go blow for blow with the orbs, taking down JDC and Nuke respectively. Shelf going to be established by the CT side. Elbow starts to get walked out of by YaLLa. Great incendiary, but it misses the Tamaka just a little bit, leaving Mikey with that full control of lane and no one from Big to contest him.
Now, you expect Big to re-aggress somewhere. Whether it be bottom ramp into Cheetah, which happening right now from Tapson. The timing's off, but he sees it heavy. He sees the bomb and he sees mass players.
QB getting a kill. Needs a second. He's got him. The USP pulled out for Forzi. He's low HP, but the orb still lands its pick. 2v2. Height can't quite hit similar shots. He's now going to get pressure from both sides. Flashbang's keeping him blinded. He can't escape behind the wall. Forzi takes him, and Crimbo has now got to clutch this round. M4 pulled out. Eli on the other side of the smoke, ready for him. Crimbo did not look all the way. And YaLLa have a lead.
Oh, fair play to YaLLa. They've basically had the lead, but been on the back foot. They've come into OT and they've won the first round. And it comes to QB nearly winning it by himself. This is another monster hold. He's been doing as much as possible out there on B. Strong utility usage. And YaLLa get up to 13.
Forzi's Quadra finally breaking his silence. 28 frags, top of the server by a country mile at that.
He's definitely been the better orphan between him and Hype to cross the best of 3.
Hype has delivered moments of significant impact. Forzi has sustained that over a longer term, and that right now is working better for YaLLa.
And notice how much more aggressive they are to at least try to take a mid-default here.
Molly's up. Smoke the set. Mike is going to push forward and lose a fight. JDC gets an advantage. Hype's going to turn it on against Detour as well.
And they get a little bit desperate there. Smoke goes down towards Donut, and rather than respecting, they fight it back. Nuke gets a pick towards A, and Forzi gets another. They know that JDC is somewhere in Donut.
And now burning significantly. Spammed down by Eli. He got caught up on geometry. And now look at the push from the player at Temple. CT Spawn is now under T-side control. Bomb will have to commit towards the site. A fight from Nuke gets him. Eli knew where QB was as well. A second kill for him, hitting his double-digit markers. Lowest on the board for his side, but even that's edging out the likes of Tapson. YaLLa 14-12 now.
And think back to Mirage, how many of those 4v2 rounds we saw that Big crumbled? Mate, what about this one? That's a 5v3. Now, it's Crimbo down on A. We didn't see it from the POV of Nuke or Crimbo, so it's difficult to judge. But that's a troll kill. Your A-site anchor falling in a 5v3 man-up has just lost the round. It's crumbled it completely. I don't quite know how big of a Loud consistently in a best-of-3 grand final against a tier 2 team, mass man advantage rounds do not go their way.
Happened a few times over the series. JDC just loses a straight-up advantage to Mikey. Frag to get YaLLa in control of round 3 of this overtime for now.
Well, JDC's just left high and dry in that round. He's got no help, just no assistance at all.
No potential trades. QB and Dabson. Crossfire is ready towards this cheetah entrance as QB falls victim to one of the players. Dabson will be the second man that peeks forward towards Forzy, who will land against QB but goes trading anyway. 3-on-2. You've got Hyped in the back of the site. He's let Detour sneak back. Dabson barely gets missed out upon, but Detour still turns towards Hyped, missing an AWP shot, and Mikey can finish him off. Live P for Dabson on the AWP as well. 2v2. Post plant is set. Big. Surely they're not going to lose another man advantage situation here.
Well, you are up against the 2-star players of Riflers, aren't you? Mikey, this is the best players that you'd want in a 2vx.
Mikey's got loud again as well. Frag drought throughout the tail end of that last half here in overtime. 27-17. Smokes the stopper. Molotov sent. HG's on Mikey. 6 points of health. He's going to get caught back by it. Now Detour is all alone. Bomb not even planted for him either. Defusing can get help. He's going to catch Crimbo anyway, and Tapson's low HP. And he snuck forward. Timing was perfect. Big will concede all 3 rounds on the CT side of overtime. It's 15-12. Map, match, and tournament point for YaLLa.
Well done from Detour. It's been a tough showing from him on Ancient. I know that he started the first half incredibly rough. He picked up his game, but this is an important clutch to win. 1v2, get themselves a 3-0. Get yourself that 15-12 score. And Big, well, you can say that they should have closed Nuke in regulation, and you can say that they should have closed Ancient in regulation. Having map and series points already and still playing out, you're going to be so tilted if you lose this best of 3.
Big, we've got to go 3 in a row. YaLLa. Move on from Eli. Fight on Tapson, wins it with confidence. The sprays of QB blinded, unable to connect much more. 2 more CTs are down there at Tetris as Nubic has caught another on JDC. QB's gone falling, and Big are going to fall with him as well. A 2v5. I don't see Krimo and Hyped fighting their way out of this corner. It looks like YaLLa have done enough to secure themselves a title. Hyped shot now baited. Eli knows where he is.
It's happened again. It's Big choking in Grand Finals. It was December last year, and now it's going to be March this year. How frequently can this happen in Tier 2 before it's all over? Nubic to get aggressive in towards Cheetah. Crimbo catches the timing. Mikey's still holding out for the shelf rotation if they want to try and get back to mids.
2v3 now from the 2v5. Are Big going to return the favour to YaLLa? They've lost so many 2vx's to this side. Even the series started with a 2vx. Will YaLLa get a taste of their own medicine? Will Big stay alive with it? AK of Crimbo leaning up, smoke to cover off Eli's position, 35 seconds. Flashbang in towards long, seeing nothing. Bomb will now commit towards site. They'll have the bomb plant, the post plant ready for the big side. How will YaLLa go and approach this?
Well, Mikey's going to try and get out towards ramp, and Forzy's expecting aggression to come from long, but it's passive from both the T-side line.
Push starts to come in now. They hear some footsteps over on that long position. AWP backed up, but Forzy lands on Crimbo. It's now going to be all Hyped. X Factor triple. Nothing less will be worth it. Mikey flicked upon. Good shot for the first player. Oh, he's got a second as well. Forzy, close range. Hyped missed the shot. Goes around with Tech 9. Forzy with his own pistol pulled out, but Hyped pulling him away from the bomb site. 3 points of health. Forzy, he's got his kill. He has a kit, and I think he's got his defuse as well.
As title winners, 6 best of 3s won in a row from YaLLa. They're back, and they're here to finally say that while this might be our 3rd grand final so far this year, we've come for a title and we've won the title.
I have to say that they've negated any doubts and fears that I might have had about their consistency, about potentially losing series as they shouldn't have done. It happened over the Swiss stage, but here in this competition, in the playoffs, there's just been YaLLa lights out, and especially in that last match. What a barn burner of a matchup as well thought it was there. Big did everything they could. They did all that they could to hold contention. I thought that they were going to hold their confidence as well. It felt like it was going to be a choke on the YaLLa side, but in the end, it just wasn't enough from Big's comeback.
And I think fair play to the in-game leadership. Something I've been kind of discussing quite a bit over these last few days is, does eLive have what it takes to send this team to the top and kind of win a title towards YaLLa? When you're up 11-5 and you go into OT, you could feel that potentially the team's just checked out, right? They're just mentally tilt, they're out of the game, and yet they go flawless. They don't they don't lose a single round in OT. They give the fight back towards Big, and they make sure the job that they've come for is the job that's come for the victory.
Indeed, and the victory now leads to hopefully futures that could be positive for the YaLLa side, right? Obviously, eLive has been very candid about the issues that he thinks are in this this camp about this YaLLa side, and he's been obviously focusing very heavily on improving that. But now that you've beaten a team like Big, surely you can go into one of these CCT tournaments. They're going to be playing in the playoffs of the next one, and you can look at some of the competition that they're playing and losing to, and now that you've beaten a top 20 team in the world, surely you feel like you've got the confidence now to try and catapult that into more consistent victories in VRS ranked tournaments.
Yeah, you'd probably say so, especially with how big the local scene's going to be in the LAN circuit for 2025. Being consistent online in the international Tier 2 landscape, as well with being the #1 Czechoslovakian team, is going to be a real helping hand of boosting those ranking points and getting YaLLa closer in the conversation to a top Tier 2 team.
Indeed. Well, look, right now they currently sit at number 37 in the world, but I have a feeling that if they continue to post up performances like this, then they're going to be able to change that right here. They might be on the downward trajectory. Again, I'm looking forward to seeing where they're going to go in terms of improving upon that, because this is a huge victory for them. It won't mean much in terms of improving upon those points, but I do feel like, again, it's very symbolic now. They walk away with a lion's share of the $25,000 prize pool. They can walk forward with a major opportunity now, a major little momentum, 6 best-of-3s in a row to carry that forward towards CCT, to Galaxy Battle, and of course the tip sport, as well as you mentioned, the LAN opportunities that could also build up even more points. I feel like they're in a very good stead to really, really rise the ranks.
Yeah, and looking at it from Big's perspective, while this might be an unranked tournament, this is still an online Tier 2 cup versus not the highest of caliber of teams. And I look at some of their open qualifiers and say, okay, closed qualifiers, yeah, they might be difficult to get towards a LAN, but when they're VRS, you can't be losing to squads that they're losing to. And with the failures that happened in the Dallas closed qual, at the CCT most recently, at Bucharest, it makes me wonder what the downfall could look like for Big online for the next couple of months.
Well, I guess we'll have to find out how far they are going to fall down, but we'll come back to Big in a moment's time. Before we move on and sort of talk about our losers, let's talk a bit more about our winners in particular. Let's talk to one of our winners. Forzy is on the other end of the line, and one of my MVP picks, I will say, for this series. Congratulations, my friend. Hard-fought battle from you guys, especially in the second and third maps where you were battling back from the overtimes there. Tell me, because I know that you guys have been playing a lot of best-of-3s today, how much has fatigue been a factor over the course of today's matches?
Hello guys, and thank you. And fatigue, yeah, we played 3 matches today, and 2 matches were 2-0, so it was like kind of fast, not as days before, but lately we've been playing every day like two matches. One day we played 3, so we are kind of tired, but also, you know, we want to win. It was the grand finals, and we just gave it our all, you know. What can we do? We don't want to lose, even if we are tired, you know.
Yeah, first off, well played, Forzy, mate. That was a good series from you. When me and Retro were chatting to you on the podcast a couple of months ago, we were discussing, you know, it was a bit 50-50 at the end of the year, whether we should make the changes or not, whether we bring in the eLive and Mikey or we stay with the old boys. Now that you've won a title, does it feel like we're finally making the steps forward, that making that decision has given us that extra boost and we've gone further than what we did previously?
I don't know if actually we are stronger now, but I think even with the old squad, we could maybe make this spot, or we could win also. It was just a matter of time, but I must say I'm very happy. You know, I'm happy we brought them in, and yeah, I'm really proud of Mikey. He's a really good player and really nice teammate. So yeah, I'm really glad we took this guy, and Eric also alive. I know alive for a long time, so it was
Yeah, well, look, I mean, Eli's been very candid over the past few interviews with us and talking about some of the issues that you guys have had over the last few weeks or so with maybe consistency problems, particularly in Compass. But now you guys are going to start moving on to some of the more VRS-ranked tournaments, and a victory like this, I mean, you've beaten the top 17 team in the world, right? Like, how much confidence do you guys now have going into the rest of the VRS circuit?
For sure this win gives us some confidence, but I think it's still like we can lose, to some like worse teams. I would say it's like it gave us confidence for sure, but we are not like on that top level yet. We have we do many mistakes in games, and we just need to fix them like over the games, because we are not practicing right now. We are just playing officials, so we are trying to fix after every official some mistakes, or talk what we can do different. But yeah, I think this win is like it's nice feeling, so it boosts our morale, I think, more than gives us confidence, that we are on the right way, kind of.
Yeah, one thing I noticed, Forzy, across the series was how many times Big in 4v2s, 5v3s struggled to close rounds out. And I wanted to ask from your perspective, is that something that you felt slowing rounds down and being able to recover has been improving? Because I felt like I haven't seen that a lot in previous series, but I saw it a lot today in the final.
Yeah, actually, I think we are playing better every game, and now we are we don't need that many tactics to win some hard to win round, if you know what I mean. So yeah, I think we are improving for sure. We are we know what the other guy is doing, and we don't need to talk, So yeah, I think, but for sure, Big lost some bad rounds. We won some maybe lucky rounds, but I think they also did win some rounds which they shouldn't have won. Like on Nuke, I think we lost some bad rounds, and yeah, I think it was just even game, and it was fun to play. So yeah.
It was a fun one to watch as well. I have to say I was very entertained by what you guys delivered today. So once again, Forzy, congratulations on the victory. I'm sure we see you somewhere down the road. As well as that, you were nominated as our MVP for this series, so congratulations on that as well. And just pass your congrats on to your teammates as well. You guys are the champions of Campus Winter.
Thank you very much, guys. Bye-bye. See you.
Very humble there from Forzy Dweck. Of course, they're still feeling that there's got some issues they have to figure out, still thinking they can potentially lose to some lesser opponents. But look, I have to say a lot of positivity for today's proceedings, both in the semi-finals and both in the grand finals. Things look really good for ECLOT, and I'm excited to see where they go in the future. We talked to death about that, though, Dweck, because you wanted to talk a bit about Big and where they stand overall. Obviously, their key focus is continuing to play in the Tier 1 environment, but you are right about how things are going to look if the online VRS tournaments continue to go awry for them, because they have been playing in tournaments like the CCTs, and the Bucharest qualifier was also online, and I imagine there'll be a few more of those online events down the road as well. So it's, once again, just another chapter in this never-ending story of Big not being able to perform to their same level online as they do offline.
Yeah, definitely Forzy being a little bit more PR worthy than what I've had from him previously on a podcast. But I'm surprised that he didn't just start there and just say bigger dogs. I mean, how have they not closed this series, mate? They are on map point on map 2 and are on series point in map 3, and they don't do it. I legitimately think that Big are going to drop eventually in the rankings enough in which they just cannot go to Tier 1 tournaments this year. I think it might not be instantly, it'll probably be a couple of months, but with them not translating online Tier 2 results, and with teams like ECLOT as an example, right, who are going to do well at these tip spot lands and start aggressing with the rankings, with how BC Game as an example are doing quite well in CCTs, with these Tier 2 teams overtaking them, I see Big being dropped down in this death pit of Tier 2 in which they're just not going to get back to Tier 1. And I don't know what the answer is, because their LAN results are so much better than their online ones are, but if they're not fearful for this year with what VRS could mean for them, then they're laughing stock, mate, because this is a massive thing that they need to overcome.
I mean, look, I would disagree only on the basis of the fact that if they hold weight in the Tier 1 competition that they've been doing right now, then they'll maintain their position. In fact, from last month, they actually went up a place in terms of the VRS rankings themselves. So as long as they can maintain that much, then that'll be okay. But obviously, if form starts to dip in the LAN environment, then yes, that will be the next key concern. So I think maybe not a couple months, maybe by maybe the end of, maybe August time, we can revisit this and see whether or not they'll be able to maintain it. I think that's how long it's really going to take if they keep getting these invites. Because again, they're going to be in Melbourne, they're going to be in Astana, they'll be at Tier 1 opportunities, and therefore they'll get some chances to really rank up their points and really get some prize money on their board. Because, yeah, you are right, there is concerns. I don't think it's as huge right now, but look, it's another loss for them on the online environment, another loss to a Tier 2 side, and maybe there might be a few more of those to come down the line, because there have already been so many in their history. But that is all to focus on another day. For here in Compass, that is all we have for you for Compass Winter. Our next tournament will be about a month's time or so. We're going to be in Qatar for the Compass LAN Finals. Are you excited for that?
Indeed, man. This is where we get to see a little bit more of the Tier 2 representatives trying to go over towards LAN and try and just overall show if they can move what has been some of the successes and some of the online stories onto the LAN environment.
Indeed. Well, look, that's all to come in a month's time. Again, the online environment is now over. We move towards LAN, and we look forward to seeing you all in attendance or by watching the streams. Make sure you're following all the Twitch channels and social medias. But for this tournament, we have to wrap it all up. On behalf of myself, the Eternal J, and my co-commentator, Dwayne, and all the production staff and admins behind the scenes, we want to thank you so much for watching and for listening. We'll see you in Qatar.